Lulu is his 99th master. Having had 99 masters and experienced 99 different worlds, it has become smarter. Especially, it can feel that after this space restarts, it might be the last time. If this master also fails, it will die completely with it. The space will not restart again. This master is its last chance. She is also the only one who, after activating the space, managed to open the 5th door within a month. Lulu listened to Kong Kong and tried to send a thought. Put that monkey back. Suddenly, Kong Kong's body disappeared. Lulu was very surprised. She saw that Kong Kong was really confined inside the 5th door because of her thought. She confirmed that what it said was true. Lulu released Kong Kong and agreed to let it change Xiao Wu's diaper. Kong Kong, wearing disposable gloves, changed Xiao Wu's diaper. It learned quickly. Having seen Lulu do it once, it mimicked carefully and gently changed Xiao Wu's diaper. Lulu noticed that this monkey was quite careful and hygienic. Kong Kong had fur on its hands, and after putting on gloves, changing the diaper made it feel safe. Kong Kong successfully finished changing Xiao Wu's diaper. Seeing how clever Kong Kong was, Lulu had an idea. Kong Kong, you said you can't be too far from me. How far is that? Kong Kong's golden eyes flickered, and it scratched its head. I don't know exactly how to say it. The master can try when they have time. When the distance reaches the limit, I will automatically be teleported back into the space. Lulu was more amazed by the space after hearing this. If the distance is far, she can leave Kong Kong at the shelter when she goes out, and they can take care of Xiao Wu together with Jiang Yi. If there is danger, Kong Kong will be teleported back. It holds Xiao Wu. Can Xiao Wu also be teleported back? Lulu looked at Kong Kong and said, pick up the baby. Lulu used her mind to send a message. She held Xiao Wu, and suddenly they appeared inside the 5th door of the space. Seeing this scene, Lulu knew the plan was possible. Next, she asked Kong Kong to hold Xiao Wu's hand and continue the experiment. In the end, she made a conclusion. As long as she called Kong Kong within a certain range, Kong Kong would disappear from where he was and appear inside the 5th door of the space. No matter what Kong Kong was holding at the time, whatever it was would be considered Kong Kong's property and would be transported into the space with him. This discovery made her very excited. From now on, she planned to keep Kong Kong close to Xiao Wu to take care of him. In 5 days, they would go out again to gather supplies. During these 5 days, she would train Kong Kong. Before that, she needed to test how far she could bind with Kong Kong. Lulu found out about Kong Kong's hidden skill and started showing him various parenting books and videos. She turned on the projector and found a video about caring for a newborn. Kong Kong, do you want to stay outside and play forever, eating endless peaches? Kong Kong nodded quickly. Yes, good. Study the videos carefully. When you learn them, I will let you eat fresh peaches every day. Kong Kong's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly, watching the projector to learn. Lulu saw that Kong Kong was covered in fur and told him, from now on, you need to go to the bathroom by yourself every day and wash up before holding the baby. Master, that's easy. I will go wash now. Kong Kong jumped and climbed up a staircase 5 meters high. Lulu noticed that his jumping ability was quite good and looked at him with admiration. Earlier, she had asked Kong Kong about other masters. Kong Kong only knew a little. He said that those masters could sense something, but only 3 of them had opened the 5th door. And these 3 people all died mysteriously shortly after opening the 5th door. He didn't see who the murderer was before falling into sleep again. Lulu temporarily suppressed her doubts about the space. Maybe, when she opened all the doors, she would find the answer. Lulu carried Xiao Wu upstairs to the master bedroom, watching Kong Kong take a bath. Kong Kong has had 3 owners before. One of them was from a parallel planet similar to Hylon Kingdom. That owner was quite familiar with bathroom facilities. It touched the shower button in the bathroom and instinctively, quickly figured out how the shower worked. Then it washed itself thoroughly. Lulu nodded happily and explained the purpose of the bathroom's drying machine and hairdryer. Kong Kong immediately picked up the hairdryer, turned it on, and dried its golden fur. Before Lulu could give more instructions, it finished drying its fur and found a pair of scissors on the bathroom counter. It used them to trim its long golden fur. "Master, do I have any clothes to wear?" Lulu saw Kong Kong asking and shook her head. "Not right now. When I go out, I'll look for a pet store and buy you some clothes and toys to play with." The pet store would definitely have pet clothes and special food suitable for Kong Kong. Next time she went out, she planned to secretly find some items to put into her space. Lulu watched as Kong Kong finished cleaning itself and looked completely refreshed. She then tried to give Xiao Wu to Kong Kong. Kong Kong, who was just a little taller than her knees, held Xiao Wu steadily without showing any signs of exhaustion. Lulu directed Kong Kong to tell stories and sing nursery rhymes to Xiao Wu. Kong Kong did everything properly and convincingly. Xiao Wu, in a daze, opened its eyes and saw a blurry golden shadow of Kong Kong, which caused a moment of panic. Lulu spoke in time to soothe Xiao Wu's emotions. From Lulu's words, Xiao Wu realized that Kong Kong was a pet of its mother. It relaxed and lay in Kong Kong's arms, listening to stories and falling asleep. Lulu was very pleased with Kong Kong's performance. This monkey was better in some ways than Zhang Yi. She didn't need to worry about exposing the space when with Kong Kong. But with Zhang Yi, she still had to hide things carefully. After training Kong Kong, Lulu noticed it was getting darker outside. Kong Kong placed Xiao Wu on the sofa and covered it with a small blanket. It obediently curled up in the corner of the sofa, watching the projector and learning. Lulu thought Kong Kong was indeed a good partner. To reward Kong Kong, she took out 3 strawberries she had grown in her space earlier and handed them to Kong Kong. Seeing the giant strawberry weighing a pound, Kong Kong's eyes widened in surprise. "Master, are you really going to let me eat these strawberries?" "Yes, go ahead." Lulu casually tossed 3 strawberries to Kong Kong. Kong Kong's body and hands flashed with a golden glow. One hand caught a strawberry, and he was still holding one in his mouth. Lulu saw that Kong Kong moved quickly, was clever, and learned fast. The 5th door opened by the 10,000 crystal cores seemed to be more useful as they were explored. Lulu was ready to go to the kitchen to cook dinner. Just as she was about to put on an apron, there was a knock at the door. "Lulu, it's me," Xiaojie said in a deep voice outside. Lulu opened the door and invited him in. Xiaojie carried 2 bags of fresh ingredients and placed them on the kitchen counter. "As promised, I will cook for you every night from now on." Lulu remembered she had asked for this before. "Will that affect your team's training?" "No, I've assigned 2 deputies to supervise the extra practice. After 6 o'clock in the evening, I have time," Xiaojie said as he skillfully washed the ingredients in the kitchen. Lulu didn't refuse. They had already made things clear between them. They were not only partners but also lovers. With Xiao Wu, their current way of living felt more like a family. They were almost like a married couple, just missing the marriage certificate. Lulu watched Xiaojie prepare the ingredients and send a video call to Zhang Yi. "Come over for dinner later." "Hee Lulu, you don't need to wait for me anymore. Fayu and I will eat at the cafeteria." Zhang Yi filmed the cafeteria scene. The man sitting next to her looked honest and simple. "Tell me what you want to eat. I'll bring you a dish from the cafeteria." What a coincidence. Lulu aimed her phone at Xiaojie cooking in the kitchen. "No need to bring me anything. He's been taking care of all my meals." Zhang Yi looked surprised.
"Wow.
Brother Jiu can cook." Yan Feiyu, who was peeling shrimp for Zhang Yi, also saw Xiaojie's back cooking in the video. He looked shocked.
"Wow.
Brother Jiu can really cook." When Xiaojie heard Lulu and Zhang Yi talking, he turned slightly and gestured toward the video, saying, "Feiyu, there's no rush with the training. You can stay and enjoy good food with Miss Jiang." Yan Feiyu choked on his food. Is this really the Xiaojie he knows? With love, everything feels different. A few days ago, he still said that Miss Lu wasn't his sister-in-law, and now. "Juga, can I take Yi to the training ground to watch the training later?" "Sure," Xiaojie replied. Both Yan Feiyu and Zhang Yi were very happy. The training team isn't open to everyone. Xiaojie is the commander of the training team, so with his approval, it's no problem. Lulu and Zhang Yi exchanged a few polite words and ended the video call. Xiao Jiu continued cooking in the kitchen. Kong curled up in the corner of the sofa unnoticed. Until Xiao Jiu finished the meal and set it on the table, Kong smelled the delicious food and started drooling unconsciously. Lulu saw how greedy Kong looked and handed it a tissue. Hurry up and wipe your mouth. Kong took the tissue and wiped its mouth. Xiao Jiu, hearing Lulu speak, looked a bit confused. Who was she talking to? He looked toward Lulu and saw a fluffy, golden-colored ball in the corner of the sofa. Lulu, who are you talking to? Xiao Jiu asked curiously. Lulu didn't plan to hide it. Kong would be introduced to others sooner or later. Nowadays, many people keep pets, dogs, cats, snakes, spiders, it's quite common. She also kept a monkey, which wasn't too strange. I found this pet, Kong. Hearing Lulu introduce himself, Kong stood up from the sofa corner and waved at Xiao Jiu. Lulu noticed Kong's mouth was about to open. Cough. Kong wanted to introduce itself, but when it heard Lulu cough, it turned to look and saw her lips pressed tightly together. It immediately understood. Its owner had told it not to speak human language in front of others. Xiao Jiu stared at Kong, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. This pet monkey looked very clever. Xiao Jiu, isn't this monkey cute? This afternoon, I went downstairs to throw out the trash and saw someone selling pets. This monkey looked pretty good, so I used some points to buy it, Lulu explained. Xiao Jiu didn't doubt and nodded in response. Yes, it's very cute. It looks quite clever. Kong was very excited and happy after being praised. It learned to walk like a human and came over to Xiao Jiu. It gently jumped onto Xiao Jiu's shoulder. Xiao Jiu didn't chase it away, just let it watch him cook. Lulu didn't interfere much. She switched the projector to the official live broadcast platform to listen to the news. Letting the monkey learn to cook with Xiao Jiu was actually a good idea. Once the monkey learned, it could cook for himself. Xiao Jiu brought 4 dishes and 1 soup to the table. Tonight's dinner used ingredients he exchanged from the logistics department. His system space had many ingredients stored for emergencies, which he wouldn't use unless necessary. This system mainly sold weapons. It didn't provide food supplies. However, it did have many high-tech cooking devices. To be prepared, Xiao Jiu had stored food in 8 grid spaces within the system. These foods were enough for their family to eat for 100 years. Come and eat dinner. Xiao Jiu took off his apron and set the bowls and chopsticks. Lulu picked up her chopsticks and tasted the food, still delicious as always. Are we making too many dishes for just 2 people? I don't know what you like to eat, so I made a few more dishes, thinking at least one of them will be your favorite, Xiao Jiu said gently. Lulu's face turned red as she picked up her chopsticks to serve herself. Kong sniffed the aroma of the food on the table and drooled. He grabbed a tissue, drooling while wiping his mouth with it. After Lulu and Xiao Jiu finished eating, he hugged Lulu's thigh and pointed at the remaining food on the table. Do you want to eat? Lulu asked. Kong nodded vigorously and mouthed the words to her. Go ahead and eat. With her permission, Kong jumped onto the table, picked up a used chopstick, grabbed a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes from the plate, and put it in his mouth. Xiao Jiu watched him sitting at the table, eating happily, with a very human-like expression, and his eyes darkened. This monkey is definitely not just a simple pet. Such a clever pet. This pet monkey ate a crystal core, which caused it to evolve into a mutated animal. Fortunately, it was discovered and bought by Lulu, saving it from danger. At this stage, the mutation hadn't fully appeared yet. 1 year later, heavy rains poured for a month, followed by extreme cold, freezing thousands of miles. After the cold, there was a huge flood, then extreme heat caused plants and animals to mutate. The original zombie virus in the corpses was absorbed by animals and plants in the mountains and rivers, causing these creatures to mutate and become more extreme. Some pets can live peacefully with humans, while others are mindless monsters that only cause destruction and eat people. Lulu was lucky this time. Xiao Jiu suppressed his thoughts. He had many secrets and couldn't tell her everything for now. After Kong Kong finished eating the leftovers on the table, Xiao Jiu took the dishes to the kitchen to wash. During this time, Kong Kong kept watching him learn. It is still too small now, but once it grows bigger, it will help its owner cook and wash dishes. Kong Kong silently thought. After Xiao Jiu finished the chores, Xiao Wu woke up. This time, Lu didn't choose to hide. She held Xiao Wu and sat on the sofa, feeding him milk. Xiao Jiu watched the adorable scene, his deep eyes full of tender warmth. After feeding Xiao Wu, Lu softly said, "Phew, all done with feeding and you're still watching." "I was just looking at the baby." Xiao Jiu looked innocent. He really didn't think about anything else. He simply admired how cute the baby was. Lu handed the baby to Xiao Jiu, saying, "Here, tonight you take care of the baby. I'll show you everything." "No problem, right?" Xiao Jiu looked a bit hesitant, unsure how to care for a baby. He had never taken care of one before. "I don't know how, but teach me and I will learn." Seeing Xiao Jiu a little unsure, Lu giggled. "It's easy." Xiao Jiu listened as Lu explained the steps to take care of the baby. He nodded. "I remember everything. It should be fine. Tonight, you'll take care of the baby?" Xiao Jiu nodded and placed Xiao Wu in the baby stroller. In the nearby car pocket, there was a bag of fresh milk, diapers, clothes to change, and a small towel. "Rest early. I will bring Xiao Wu to you tomorrow morning." Xiao Jiu is Xiao Wu's biological father, without a doubt. As the saying goes, even a fierce tiger does not eat its own cubs. He definitely would not hurt Xiao Wu. Lu happily handed Xiao Wu over to Xiao Jiu to take upstairs. After Xiao Jiu left, Lu sent a message to Jiang Yi, saying, I am going to rest now. You should rest early too." Lu went upstairs to take a shower. She changed into casual sportswear she had never worn before. She put on a wig. The laser weapon Xiao Jiu gave her was stored in her space. When needed, she could take it out with a thought. After a simple makeup, she put on a black mask and carried a sporty bag as she went downstairs. Lu walked along the noisy concrete road. Inside the shelter, the lights were bright. Survivors who had worked all day were lively at various stalls in the square. Lu found the stall with the most men gathered around. She kept some distance from these lustful men and approached Su Pington's stall, stopping there. "Pington, what a coincidence," Lu greeted softly. Su Pington saw Lu wearing a mask and paused. "Lu, why are you here?" "I'm here to see you, my good friend. This isn't a place for catching up. Why don't we go to your house to talk?" Su Pington instinctively wanted to refuse. But she remembered seeing Lu mingling with official personnel last time, especially the man beside her. He looked very powerful. If she could get close to that man through Lu, her life might improve. "Okay, I'll pack up now." Su Pington rolled up a cloth on her stall and threw it into a plastic bucket. She carried the bucket and took Lu to her apartment. Lu concealed her hatred and murderous intent behind her eyes. She followed Su Pington to her residence at apartment 1801 in Building 2. As they entered, Lu heard loud arguing from another unit in 1801. "Bu Hongyu, why do you always bring those disrespectful women back? This is not your private room. I can bring whoever I want, and you can't stop me." Busha Shah's face turned pale with anger. "If you bring those unruly women back again, I will kick you out." "Bah. I'm giving you some face because you're my sister. Don't push me to hit you." Busha Shah took some alcohol she had secretly hidden at the shelter's medical station and disinfected the room. "You're not afraid those women will ruin your reputation? That's none of your business." Bu Hongyu leaned against the corner on the floor, crossing his legs, acting indifferent. Seeing him like that, Busha Shah felt hopeless. She stopped arguing and carefully disinfected the bed with alcohol. Su Pingting also heard the noise from the next room. She smiled and said, "That person next door has no manners. Don't bother with them." Lu and Su Pingting entered her room. The room was small but fairly clean.
"Sit for a while."
"I don't have much to offer, but I'll get you some water." Su Pingting found a disposable cup and poured some murky purified water she had exchanged from the authorities into it. Lu didn't touch the cup. She thought it looked dirty. Seeing she wouldn't drink, Su Pingting noticed the look of disgust in her eyes and silently cursed in her mind. Ungrateful. Thinking everything is like before? I let you drink that clean water, and you don't even thank me. You're so picky. Su Pingting held back her anger, placed the plastic bucket she was selling from her stall down, and sat on the bed. She subtly asked Lulu, Lulu, we're good friends. You've got such a big backing, why didn't you tell me? Big backing? Are you talking about that man from last night? Yes, yes. The tall, handsome man. Su Pingting's eyes lit up as she stared at Lulu. I don't know much about him, Lulu said. Really? Su Pingting didn't believe her. Is he an official person? Is he working for the authorities? Do you know what he does? Su Pingting kept asking Lulu about Xiao Jiu. Lulu grew impatient. She sat quietly for a moment, then stood up. It's too late today. I'll come see you another day. Su Pingting had not yet received the results and felt a bit disappointed. Seeing that it was getting late, she saw Lulu off. Su Pingting looked at the only table in the room, where a glass of untouched water sat, and she took a sip. You're so shameless.
Pretending like that.
When I finally that man, you'll regret it. In her mind, she continued to curse Lu Yolio's ancestors. After a long while, she calmed down and lay on the bed to sleep. Lulu left the 18th floor and took the elevator down to the first floor. As she stepped out of the apartment door for the last time, she looked back at the apartment deeply. Her check-in was complete. The apartment where Su Pingting lived had only 2 units. One was hers, and the other was a brother and sister who didn't get along well. It was time to take action. Lulu didn't stay any longer. Under the glow of the solar streetlights, she left Building 2. She returned to her own apartment in Building 5 to rest. During this time, she got up several times to pump milk and stored it in milk storage bags. Tomorrow, she would give the stored milk to Xiao Jiu to help watch the baby. Staying up late every day to watch the baby was really exhausting. She thought about how Jiang Yi had helped her these days. She couldn't always rely on Yi. Since Xiao Jiu had accepted the child, he should take responsibility as a father. It was natural for the father to help take care of the baby. The next morning, just as the sun was beginning to show, Xiao Jiu brought little Wu over and also brought a bowl of soup noodles from the cafeteria for Lulu. Today, the cafeteria has a new batch of fresh soup noodles. Try it. Xiao Jiu placed the breakfast on the table. Yesterday, we seized a rice and flour factory. The ingredients for this soup noodles are very fresh. After washing up, Lulu yawned and came out. Okay, thank you. Seeing her adorable, sleepy look, Xiao Jiu smiled softly.
Try it.
If you like it, let me know, and I'll bring more tomorrow. Xiao Jiu said goodbye to Lulu and headed to the training ground. Lulu opened the round stainless steel lunchbox. The soup noodles were steaming, topped with a fresh braised egg. It was quite thoughtful. After finishing her breakfast, Lulu saw that little Wu was sleeping soundly in the stroller, with a bit of milk stain on her lips. She found a soft cloth and gently wiped away a drop of milk from Xiao Wu's lips. Kong sat on a chair beside the stroller, looking at Xiao Wu in the crib. Master, don't worry, I will watch over the little one during training. Lulu nodded and went to the treadmill on the balcony. Using her ability to change space, she moved the treadmill from the balcony to beside the sofa in the living room. This way, the balcony wouldn't look too crowded. It also made it easier for her to run and take care of Xiao Wu at the same time. After moving the treadmill, the balcony suddenly looked more open and spacious. Lulu moved the flower pots that were placed side by side to where the treadmill had been. After finishing these tasks, the balcony looked much tidier and fresher. She was wearing a blue silk slip dress and sneakers, and she started running on the treadmill. Tonight, Xiao Jiu would come to take Xiao Wu away for care. Then she would have free time to deal with Su Pingting. In apartment 1801 of Building 2, Su Pingting, who was on Lu Yolio's death list, was not having a good time now. Her mouth was sealed with strong tape, and her hands and feet were tied to the master bedroom of apartment 1801, which had a private bathroom. She was completely. Bu Hongyu was lying beside her, snoring loudly. Bushasha came out of her own bedroom and pushed open the door. Seeing her, Su Pington seemed to see a savior. As a woman, she hoped she would rescue her. Tears fell from Su Pington's eyes as she prayed for Bushasha to save her.
Bushasha impatientlik iket bu Hongyu.
Get up. Don't forget what you promised me yesterday. Bu Hongyu, half asleep, opened his eyes and saw the Su Pington beside him, and he became excited. Big sister, didn't you say I shouldn't mess around with women outside? Tie her up. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You can have a room to yourself, and I won't lack women to vet with. Stop talking nonsense and transfer the 5,000 points to me quickly, Bushasha said impatiently. Having points means having supplies, enough to eat and stay warm.
Bu Hongyu transfer et 5,000 points to Bushasha.
My good sister, as long as you help me, I won't forget your kindness. Don't try to take advantage. I know all your points are being taken by that woman. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. At 18, she changed her major by sleeping with her university counselor, gaining the opportunity to switch programs. At that time, she was no longer a pure and innocent girl. That was when she met Ma Weizhou. To hide the fact that she was no longer she asked her counselor for some money as a breakup fee and went to the hospital to have her repaired. Before Ma Weizhou, she had been with another man. Her counselor was in his 40s or 50s, with loose, unattractive flesh, which she found disgusting. She could tolerate such an older man. She could also tolerate Bo Hongyu. Su Ting swallowed her anger and kept her tears inside. After Bo Hongyu's medication took effect, she felt her heart calm down. Brother, can you let go of me? It hurts so much, she pleaded in a sweet, pleading voice. Bo Hongyu hesitated for a moment when he saw her trying to him.
No.
I can't let you go, he said coldly. Bo Hongyu was not a kind man who cared about others. His bad behavior was worse than Ma Weizhou and Li Gang. The first 2 might give breakup money, but they wouldn't force women. Bo Hongyu was different. He had little education, came from a poor background, and had faced many hardships. Even his own sister, for her own benefit, he could turn against. He wouldn't be swayed by Su Ting's fragile appearance. This was the first time she saw such a cruel man. Before, her tricks always worked. Whenever she used them, all men would feel pity for her. But this time, she truly encountered a pervert. Su Ting started to feel scared and panicked. Don't worry, as long as you behave, I won't do anything to you until I get bored, Bo Hongyu said with a sneer, looking arrogant and twisted. A cold shiver ran down her spine. Who could come to save her? Her wristband was taken from her in her daze. She couldn't call for help. Did these people really not care about the rules? Su Ting fell into despair. Let me go, and I will give you many points. I know I have a friend who is very rich and has a lot of points. She thought of Lulu, hoping she could be her savior. I have her contact information. I can bring her here. Su Pingting knew that using a delicate, gentle approach wouldn't work. She chose to become Bu Hongyu's ally. Oh, are you serious? Bu Hongyu suddenly became interested. Of course.
You can check my WeChat.
She is the daughter of the chairman of Yunshang Technology in City A. You know Yunshang Technology, right? Bu Hongyu's eyes lit up. Yunshang Technology, of course he knew. Some of the appliances in his home were made by Yunshang Technology. Open my phone and search for Lulu. You'll find her. Bu Hongyu stopped teasing Su Pingting and took her phone. Following her instructions, he searched for Lulu. Sure enough, a contact appeared. She lives at the Lin Wan shelter base. Her family has a lot of supplies, Su Pingting continued. How do I know you're telling the truth? You can look at her moments. She has photos there. Bu Hongyu opened Lu Liolio's moments but found that only the past 3 days were visible, with no posts at all. She hasn't posted anything. Don't worry. Look at my moments. I have photos from my university graduation and she's in one of them, and a photo of me with her. Bu Hongyu scrolled through Su Pingting's moments and saw her university graduation photo. In it, she was standing with a girl who looked very pure and beautiful, and they seemed very close. Su Pingting was tall and well-shaped, quite average among many women. This made Bu Hongyu stare in amazement. But when he saw the photo with the girl, he realized there was a girl in the world with such an elegant aura. Su Pingting was undoubtedly beautiful and tall, but she lacked that special charm and unique grace. Lulu was different. She radiated an inexplicable aura that was hard to describe. She was very recognizable in a crowd. This was a school photo. She was only 1.6 meters tall, while Su Pingting was 1.7 meters. Although Su Pingting had the height advantage, anyone who saw the photos could tell that Lu Yolyo's beauty surpassed Su Pingting's. If we only focus on Lu, she might be considered a pretty girl, but her beauty is not very obvious. However, in the group photo, Lu looks small and delicate, yet her undeniable beauty shines brightly and catches the eye. His gaze unconsciously falls on Lu, and a lecherous smile appears on his face. Are you talking about her? Bu Hongyu shows his phone to Su Pingting, asking her to look. Su Pingting nods firmly. Yes, it's her. You can look her up online. She is the daughter of the chairman of City A, and I have a good relationship with her. Su Pingting is also unsure whether Lu will come. Last time, Lu visited once, but left without even drinking water. This time, she might not come. It's a last-ditch effort. As long as Lu can be tricked into coming, there is hope. And she can also be deceived, and then harmed by this disgusting man, Bu Hongyu. Bu Hongyu opens the browser and searches. He sees photos of Lu taken by economic news outlets online. Originally innocent-looking, Lu has grown over the years, and her aura has become more attractive and captivating. He has never seen such a uniquely charming beauty. If he could sleep with a girl like her, even death would be worth it. Bu Hongyu's heart beats faster. Are you sure you can trick her into coming? You told me to send her a message. She will definitely come. Following Su Pingting's instructions, Bu Hongyu sends a WeChat message to Lu. Excited, Bu Hongyu sends the message, but immediately sees a red exclamation mark appear on WeChat. She already blocked you. The message was sent out, but how do you expect her to fall for it? Bu Hongyu gets angry. His hope instantly turns into disappointment. Su Pingting wants to say something, but she can't speak, because she hasn't added Lu as a friend on her wristband. She had called earlier, but it was always unanswered. Now she is completely panicked. Bu Hongyu is uneducated and rough. He throws Su Pingting's phone onto the ground and pounces on her in bed. Screams and cries fill the room. Bu Hongyu grabs a belt nearby and starts hitting Su Pingting. She screams and wails in pain. After about 10 minutes, Bu Hongyu finished venting his anger and glared at Su Pingting, who is crying and complaining, with no sympathy at all. Shut up and stop crying. If you keep crying, I'll tear your mouth apart. Su Pingting kept her mouth tightly closed, not daring to scream anymore. Bu Hongyu stood up, planning to leave the apartment and go outside to get some food.
Soudainement, Su Pingting hocha messageron.
They both looked at the phone on the floor. Bu Hongyu picked up the phone and saw a WeChat notification. He immediately felt very happy. It was the message from the girl he saw earlier. Pingting, are you home tonight? Bu Hongyu glared at Su Pingting, deciding to let her go for now. He held the phone and seemed to become a different person. I'm at home. Come over and visit me tonight. Bu Hongyu replied to the message. Lu, who was sitting on the sofa resting after exercising, saw the reply and paused. The message Su Pingting sent didn't seem like her usual personality. At this moment, she wouldn't want to invite her to her home. She didn't see any benefit in doing so. Lu originally planned to take a photo of some supplies and use that as an excuse to get Su Pingting to invite her inside. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Pingting, don't you like eating tomatoes the most? I planted some on the balcony, and they've started to grow. I'll bring some over tonight. Lu always felt that Su Pingting's reply was a bit strange. To be cautious, she asked another question. Okay, come over early tonight. I'll be waiting for you at home. Lu frowned. Su Pingting didn't like eating tomatoes. She hated sour things the most. Could it be that after the world changed and supplies became scarce, she changed her taste? Lu continued to reply. I don't know where you live. Can you come pick me up? When Bu Hongyu saw the message, he froze. He absolutely couldn't let Su Pingting go out to meet someone. If she went downstairs, she would definitely tell the administrator about his actions. That would get him blacklisted by the authorities and thrown outside the base to fend for himself. While he hesitated, Su Pingting's phone suddenly rang. Bu Hongyu thought for a moment and answered the call. Ping Ting, it's hard to type on WeChat. Let's just call each other. Lu Yolio's pleasant voice sounded like a gentle stream flowing. Lu Hongyu's eyes were full of surprise. With such a nice voice, screaming should be very exciting. Lu Hongyu held his phone and gave Su Pingting a secret signal. Seeing his greasy and fierce look, Su Pingting shivered. Lulu, is something wrong? As soon as she said this, Lu Hongyu's face changed. They had just been chatting on WeChat. He had already sent an invitation to Lulu. If she said that, it would reveal everything. Lulu also sensed something was wrong. Something must have happened to Su Pingting. It's nothing special. I haven't seen you in a long time and want to meet up and catch up. Okay. Sure. I happen to be free today. Lu Hongyu was anxious and eager, wishing he could trick Lulu to come over right away. He used his phone to write a message in the notes. Su Pingting saw the message on the notes. Her face turned pale, and her voice trembled with fear. Lulu, I'm free now. Come over and visit me. Lulu sneered. Su Pingting's voice sounded strange. The chat on WeChat and the phone call didn't match. She was probably in trouble. Last time she went to her house, there was noise from next door. Could it be the neighbors? Listening to the fight next door, it seemed her younger brother liked to find women outside. Su Pingting was wearing very little clothing, and the video was posted online. Lulu had a vague suspicion.
Okay.
But I'm a bit busy now. I'll come later. No.
Come now.
I made your favorite dessert at home. You love sweets, right? Come now and eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it cools, Su Pingting said calmly. Lulu did like sweets, but she knew from visiting the apartment that there was no oven in the kitchen, so she couldn't make desserts. On one hand, she wanted Lulu to come over and see her suffering. She believed that such pain shouldn't be endured alone. On the other hand, she hoped that Lulu would notice something was wrong and come to rescue her. During their recent meetings, she clearly felt that Lulu did not like her and even showed some disgust. In this time, she hadn't done anything wrong to her. She shouldn't have negative thoughts about her. In college, she had always been Lu Yolio's best friend. She hoped her feelings were just her imagination. Now, the only person she could rely on was Lulu. Dessert? You're so kind. Lulu responded with a forced smile. Wait at home. I'll come over soon. By the way, where do you live? Su Pingting was worried that the strange man around her might not let her go after catching Lulu. If that happened, both she and Lulu might be caught, and she was afraid the man would get bored of playing. She blinked her eyes and her pupils darted around. I live in Building 2, apartment 1801. You haven't been to my place before, so you might not know the way. It's okay. You can ask the staff downstairs at the apartment. They'll tell you how to get here. I'm busy baking desserts now. Come quickly, the second batch will be ready soon. Lulu hung up the phone. Something was wrong on Su Pingting's side. From her voice and the hints, she was probably being coerced. Should she go check on her? Lu Yolio's clear, pure eyes narrowed slightly. No need to rush. She would wait a bit longer. When they called again with more information, it wouldn't be too late. Lulu went upstairs, took a shower, washed off her sweat from training, and changed into a comfortable casual sports outfit. After coming downstairs, she watched Xiaowu for a while and then went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. It wouldn't be right to always let him cook. Seeing that it was still early, Lulu washed some rice to steam. The rice cooker was 5 liters, capable of steaming up to 3 gin of rice at once. Cooking so much rice, she knew they wouldn't finish it all. She wasn't in a hurry. She stored the extra rice in a clean container and kept it in the space. Whenever they wanted to eat, they could just take it out. She slowly cooked a few dishes, waiting for Xiaoju to come over for lunch. About 10 minutes later, Xiaoju arrived at the apartment door. Lulu invited him inside. Xiaoju was carrying many supplies and ingredients. Lu was a bit curious as she took a look. There was fresh pork ribs, beef, vegetables, tomatoes, loofah, and small lobsters. There were so many ingredients. She opened another big bag, which contained feminine hygiene pads, a set of toiletries, and toothpaste. Are these all for me? Yes, I saw them at the supermarket and brought some for you. Lu felt warm inside and softly said, "Thank you. I'm glad you like them. If you want to eat anything, I will cook for you." Xiaojie said this and stood beside her. His tall figure completely overshadowed her small, adorable self. Lu's face turned a little red. "I've finished cooking." She looked down and walked to the marble kitchen counter, reaching out to pick up the prepared dishes. Xiaojie hurried forward, reaching out to take the tray from her hands to help. When their hands touched and overlapped, both felt a little fluttery. Lu cleared her throat and pretended to cough, breaking the awkward silence. "Just let me carry it." After saying that, she turned around and sat on a nearby dining chair. Xiaojie was momentarily stunned but then brought the dishes to the table. There were 2 dishes and a bowl of soup on the table. Lu picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Xiaojie looked at her delicate, fair fingers, and his eyes darkened slightly. He got up, went to the kitchen sink, and carefully washed his hands. Meanwhile, he cupped some water and washed his face. Lu saw his tall figure and bit her lip lightly. When Xiaojie turned around and walked toward her, she pretended to be unconcerned and continued eating. "Your cooking is very delicious." Every dish Xiaojie tasted made him feel a sweet warmth inside. Lu was happy but didn't know how to express it, so she just softly said, "Oh." After Xiaojie finished speaking, he said no more. He and Lu occasionally exchanged glances and silently ate their lunch. Xiaojie went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Lu picked up the sleeping Xiaowu and fed him milk. After Xiaojie finished his chores in the kitchen, Lu had just finished feeding Xiaowu. She placed Xiaowu back in his stroller to sleep. Lu turned around, bending down to sit a little farther from Xiaojie. Xiaojie blinked and sat in the spot she was about to sit in. Lu's soft body touched his firm thigh, and her gentle body immediately stiffened. Xiaojie didn't wait for her to speak. He reached out and pulled her into his broad arms. He lowered his head and whispered softly in her ear, "I missed you. I didn't feel like training this morning." Lu bit her lip lightly, blushing and her heart pounding. Do you miss me?" Xiaojie licked her fair, round earlobe and opened his mouth to gently.
What are you doing?" she asked.
"What do you think?" Xiaojie replied with a question. "Don't do that." "Do what?" Xiaojie's large hand slipped into her clothes and wandered. Lu got anxious. She grabbed Xiaojie's hand to stop him from touching her randomly. His rough, broad hand was held by her delicate, boneless hand, and her breathing became rapid. "You want me too, right? During the daytime. Is daytime not okay? Then I'll come back at night." Xiaojie's deep, flirtatious voice whispered softly near her ear. Lu turned her head, about to say something. But before she could speak, he covered her entire mouth with his. Their body temperatures suddenly rose. Xiaojie supported her head with one hand and continued to explore her with the other. Lu gradually lost her resistance. He was equally fierce and passionate. He gently but firmly pushed her onto the sofa. Lu let out a soft, tearful, and tender moan. Xiaojie whispered breathlessly, both tender and wild, close to her ear. Lu adjusted her messy clothes and took a few deep breaths. As her breathing steadied, her rationality returned. Xiaojie glanced at the time. It was getting late. He kissed the forehead of the sleeping Xiaowu, then turned around and kissed Lu's forehead. "I'm going to the training ground. I'll be back tonight and bring you some good food. The cafeteria on the second floor has a few new Michelin 3-star chefs. Okay?" Lu responded weakly. Xiaojie's tall figure gradually disappeared from her sight as the apartment door closed. Lu slowly regained her composure. She found her phone, which had been tossed onto the coffee table, and unlocked it. More than 2 hours had passed. There were many missed calls on her phone. And also WeChat messages from Su Pingting. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Su Pingting endured her suffering, hungry and covered in dirt and shame. She looked out the bedroom window as day turned into night. Lulu had not come to knock on the door. She was sure Lulu was afraid. Even if she was scared, she should have understood her hints and gone to ask the dorm supervisor for help. Why didn't she save her? In her memories, Lulu was a very caring person. She often did charity work, helped orphans and stray animals, and even started a rescue group for stray animals at university, donating millions. Su Pingting's eyes gradually lost their sparkle. She didn't want to die, nor did she want to die so helplessly. Bu Hongyu might be tired of playing. He was losing patience because Lulu kept canceling plans. The food they bought yesterday in the apartment was all gone. Bu Hongyu put on his official points bracelet and went downstairs to buy food. After finishing a fancy dinner, Lulu parted ways with Xiaojiu. She changed her clothes, put on a mask, hat, and black-rimmed glasses, and carried a black canvas bag as she went downstairs. Yesterday, she remembered where Su Pingting lived. Now, she quietly entered through the route she took yesterday. The apartment building where Su Pingting lived was a mix of people. When she entered the main gate, she saw the building's security guard watching official news. Lulu looked away, pressed the elevator button, and went upstairs. She confidently reached the door of Su Pingting's apartment and knocked. "Pingting, I'm here to see you," she called out. Su Pingting, who was tied to the bed and couldn't move, heard the noise and saw a glimmer of hope. Bu Hongyu had gone out, so only she and Bo Shasha were inside. If Lulu could find her, she could be rescued. Bo Shasha, who was living in Su Pingting's old bedroom, heard the knocking and frowned. She opened the door and went to the apartment entrance. "Pingting, are you there?" Hearing the knocking outside, Bo Shasha hesitated for a moment. The knocking didn't stop. She felt nervous and worried. If someone discovered her hiding here, she would be in big trouble. Feeling guilty, she quickly tried to send the visitor away. So, she opened the apartment door. Bo Shasha saw Lulu dressed very carefully. She nervously asked, "Who are you looking for?" "You live next door, Su Pingting." "I am her college classmate." Bo Shasha stood at the door. "Oh, you mean her?" "She has moved out." Lulu became more certain that something was wrong with Su Pingting. Someone was definitely lying. She had to go inside to see what was happening. "Moved out?" "She just sent me a message inviting me to have dessert." Bo Shasha's face changed. If Su Pingting was locked in her brother's room, how could she send a message? That didn't seem right either. If she could send messages, she probably reported her and her brother to the authorities first. Bo Shasha's eyes twitched. "Haha, my memory isn't very good. Maybe I remembered wrong. It was another family that moved out. Are you looking for her? Come in and talk." Bo Shasha invited Lulu into the apartment. She quickly locked the main door with a latch. Since she was here, she might as well stay. Bo Shasha smiled warmly and generously. "Sit for a while. I'll get you some water." She said this and went into the room where Su Pingting used to live. She poured a glass of water and added crushed sleeping pills into it. Lulu saw her go into Su Pingting's room and immediately became alert. Could Su Pingting already be harmed? Bo Shasha carried the water and slowly approached Lulu. She placed the glass on the table. "It's so hot today. Have some water first." "Thank you," Lulu replied, but she didn't move the glass. Seeing she didn't drink, Bo Shasha looked a bit anxious. "Your friend just left. You should drink some water and wait here." Lulu already knew that this girl was lying to her. She wouldn't drink from the table. Bo Shasha stared at her intensely. "Drink it. We're neighbors. No need to be polite." Lulu looked at the girl with dry, tangled hair in front of her. She picked up the glass and gave her a slight smile. Bo Shasha's heart raced. As long as she drank the water, she could do whatever she wanted. No matter if Su Pingting's classmate or friend, she would take them one by one. Kidnapping Su Pingting, she instantly gained 5,000 points and a single apartment, experiencing the thrill of sudden wealth. Going to work officially is impossible. After working hard for many years, she might not earn this many points. Lulu placed her cup below her mask, using it as cover to drink water. Sasha saw the water in the cup was decreasing and felt secretly happy. Lulu put down the cup, which was now empty. She reached out, rubbing her forehead. I feel very dizzy. Dizzy? That's right. You should be dizzy. Sasha stood up from her chair, glaring at Lulu with a sinister smile. Go to sleep now, you're tired. Lulu cooperated, pretending to be unconscious, and collapsed onto the simple dining table in the living room. When she drank water earlier, she used her fingers to transfer the water from the cup into her space. She didn't drink any of that water. Seeing her faint, Sasha immediately opened the bedroom where Su Pingtang was held and found 2 rough ropes inside. She first dragged Lu Liolio's small body into the room, then tied her hands and feet with a tight knot, making sure she couldn't move. Su Pingtang, lying on the bed, saw Sasha bring someone in again and felt very uneasy. She recognized the figure immediately. After Sasha finished tying Lulu, she took her phone and the official wristband off, placing them on the bedside table, out of her reach. When her brother returns, she plans to teach this woman a good lesson. Once she's obedient, she can extract the points from her wristband. After finishing these, Sasha yawned and went to rest in the next room. Lulu, wake up. Su Pingtang tried to wake her from the bed. Now, Bo Hongyu was not here, and Sasha was sleeping. If Lulu could wake up and move to the bed, she could use her mouth to bite through the ropes binding her. She would be saved. Wake up quickly. Pretending to be faint, Lulu heard Su Pingtang's weak voice and slowly opened her eyes. She turned to the side and saw Su Pingtang, who was not wearing clothes and had been beaten badly, with cuts and bruises. A smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her lips. Su Pingtang, what happened to you? Don't speak yet. Come over quickly and help me untie these ropes. Lulu pretended to be surprised, as if she had just realized her hands and feet were tied. But I can't move at all, Su Pingtang urged her. You can move over, and you can help me by biting through the rope with your mouth. Lulu secretly sneered, keeping a calm face on the outside, but feeling very happy inside. Today is your turn. It seems that without me doing anything, they can make you obedient. Lulu slightly lifted her eyelids and said fearfully, I really can't move. While they were talking, there was the sound of a key opening the door outside. Su Pingtang's face instantly turned pale. She looked at Lulu, who was, and felt more hopeless. Lulu was really too foolish. She made her intentions so clear on the phone, yet she didn't notice her hints. She came alone. She was completely hopeless now. Outside the door, Bu Hongyu, full and happy, hummed a little tune as he walked into the room. When he saw Su Pingtang with a frightened face on the bed, he felt a strange thrill. Just as he was about to do some exercise after eating, Su Pingtang quickly spoke. You told me to trick her over, and she's right next to us. Bu Hongyu looked suspiciously at the bed, following Su Pingtang's gaze. He saw Lulu, dressed very tightly, at the foot of the bed. What's going on? Why is there someone in my room? She's Lulu, Su Pingtang explained. As long as she could distract Bu Hongyu with Lulu, she could suffer less. Bu Hongyu was a bit confused. Lulu? He gradually understood. He had just gone to the public bath to shower. When he came out, his sister Bu Shasha sent him a message saying she had prepared a surprise. She told him to enjoy himself and then share half of the points with her. It seemed that this surprise was the Lulu in front of him. Bu Hongyu moved closer to Lulu, wanting to reach out and remove her hat. Suddenly, Lulu spoke. Are we making a deal? Hearing her sweet, clear voice, Bu Hongyu was overjoyed. He remembered that voice from a phone call earlier. He didn't stop what he was doing because of her words. He roughly lifted her baseball cap, revealing her shiny black short hair. You help me kill her, and I will give you all the points I have, Lulu said calmly. Bo Hongyu paused. A faint light flickered in his slender eyes. I have 200,000 points on my wristband. If you kill her, I will transfer the points to you immediately. Hearing about the 200,000 points, Bo Hongyu was overjoyed. So many points. They would be enough for him to enjoy a carefree life for a long time. Su Yingting, lying on the bed, widened her eyes when she heard Lulu say this. How could Lulu say such a thing? And where did she get 200,000 points? Initially, she said she only had a few hundred points. Su Ting realized she couldn't understand Lulu anymore, especially since she only wanted to attract Bo Hongyu's attention to help her escape. But now, she was actually asking him to kill her. Do you really have 200,000 points? Lulu smiled slightly. I'm all ready, so there's no need to lie to you. You're in my hands now, so you have no right to make demands. Bo Hongyu was a very perverted and lecherous man. He continued to approach Lulu, trying to remove her mask. Just removing her hat, revealing a small patch of porcelain white skin, made him feel a bit restless.
If
you don't agree to my condition, even if I die, I won't give you the points, Lulu said seriously, word by word. Hearing her firm tone, Bo Hongyu reached out to try to remove her mask again, but he stopped. He had taken a blue carefree pill earlier that day and enjoyed himself all day. Now, he wasn't very interested in that aspect. Instead, the points attracted him even more. For the 200,000 points, Bo Hongyu withdrew his hand, which was about to cause trouble. How can I believe you really have 200,000 points? I am the only daughter of the chairman of Cloud Technology. Having 200,000 points isn't unusual, Lulu said calmly, without showing any emotion. Seeing Bo Hongyu's eyes flicker a few times, he suddenly turned his head sharply toward her. She immediately became terrified. Don't kill me, Su Ting screamed and begged for mercy. Bo Hongyu, seeing that Su Ting was covered in injuries and not attractive at all, was not very interested. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Lulu continued to give orders. Bu Hongyu was quite angry. Killing someone, why hesitate? Just stab them to death directly. Although he liked hurting people, earning points was more important than the thrill of cruelty. Now, everything had been done as she instructed. Bu Hongyu suppressed his anger, picked up a knife, and forcefully stabbed Su Pingting's thigh. 5 times on each side, no more, no less. Su Pingting writhed in pain, crying out loudly. Lulu saw Su Pingting's screams of agony. Behind her mask, she smiled brightly. Su Pingting, go die. Blood splattered on Su Pingting's face, body, and the fruit knife. Lulu glanced at the fruit knife, noticing the dirty blood fingerprints of a man on it. When she arrived, she wore gloves, so her fingerprints couldn't be on the room. In case officials investigated Su Pingting's death, this had nothing to do with her at all. After Bu Hongyu finished stabbing Su Pingting, her breathing grew faint, and finally, she lost the strength to struggle. The bed was stained red with blood everywhere. While Bu Hongyu was stabbing Su Pingting, Lulu took out a sharp dagger from her space and cut the ropes binding her hands. Bu Hongyu finished with Su Pingting and turned around. He saw that Lulu, who was originally, had somehow freed herself. He was shocked. Lulu smiled slightly at Bu Hongyu, holding tightly the laser gun Xiao Jiu had given her, aiming at him, and pressed the trigger. A white laser shot out. In an instant, a deep blood hole appeared in Bu Hongyu's head. It only took 3 seconds. Bu Hongyu collapsed and died instantly. This was Lu Yolio's first time killing someone. She didn't feel as scared as she had imagined, nor did she have other emotions. She was expressionless, used the knife from her space to cut the ropes on her feet, stood up, and walked to the bed. Su Pingting's limbs were, and her face and legs were covered in blood. Her messy long hair, tinged with blood, spread out. Lulu reached out and found a long strand of Su Pingting's hair on the bed, placing it near her nose. It seemed she was already dead. After being reborn, Lulu felt a big weight in her heart finally lift. She adjusted her clothes to look more realistic. She even deliberately smeared some of Ben Hongyu's blood on herself. Why not stain Su Pingting's blood? Compared to the ugly, twisted, and disgusting blood of men, she thought Su Pingting's blood was even dirtier. She quietly left apartment 1801, closed the door, and staggered into the elevator. The elevator stopped on the first floor. Lulu shouted, "Help! Someone's been murdered! Someone's been murdered!" The building's night guard heard the noise. His expression changed. He looked up and saw Lulu covered in dark red blood, calling for help. Seeing the guard, Lulu lost her footing and fell near the guard's office window. The guard immediately opened the door and helped her up. Someone's been murdered? Where? Apartment 1801. Apartment 1801. Lulu's voice was trembling with fear and weakness. The guard quickly took out his radio and called for backup from the official security team. In almost no time, 5 official personnel rushed in from outside the apartment. Go check apartment 1801. The 5 armed officials immediately took the elevator to the 18th floor. Are you hurt? The building staff asked with concern. I'm fine. The building staff led Lulu to the lounge across from the office and sat her down. She kindly poured her a glass of water. Soon, 2 officials came down with Bo Shasha for questioning. The building staff confirmed that there was a death in the apartment and quickly contacted her superior. A few minutes later, Zhou Yining, with a stern face and several subordinates, arrived in a car outside Building 2. She entered the building loudly and scolded, "What are you doing? Someone has died in your jurisdiction." Zhou Yining, who had been embarrassed at Lulu's apartment, was in a very bad mood. The building staff hadn't managed the dormitory well, and making her come over late at night to work overtime made her even angrier. Director Zhou, this matter is probably more than just an ordinary death. There is a body with a hole in the head. After comparison and analysis by the security team, it was determined that the black hole was caused by an official laser gun. Zhou Yining frowned and asked, "What about the other residents of the apartment?" "The people involved are resting over there." The dormitory manager pointed to the rest area. Zhou Yining looked in the direction the manager indicated and saw Bu Shasha. "Isn't that Brother Jiu? The family member of a sacrifice team member?" She had seen her before. Her family members were quite unusual. When her family member died, she wasn't sad and only cared about the compensation and work benefits. She signaled to her subordinates and they all headed toward Bu Shasha. As they got closer, she saw Lulu, who was fully wrapped up. It was dark earlier, and from a distance, plus her heavy clothing, she didn't recognize her. As they approached further, Zhou Yining noticed that the person next to Bu Shasha looked very familiar. "Lulu," Zhou Yining asked loudly. Lulu looked up, revealing her clear, bright eyes beneath her black-framed glasses. Zhou Yining was quite surprised. How could Lulu be here? And involved in something related to a life? She suddenly became interested. Since it's related to a life, all involved personnel must be taken to the interrogation room for questioning. "Yes, sir," her subordinates and 2 security team members responded. Lulu silently stood up. She was fully prepared. Su Pingting was dead, and that perverted man was also dead. Now, with no evidence, she wasn't worried at all. The laser gun was in her black shoulder bag, considered the murder weapon. She knew the laws of Hailong country. Self-defense killing is considered justified. At most, she might be judged for excessive self-defense. With the end of the world approaching, such excessive self-defense could be seen as big or small. Originally, she shouldn't worry too much. But she hadn't contacted the person responsible for this case or Zhou Yining, the logistics director. Turns out her dorm was also under her management. Now her only worry was that Zhou Yining might seek revenge and find an excuse to target her. Lulu remained silent and, along with Bu Shasha, headed to the official interrogation room for questioning. Zhou Yining sneered and stared at Lulu, who was looking down. "It's just bad luck for you that you got caught so quickly after committing a crime." Lulu was taken alone into an interrogation room by Zhou Yining. Zhou Yining approached her and threw a pair of handcuffs onto the interrogation table. "Handcuff her." One of Zhou Yining's subordinates picked up the handcuffs, opened the side door of the room, and walked toward Lulu. "What crime did I commit? Why am I being handcuffed?" The girl following the order was stunned. She looked at Zhou Yining outside the glass door. "What crime?" "Ha, 2 people died in 1801. You have blood on you and are acting suspiciously. Now we suspect you are the murderer," Zhou Yining said coldly. The subordinate standing nearby hesitated. What Zhou Yining said was a bit far-fetched. The man who died was killed with a laser gun. The woman who died was beaten and abused to death after being sexually assaulted. The evidence isn't clear yet, but she's already treating Miss Liu as the murderer. Why are you just standing there? The girl called out, with a hint of apology in her expression. Miss Liu, please cooperate with our investigation. Lu suppressed her anger. Now that she's in Zhou Yining's hands, arguing with her is pointless. She has nothing to hide in this matter. Lu extended her hands, allowing Zhou Yining's subordinate to put the handcuffs on her. Zhou Yining smiled proudly. Even if Brother Jiu likes you, so what? As long as she can get you. Zhou Yining hid her scheming behind her eyes. There were others watching her, and her actions were too obvious. She couldn't win everyone's trust. Tonight, what are you doing at 1801? Visiting a friend? Visiting a friend. And then killing her? Lu Yolio's face showed no emotion. Why would I kill her? What's my motive? Zhou Yining paused. This Lu was surprisingly clever. She indeed had no motive to kill. From the video sent by her people, the woman was killed after being sexually assaulted and abused. The murder weapon was a fruit knife from the room. Miss Liu, be honest and cooperate, or face stricter measures. If you have killed someone and voluntarily confess now, I will consider your situation and give you a chance to negotiate with the victim's family for Zhigo's sake. I didn't kill her, so why should I confess? What do I need to tell you? Lu replied calmly, with no change in her expression. Zhou Yining saw that she wouldn't speak and patiently sat on the chair, instructing her subordinates in the interrogation room, "Go get me a bottle of water." Her subordinate left. She stared carefully at the half of Lu Yolio's face covered by a mask. With this kind of appearance, still claiming there's no problem? This murder case is definitely related to her. Lu felt her gaze intensify, and her anger started to rise. She had no evidence, so she couldn't do anything to herself. A few minutes later, Zhou Yining took the bottled water handed over by her subordinate, opened it, and took 2 sips. Tell me, what happened with the murder? Lu thought for a moment and slowly spoke. I went to 1801 to see my friend. She invited me to have dessert. She explained everything clearly. I was busy until the evening, then I went to the appointment. When I arrived at 1801, there was a girl inside. She said my friend had gone out and wasn't there. She poured me a glass of water, and after I drank it, I fainted. When I woke up, I found my hands tied and secured to the foot of the bed. My friend was also tied to the bed. She woke me up and told me to find a way to escape. At that moment, someone came into the apartment. A man returned to the room. I took the chance when he was assaulting my friend and secretly untied the ropes, then escaped. After Lu finished speaking, Zhou Yining asked sharply. The gunshot wound on his forehead. Was that you? Lu did not deny. Yes, I did it. You killed him. Zhou Yining seized this point to convict her. Lu remained calm and steady. He killed my friend. I saw him kill her, and I wanted to escape and find help. When he saw me breaking free, he tried to kill me to silence me. I grabbed the gun from my bag, and in a panic, I shot and killed him. So, you killed him. If I didn't kill him, I would be dead. Lu Yolio's voice was clear and calm. This is self-defense. Good. A justified defense. But your defense was excessive. You killed someone. Miss Zhou Yining did not let go of this loophole. No, you might not have overreacted and committed murder in self-defense because you brought a gun into the apartment. The shelter is safe. Why did you go to see your friends and bring a gun? Can I assume that you intentionally brought the gun to kill someone? Lu burst out laughing loudly. Miss Zhou, why do you think I brought a gun just to kill someone? I carry a gun because the shelter you oversee is not safe. There is a murderer on the run who sneaked into the shelter. My husband found out about these bad people. He's worried about my safety, so he gave me a gun for self-defense. Late at night, I am a weak woman, carrying a gun for protection. What's wrong with that? Zhou Yining automatically blocked Lu Yolio's explanation. In her ears, only the words, husband, and the gun she called out, sounded. The wound on the dead man's head was caused by a laser weapon. This kind of weapon exists, but is only issued to special ability users and important government officials for self-defense. She had been begging her father for a long time to get one. Lulu, a wealthy but powerless person, could not have obtained an official laser gun. Obviously, this was given to her by Xiao Jiao. There are limited quantities of these guns. Why, after just sleeping with Jiao and having a child, could she receive Jiao's favoritism? It's just having a child, so can I. It's not a problem that you have a gun, but the issue is that you used it to kill someone. Zhou Yining sneered coldly. You killed someone, that's a fact. Do you know who the person you killed was? Lu Yulio's heart skipped a beat. Could that perverted, lecherous man have a very important identity? He was a family member of a martyr. A martyr's family member was shot in the apartment. We must give the martyr an explanation and also account to all officials involved. Otherwise, anyone could kill a martyr's family member at will, which would discourage thousands of citizens who protect their homes. Zhou Yining remembered the dead man. He was Bu Hao's younger brother. Bu Hao had sacrificed himself because of the zombie attack. In a way, he was a martyr. His brother was brutally killed in the apartment after Bu Hao's death. This pot always needs someone to take the blame. This matter happened within her jurisdiction, so technically, she can't avoid responsibility. Right now, there is a scapegoat in front of her. She was just worried about how to get rid of this woman, and now an opportunity has come. Blaming others without reason is easy, Lulu mocked. She finally understood. Whether she was drugged and fainted or not, whether she was a victim or not, Zhou Yining was determined to label her a murderer. As for her justified self-defense argument, Zhou Yining wouldn't listen at all. Even if she knew she was a victim, she would still insist on condemning her. You think too highly of yourself. You killed someone, that's a fact. Zhou Yining sat across from Lulu, smiling as she looked at her. Lulu patiently sat in the interrogation chair. She stared at the bracelet on her wrist, thinking she could only ask Xiao Jiao for help now. Do you want to call Brother Jiao to protect you? Zhou Yining noticed her gaze on the bracelet and threatened. Do you really like Brother Jiao? Or do you want to make him lose his authority to protect you? Lu Yulio's fingers stiffened. She looked up and asked suspiciously, What do you mean? Don't you know? The command of the A city shelter belongs to Brother Jiao. Many young members of powerful families in a city are jealous. If you try to drag Brother Jiao down now, you're harming him. Hearing this, Lu Yulio's mind was spinning. What exactly are you trying to say? The gun you used to kill is a special issue weapon. Only top leaders and ability users are equipped with such guns. You're just an ordinary person and have no right to carry a gun. Brother Jiao giving you a gun already broke the rules of the upper management. If you had returned the gun, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But you used that gun to kill someone. No matter your reason, the fact is, you killed someone. If the young members of powerful families who covet the command of a city find out, Brother Jiao will be punished by the higher-ups. Lulu listened and clasped her hands tightly, her brows furrowing. She remembered when she asked Xiao Jiao for a weapon. He looked a bit hesitant. It turns out there are official rules. This weapon cannot be given to anyone casually. You clearly know that giving me a weapon is against the rules, yet you still want me to meet your conditions? Lu Yulio's eyes reddened. If you really care about Brother Jiao, you should think carefully about how to explain the source of the gun. This shelter has spies from the upper-class families. Sooner or later, the news of today will reach the higher-ups. Zhou Yining stared at Lu Yulio's anxious and fearful face, feeling more pleased. She was betting that Lulu cared about Brother Jiao. Sure enough, once she said that, Lulu started to feel afraid. As long as she cares, it becomes easier to handle. Zhou Yining picked up an A4 paper on the table and wrote down Lu Yulio's statement. She described what had happened earlier, according to her version. But she changed the part after that. She held the completed statement and a pen in her hand. She pushed open the interrogation room door, placing the statement and pen on the table in front of Lulu. If you really care about Brother Jiao, sign your name. Lu Yulio's eyes looked a bit panicked. She looked at the A4 paper on the table. She quickly scanned the statement. The part before was fine. But at the end, she saw a sentence. The laser gun was stolen by me. I stole a weapon from a person with special abilities. I used this gun to kill someone. I admit to these crimes. It seems you're determined to drag Brother Zhou down with you. Why are you still hesitating now? Zhou Yining urged her from the side, pushing her to sign. Lulu took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner fear. Her big, watery eyes flicked around. Zhou Yining grew more impatient.
Time was very tight.
Once Brother Zhou reacts and finds out here, she won't have a chance to act. As long as Lulu signs and confesses, she can find a way to make an excuse to kill her. As for her and Brother Zhou's child, in the future, some unavoidable circumstances will cause the child to die naturally. Brother Zhou has no other women around him. Sooner or later, he will be moved and accept her. Lulu sneered at Zhou Yining's urging, saying, "I won't sign." Zhou Yining was very angry. She clearly already felt guilty. "You are nothing special. You really have no real feelings for Brother Zhou. I honestly feel he's better off without you." Lulu relaxed her body and lazily leaned back on the interrogation chair, calmly saying, "Your provocation doesn't work on me." Zhou Yining saw she wasn't falling for it and looked furious. "Whether you sign or not, it's only a matter of time. Are you trying to force me to sign? Force cannot be imposed." She is a member of the Zhou family with many connections. The more noble her background, the cleaner her actions must be if she wants to harm someone. Lulu, an ordinary person with no power or influence, could kill her as easily as crushing an ant. Zhou Yining suppressed her anger and jealousy. She clenched her lips and looked at the dumpling bag Lulu always carried. The laser gun Brother Zhou gave her was probably inside this bag. Lulu noticed her gaze and instinctively used her arm to block the dumpling bag. Zhou Yining's lips curled into a cold smile. "Hand over the weapon." She took advantage of Lulu's handcuffed hands to forcibly take the dumpling bag from her. Lulu struggled a little, but silently endured her displeasure. In front of her, Zhou Yining played with the laser gun Xiao Jiu had given her. "Miss Lu, some things are not meant for ordinary people like you to handle." Zhou Yining said this confidently. Lulu didn't know where she suddenly got her confidence from. From Zhou Yining's subtly meaningful tone, she understood that Zhou was hinting at her. Xiao Jiu was not someone she could have. "Huh," Lulu scoffed disdainfully. If she were truly an ordinary person, she might be affected by her words. But she was definitely not just an ordinary person. Lulu quietly watched Zhou Yining's provocation, but her eyes showed she only saw her as a joke. Seeing her so calm and indifferent despite everything, Zhou Yining's anger surged. "Since you refuse to sign, then reflect on this here." Zhou Yining threw Lulu's dumpling bag onto the interrogation table, took back the laser gun, and sat outside the interrogation room. She tapped her wristband to send a message to her subordinates. One of her logistics staff brought in 2 dishes and a soup, placing them on the table for her to enjoy. Zhou Yining picked up a chicken leg from the table and walked over to Lulu, slowly tasting the food in front of her. Lulu saw her as so mean and tried to provoke her by showing physical reactions, which made her dislike her even more. She closed her eyes and refused to look at Zhou Yining. Feeling bored, Zhou Yining finished her delicious late-night snack and ordered her subordinates to watch Lulu while she went out to find evidence. So far, she had only questioned Lulu. There was also a girl named Bu Shasha in the apartment, and as usual, she planned to question her as well. Lulu had been sitting in the interrogation room for 2 hours. She signaled to the guards. "I need to go to the bathroom." After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Yining's subordinate took Lulu to the nearby public restroom. Lulu stood up, stretched a little, and went to the bathroom at the end of the interrogation room. This bathroom was designed before the apocalypse, not a newly built empty house. It looked quite decent. Lulu stood at the door of the bathroom, looking along this floor. There were 10 modified interrogation rooms in total. A few of the rooms had lights on. It seemed that many people in the shelter had committed crimes. Lulu looked away and quietly pushed the door open to enter the bathroom. She glanced around. It was empty inside. Maybe it was late at night, or maybe fewer women committed crimes. This made it easier for her to use the bathroom. She took a few steps inside and chose the innermost bathroom. When the door closed behind her, She first looked around to make sure there were no cameras watching from above or below or on the walls behind her. After a careful check, she used the bathroom. After finishing, she didn't rush to leave, but stared at her wristband in a daze. Should she really ask Xiaojie for help? Zhou Yining was the deputy commander of his base, so he had absolute authority. Likewise, if he did something against the rules, others might catch him making mistakes and overthrow him. In the end, Lulu decided to handle today's matter herself. She opened her wristband and checked the special rights and information of mutants on the official forum. The treatment for ability users includes a monthly base salary of 1,000 points, plus bonuses for killing zombies outside. Their titles are equivalent to senior managers. They stay in free 4-person rooms with private bathrooms and are equipped with official laser weapons. Ability users have a certain exemption from punishment for killing people. Lulu saw the part about having exemption rights and scrolled down to read the details carefully. After reading the details, she had an idea. Lulu pushed open the bathroom door, walked to the main entrance, and followed a logistics staff member back to the interrogation room. She calmly said, "I want to see Zhou Yining." Zhou Yining's assistant hesitated for a moment, took out a wristband, found Zhou Yining's message box, and sent her a message. Zhou Yining, with dark circles under her eyes, returned to the interrogation room where Lulu was. "So? Have you decided to sign, Miss Zhou? Please return my laser gun." A question mark appeared on Zhou Yining's forehead. She should have made it very clear. Laser guns are only issued to ability users and official personnel. Private possession of laser guns by ordinary people, especially for killing, is a serious violation of rules. Even she only obtained her laser gun legally because of her father's position and her family's status. Is this woman mentally confused or just not understanding? Miss Liu, I think you still don't understand something. Do you want me to repeat it for you? Zhou Yining's subordinate, standing nearby, echoed, "Miss Liu, just sign it. Otherwise, if you continue to resist stubbornly, it could involve Commander Xiao." Zhou Yining's loyal supporter, who is related to the Zhou family, clearly cares about her relationship with Xiaojie. Just now, she overheard Zhou Yining and Miss Liu talking at the door. This woman, using some method, seems to have seduced Commander Xiao, trying to climb the social ladder through her body and her child. She even used the gun Xiao gave her to commit murder. This issue is serious. To protect Commander Xiao, this woman must take the blame. Moreover, since the shelter was established, this is the first time a real death has occurred. In the past month, the shelter only saw minor violations like theft and fighting over food points. But a death? That's the first time. Strictly speaking, a person died in the apartment managed by the logistics department. When someone intentionally investigated, the logistics department couldn't avoid responsibility. Why should I sign? Are you joking? I legally own a laser gun. Who did I bother? Zhou Yining and her henchmen were both stunned. What does she mean by that? Lulu smiled freely. Who says I am an ordinary person? I am a person with special abilities. Zhou Yining opened her mouth wide. Her henchman beside her was even more incredulous. The chance of a person with special abilities appearing is as rare as winning the lottery. Miss Liu, it's already this late. Don't joke anymore. If you want to escape responsibility, you don't need such ridiculous excuses. Hearing her henchman's explanation, Zhou Yining realized and coldly said, "You? Having trouble catching a plane and claiming to be someone with special abilities. Do you believe I am a person with special abilities, or do you believe Brother Jio will marry me?" Lulu chuckled. She stuck up her and pointed at Zhou Yining. Zhou Yining was furious. Lulu, what do you mean? Are you mocking me? As soon as she finished speaking, Lulu suddenly produced a large splash of water out of nowhere, spraying it onto her head. Zhou Yining was soaked and looked like a drenched chicken. Lulu saw her short hair wet, water running down her forehead, soaking her green short-sleeved shirt. She had only taken a small amount of water, thinking it was expensive and wanted to save it. But now, seeing her miserable state, she realized she should have taken more. It was quite amusing. Her henchman saw her being soaked, opened her mouth wide, and pointed at Lulu. You really are someone with special abilities. Of course, I am a water-type ability user. Lulu casually claimed her identity. She had plenty of water stored in her space. There was also a small stream that wouldn't dry up, with as much water as needed. To avoid exposing her space, she could only temporarily pretend to be a water-type ability user. Anyway, she wasn't short of water. Zhou Yining's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe it. Lulu was truly someone with special abilities. Miss Zhou, my laser gun should be returned to me now. After all, some things are not meant for ordinary people like you to handle. Lulu sarcastically retorted, returning to Zhou Yining exactly what she had just said. Yining was both shocked and jealous. Why is that? Why is the world so unfair? It's so late. My husband is waiting at home for me to come back and sleep. Miss Zhou, please return the laser gun. I need to go home now. Yining was very reluctant but had no choice. She clearly understood the rules about the rights of people with special abilities. Earlier, she questioned Busa and checked the crime scene. Everything matched what Lulu said. She was also an indirect victim. Lulu is a person with special abilities and has the right to carry a laser weapon. When it comes to killing, people with special abilities have a legal exemption for self-defense. If they encounter dangerous lawbreakers, their goal is to maintain security. Killing such people is not punished and may even be rewarded. Yining lowered her eyes, then suddenly looked up sharply, staring hard at Lulu. So, what if she has special abilities? What if she escapes this time? Next time, she won't be so lucky. Yining signaled to her subordinate. The subordinate stepped forward and unlocked Lulu's handcuffs. Yining threw the laser gun she seized from Lulu onto the table in front of her, then turned coldly and left quickly. Lulu calmly returned to the interrogation room, picked up a dumpling. She took out a disinfectant wipe from inside the dumpling bag, wiped the laser gun, and put it back in the bag. She turned and left. When she stepped out of the building's door, she saw 2 bodies on a stretcher at the entrance. Lulu recognized one of the bodies as Su Pingting. She sneered coldly and walked away slowly. That scoundrel just died, and she thought that was a good deal for her. Lulu returned to her apartment, took out her keys, and opened the door. After entering, she continued testing the surveillance detector. Finding no cameras, she let Kong out to play. Tonight, before her operation, she left Xiao Wu with Xiao Jiao for care. Now, she suddenly couldn't see Xiao Wu and felt a bit uneasy. Lulu left Kong in the living room to play. Kong was lying quietly in the corner of the living room sofa, holding a tablet given by Lulu, studying parenting tips inside. Lulu allowed Kong to move freely. Today, she solved a big problem, and she felt very happy. She walked quickly upstairs to the master bedroom, took off her clothes, and put them away. Her clothes were stained with the disgusting blood of a bad man, so she decided not to wear them anymore. After taking a shower later, she planned to throw them into the trash downstairs tomorrow morning. Lulu went to the bathroom, humming a little tune, happily taking a shower. As usual, she took off a high-quality silk nightgown and lay on the bed to rest. In Zhou Yining's office. Just now, she was soaked by water from Lulu's hands, feeling very angry and unable to vent her frustration. She was an ordinary rich girl, not only losing her favorite guy, Jiao to her but also unexpectedly awakening a rare special ability. Even though her ability was weak, with almost no attack power, it was still a special power. Special powers are not the same as ordinary people. Zhou Jia wiped the water off. Her assistant handed her a clean towel. Seeing the towel, she clenched her teeth in anger. Lulu. She was sure it was intentional. She deliberately splashed water on her head. Today's humiliation must be avenged. Zhou Yining's assistant, Zhou Chun, watched nervously. She heard that her distant cousin, Zhou Yining, had a bad temper. But these days, she felt she was doing okay following her. Not as bad as the girls in the circle said. Actually, she had been taking care of her. Today, she realized she was wrong. Her cousin was really terrifying today. Zhou Yining vigorously dried her hair, threw the towel on the table, and left the logistics office angrily. Zhou Chun saw her walking toward the dormitory building and didn't follow to cause trouble. It was already 2 in the morning. She should rest now too. The sun rose as usual, and life continued as normal. Lu woke early, pumped milk, and washed up before going downstairs. At 6:10 a.m., Xiaoju knocked on the door on time, bringing her a hot breakfast. The baby just finished feeding and has fallen asleep. I'm going to the training ground. Lu and Xiaoju briefly said goodbye and parted ways. She didn't tell him about what happened yesterday with Zhou Yining. After the apartment door closed, she walked to the dining table, sat down, and opened the fresh soup noodles Xiaoju brought. Like before, there was a marinated egg on top. This time, there was also a glass of fresh soy milk. Lu finished her breakfast and went to the treadmill for her daily physical training. Xiaoju arrived at the training area 5 minutes early. He supervised the team's training and gave instructions as usual. It was about 8 a.m. He received a message from Lin Fei. Brother Jiu, a special envoy is coming to inspect our shelter. Please dress properly and come over. His car has already reached the shopping street 5 kilometers away. Xiaoju was a bit surprised. While he was lost in thought, old Master Xiao Zhentian, called him. Grandpa, why are you calling? Xiaoju was quite surprised. He suddenly remembered Lin Fei's message about the envoy coming to the shelter. This made Xiaoju feel that something was not quite right. Is the shelter okay? Xiao Zhentian's calm voice came through Xiaoju's wristband. Xiaoju snapped back to reality. It's fine. Have there been any unusual events at the shelter recently? Xiaoju thought carefully, unsure where to start. Recently, many unusual things happened at the shelter. He wasn't sure which one his grandfather was asking about. I just received a notice from the leader that the Nangong family is sending an envoy. Remember, no matter what happens at the shelter recently, do not disobey any orders or decisions from the envoy, Xiaoju. After a few more instructions from Xiao Zhentian, he ended the call. This envoy's arrival was suspicious. Rumor has it that the Nangong family is a mysterious clan directly under the highest leader of Hailan country. With doubt in his mind, Xiaoju greeted Yan Feiyu. At this moment, Zhou Ling also received a notice from Zhou's family. He and Xiaoju left the training ground together. They each returned to their homes, changed into camouflage uniforms and formal clothes, and then drove to Villa No. 5 on Linwan Street. The research center managed by Lin Fei is in Building 6. Next door, Building 5, is where the senior managers of all shelters hold meetings and make decisions. This was also the original residence of Lu. If she hadn't moved away from here at the beginning, she would have been a stubborn resident. The officials' more aggressive faction would use force to force her to leave. Now, in this apocalyptic world, if Lu stays here, the authorities have many ways to make her life difficult. Only if her space could be entered by others and she kept hiding inside it, with the villa serving only as a protective outer shell, could she have a chance to stand up to the officials. But she didn't want to hide inside her space forever, living a lonely life with Xiao Wu in this world. Almost all high-level managers above the minister level in City A are seated at the conference table in the first-floor hall. They are all quietly waiting for the envoy from the Nangong family to arrive. Xiao Jiu from the Xiao family, Zhou Ling from the Zhou family, Lin Fei from the Lin family, and other high-level managers sent by various families are sitting upright, focused, and waiting for the envoy. 10 minutes pass. 20 minutes pass. 30 minutes pass. The Nangong family envoy, who was supposed to arrive in 10 minutes, has not appeared. Everyone present looks worried. This Nangong family envoy is too arrogant. Relying on being the trusted aide of the Sea Blue Kingdom's leader, they are acting so boldly. At the large conference tables, 50 high-level leaders from the Lin Wan shelter in City A are seated. Their families are not as powerful as the Xiao, Zhou, or Lin families, but they are still influential locally. The Nangong family envoy is late, and everyone feels angry and unfair. Xiaoju had received a warning from Grandpa Xiao earlier. Now, he has no complaints. Grandpa Xiao Zhentian is a senior manager under the leader. What he says must be taken seriously. The envoy's orders cannot be disobeyed. He could live freely in a beautiful mountain and water place, ignoring the leader, but the Xiao family cannot. Their family has many relatives, including distant kin, grandpa, mother, sister. Other relatives, though not in frequent contact, are still related to him. We cannot let the Xiao family's centuries-long legacy come to an end here. Even with 10 years of advanced foresight and a comprehensive system, he would still be controlled by the Xiao family's power. The top officials, the people who set the rules, deeply understand the weaknesses and vital points of these noble families. The attitude of the special envoy, in a sense, represents the stance of the highest level. Xiao Jiu, Zhou Lang, and Lin Fei patiently wait. Another half-hour passes. The envoy from the Nangong family, Nangong Yuran, arrives late. He is tall and slender, with a pale face, wearing a loose white tang suit. The chest of his suit is embroidered with the Nangong family crest using gold thread. From afar, he looks like a white plum blossom standing in the snow. Although he is male, everyone feels he looks more like a girl. But upon closer look, he also seems to have a strong, masculine presence. While everyone is stunned, four young, beautiful girls walk out beside him. They all wear blue tang suits embroidered with the Nangong family crest. Each girl carries a black cloth bag embroidered with the family crest, bulging with unknown contents. Amid everyone's curiosity, Nangong Yuran smiles softly, with a slightly androgynous look, and asks, "Am I late?" Everyone remains silent. Isn't that an obvious question? As the leader of the Linwan shelter in City A, Xiao Jiu, along with Zhou Lang and Lin Fei sitting beside him, stand up to greet Nangong Yuran. "Welcome to the Linwan shelter." Other lower-level leaders, seeing Xiao Jiu, Zhou Lang, and Lin Fei stand up, also reluctantly rise from their seats to greet him. Nangong Yuran smiles playfully, then suddenly coughs. A young maid on his left quickly hands him a clean, white handkerchief. He takes the handkerchief and coughs heavily. Everyone looks a bit surprised. It seems this envoy is suffering from a serious illness. Nangong Yuran coughs dozens of times in a row. After he finally takes the handkerchief, his pale lips, lacking color, are stained with a bright red. Everyone is stunned. Xiao Jiu signals to Lin Fei beside him. Lin Fei is not only a senior researcher at the institute, but also an excellent doctor. He was wearing his usual white coat and hurried forward to help check on the patient. He stepped 3 steps away from Nangong Yuran. A young maid in blue stopped him. "What are you trying to do?" "I'm a doctor from the base." "He's coughing up blood. Maybe I can help." "No need. I can see clearly that my young master's illness is not something you can understand." Lin Fei looked displeased. What does she mean? He is a well-known expert in City A. The Lin family is a medical family. How could he not understand this person's illness? In this world, there is no disease Lin Fei doesn't know. Another maid beside Nangong Yuran handed him a special capsule. Another maid quickly handed him a bottle of mineral water. He took the capsule with the water and swallowed it. A few breaths later, a hint of color returned to Nangong Yuran's pale face. "Lan, step back." The maid called Lan took a few steps back. "Are you Lin Fei, Professor Lin?" Nangong Yuran's voice was soft, like diluted red wine. Less rich, more fragile. "Special Envoy Nangong, do you know me?" Lin Fei was a bit surprised. "I've seen the experiments you did. The results are amazing." Nangong Yuran smiled. "Professor Lin, I am honored that you are willing to look at my weak body." Lin Fei was stunned. In the conference room, other senior managers also looked surprised. This special envoy Nangong was not like they imagined, bossy or arrogant. His polite tone was unlike someone who would be an hour late. Could there be some hidden reason? Everyone guessed silently. Xiao Jiu stood quietly to the side, expressionless, not speaking. "The envoy is joking. I only know a little, not as much as the traditional Chinese medicine family members around you." "Haha, Professor Lin, no need to be modest. Envoy, I will do a full body check on you later. Now, let's get to the main matter." Everyone secretly admired Lin Fei. They had waited here for an hour, just waiting for the envoy to come and explain what task was assigned. Quickly explain everything so they can leave and handle other tasks. This visit is not about anything big. mainly about Professor Lin's research results. Nangong Yuran looked around at the senior leaders sent by other noble families and softly ordered, "Except for the Xiao family and Professor Lin, everyone else can leave." A group of senior leaders looked at each other in surprise. Xiao Jiu signaled to them, "Disperse." With Xiao Jiu's words, the gathered senior leaders began to leave. Zhou, who was beside Xiao Jiu, noticed that this envoy didn't like crowds and preferred to talk only with Brother Jiu and Lin Fei. Not wanting to waste his time, he also left with the other high-level officials. Inside the conference hall, only Xiao Jiu, Lin Fei, Nangong Yuran, and 4 young, beautiful maids remained. "Professor Lin, shall we go see your research results?" Nangong Yuran quietly asked, revealing the purpose of their visit. Lin Fei looked at Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu nodded gently at him. "All right, I will take you there now." Lin Fei led the way. Following him were Nangong Yuran and the 4 maids. Xiao Jiu stayed silent, walking at the back. The laboratory was in Building 6 next door. It was very close. In just 2 minutes, they arrived at the first-floor laboratory of Building 6. The 4 maids near Nangong Yuran found chairs. One maid took out a foldable cushion from her bag and placed it on the chair. "Young master, please sit." Nangong Yuran sat in the laboratory chair and instructed Lin Fei, "Show us your research on zombie crystal cores and mutants." Lin Fei looked at Xiao Jiu after hearing his soft voice. Xiao Jiu nodded slightly at him. "Okay, I will take you there now." Lin Fei led the way. Behind him were Nangong Yuran and the 4 maids. Xiao Jiu remained silent, walking at the end. The laboratory was in the neighboring Building 6. It was very close. In just 2 minutes, they reached the first-floor lab of Building 6. The 4 maids near Nangong Yuran found chairs. One maid took out a compressed, foldable cushion from her bag and placed it on the chair. "Young master, please sit." Nangong Yuran sat in the lab chair and instructed Lin Fei, "Show us your research on zombie crystal cores and mutants." Lin Fei heard his soft voice and frowned. Although this person didn't seem to have a sharp, aggressive aura, his words suggested he was used to giving orders. He suppressed his annoyance and moved to a nearby area in the lab to demonstrate his abilities. He extended his hand and activated his wind element energy. An invisible air blade suddenly cut through the air with a whoosh sound. The red bricks prepared for the experiment were instantly split in half. Nangong Yuran's brown pupils tightened slightly, showing a hint of surprise. This ability's strength was impressive. "See, this is my wind element ability. Special Envoy, you should know that the authorities have studied and recorded many types of supernatural abilities. There are common 5-element abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as special weather-related powers like wind, lightning, and ice. There are also unique abilities such as invisibility, space manipulation, and healing. Through my research and personal experiments, I transformed from an ordinary person with no abilities into a supernatural being after consuming a processed zombie crystal core. Based on the level of awakening, my ability is classified as D grade. As I speak, I feel a mix of regret and relief, along with a bit of luck. Initially, I didn't know zombies could evolve and that their crystal cores would evolve too. I casually ate a first-level zombie crystal core. Although this was one of the highest energy cores among first-level zombies, it didn't change my innate talent, which remains a D grade. If I had realized earlier that the level of the zombie's crystal core was related to the strength of the awakened ability, I would have definitely chosen higher-level cores to gain more powerful abilities. In theory, the higher the zombie's level, the greater the chance of activating a special type of ability. This was once considered a rare chance, mostly based on luck. But with a high-level zombie crystal core, at least one special ability would be triggered. The last time, Xiao Jiu used a high-level zombie crystal core for an experiment. All the rabbits tested with it gained special abilities. And these abilities were much stronger than normal powers. Although they were all low-level, first-grade abilities. The abilities activated by high-level zombie cores are 3 times as powerful as regular abilities. If we compare the energy of a low-level zombie to a glass of water, then a high-level zombie's energy, once activated, is like 3 glasses of water. In combat, A low-level crystal core might only allow 3 uses of the ability, but a high-level core could provide 9 uses. In terms of rarity, energy supply, and recovery ability, high-level zombie crystal cores are much better than low-level ones. So, after discovering this, I felt very regretful and frustrated. I had the chance to activate a C-level ability, but now I can only remain at D grade. Because everyone only awakens their supernatural talent when they consume their first crystal core. In the future, even if he continues to consume higher-level crystal cores, it will only increase his inner energy strength gradually, allowing his abilities to undergo a qualitative change and improve in rank. This is really important. He is also glad that the vitality water is limited. When his superior learns about his experimental results, they immediately order him to save the vitality water and distribute it carefully. Based on his status and position in the Lin family, he has no right to use such limited resources. As the first person to eat grapes, he has become an ability user and has gained this rare opportunity, which is a great blessing. According to my latest research, the ranking of awakening as an ability user is related to the first crystal core consumed. Lin Feihua spent 15 minutes briefly explaining his research findings to Nangang Yuran. Xiao Ju listened nearby with no particular expression. He knows these secrets about ability users very well. In his past life, Lin Fei spent 3 years studying and uncovered all the secrets of zombie crystal cores. As Lin Fei's friend, he is not unfamiliar with these secrets. The only change is the appearance of the vitality water, which can purify the zombie virus inside the crystal cores. Xiao Zhou's eyes darkened when he heard all of Lin Fei's conclusions. This confirmed his earlier suspicions. Initially, he wasn't sure whether the category and rank of activating abilities were really related to the level of zombie crystal cores. After Lin Fei's confirmation, he sighed in relief that his intuition was correct. Consuming a 10th rank zombie crystal core yields the greatest benefit. When the 10th rank zombies appear in a year, he plans to find a way to kill them and obtain their crystal cores. At that time, he will help his loved ones become special ability users. There is a formula for vitality water at Liolio's place. He plans to find time to get some crystal cores from Lin Fei and give them to Liolio. In exchange, he will leave enough vitality water. When the time is right, he will help his closest family members awaken as special ability users. Nangang Yuran, after hearing Lin Fei's research results, shows a hint of surprise in her eyes. I heard that ability users have 3 times the physical strength and fitness of ordinary people. That's partly true, but not entirely. Lin Fei continues to explain his research. According to the latest studies, high-level zombie crystal cores greatly enhance physical fitness, far beyond 3 times. He is a beneficiary and knows this very well, because he used a crystal core that has the highest energy among the first-level crystal cores. So after awakening, his physical strength is about 4 times that of an ordinary person. The experiment with rabbits also proved this research conclusion. Nangang Yuran's narrow, peach blossom eyes lift slightly, and her tone is calm and deep. What is the chance of awakening as a supernatural being after swallowing a crystal core? Lin Fei hesitates for a moment and looks at Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu nods gently at him. Lin Fei says, "The chance of becoming a supernatural being is originally only 1%, but I unexpectedly obtained a magical vitality water. This water can purify the zombie virus inside the crystal core. By swallowing the purified crystal core, the chance of awakening as a supernatural being is 100%. Nangang Yuran lowers her eyes, her thick, long eyelashes hiding a look of surprise in her eyes. Vitality water? What is that? Lin Fei looks at Xiao Jiu. Vitality water is something Jogo gave me. Jogo got this vitality water from Yao Wadi in Myanmar. Is that so? Nangang Yuran raises an eyebrow and looks at Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu remains calm. What he said is true. Where is the vitality water? Lin Fei, take out the vitality water for the special envoy to examine. Lin Fei turns around, walks to the experiment cabinet, unlocks it with a key, and takes out a small PP bottle filled with vitality water. This contains undiluted vitality water. All the vitality water Xiao Jiu previously gave him is stored here. Lin Fei carefully hands the vitality water to Nangong Yuran. A maid in blue clothes nearby picks up a white silk handkerchief, wraps the PP bottle, and hands it to Nangong Yuran. Lin Fei feels awkward. What exactly is wrong with this special envoy? He prides himself on being the best at showing off, and probably no one dares to claim second. Nangong Yuran raises an eyebrow, holding the approximately 15 milliliters PP bottle of vitality water. Is that all? Lin Fei replies. That's all there is. Is this everything? Don't underestimate these. A single drop of vitality water can purify a zombie crystal core virus. Take out a drop, pour it into clean water, put the zombie crystal core inside, and in 1 minute, you'll get a pure, virus-free zombie crystal core. Nangong Yuran handed a small bottle to a young maid in blue. He stood up slowly and asked Xiao Jiu, "Is this vitality water from Myanmar Mayawati?" "Yes," Xiao Jiu replied, choosing to hide the truth to prevent Lu from getting involved. Nangong Yuran cleared his throat and said, "Come with me to the Peak of Pearl for an investigation." "Sir Envoy, do you not trust us?" Lin Fei asked unhappily. Lin Fei, Xiao Jiu shook his head at him, signaling him not to be impulsive. "All right, I need some time to hand over the training team's tasks. You only have 2 hours," Nangong Yuran said in a deep, commanding voice, showing his authority. Xiao Jiu remained expressionless, but inside, he was filled with turmoil. He originally wanted to promote the vitality water, improve the abilities of the special team, increase their members, and build a strong, disciplined force to face the disaster 10 years from now. He was too optimistic. After reporting Lin Fei's experiment, surprisingly, an envoy was sent here. Xiao Jiu turned and walked away quickly. He went outside the villa, sat in an off-road vehicle, and looked serious. This trip would take some time. At best, 2 or 3 days, at worst. Right now, he only had 2 hours. Without hesitation, Xiao Jiu drove toward the shelter base. He was too busy to do anything else, and went straight to the 12th floor, knocking on Lu Liulio's apartment door. Lu was holding a spatula. She opened the door and hurried to the kitchen to continue cooking. Xiao Jiu quickly entered, closing the door behind him. "Lulu, don't cook for now. I have something very important to tell you." Lulu turned sideways, her eyes showing confusion. She turned off the electric stove and sat on the sofa. "What is it?" For the first time, Xiao Jiu looked panicked, making her feel tense. What important thing had happened? "Listen carefully to me. I'm about to leave Linwan base. Stay here peacefully, and don't go outside to take risks." "You're leaving again?" That night, after Xiao Jiu and Lulu had a relationship, he left and was gone for a year. Now, their relationship had finally improved, and they were getting along well.
Why was he leaving so soon again?
She saw that Xiao Jiu left so suddenly and in such a hurry, as if she was leaving at once. Could it be that, like before, she would be gone for a whole year? Xiao Jiu saw Lulu pouting with a displeased look. He felt a bit anxious inside, but he kept his face calm and composed. "There is a temporary task above. I have to leave. I promised to take you to kill zombies on July 1st, but I might not be able to do it. If the mission goes well, I will come back soon." Lulu crossed her arms and stared with big, round eyes. What if the mission doesn't go well? Xiao Jiu. Seeing his silence, Lulu suddenly felt nervous and uneasy. She remembered what Xiao Jiu had said before. He was undercover abroad and almost died. The world is even more chaotic now. If the higher-ups send him on dangerous missions again, what if something happens? "I might come back a little late." Xiao Jiu frowned, reached out, and picked her up, placing her on his lap. He looked at her seriously. "I promise I will come back." "What is the mission? Is it dangerous?" "Don't worry, it's not dangerous. Lulu, remember, never sell vitality water again, and don't trade it with anyone. You must not tell anyone about this. Otherwise, your life could be in danger," Xiao Jiu warned her very seriously. "If I come back late, please wait patiently for me. While I am away, don't go out. Stay at the base and take good care of the baby." Lulu frowned, not very happy. Xiao Jiu gently kissed her smooth, white forehead. "Be good. Wait for me to come home, okay?" Lulu secretly sighed in her heart. I understand. Be careful outside. When will you leave? Another hour and a half. Eat first. After you finish, I will take you. Xiao Ju stood up, went to the kitchen to wash his hands, and brought the dishes to the dining table. Lulu saw Xiao Wu sleeping and went upstairs to the master bedroom. She took 50 milliliters of vitality water from her space and poured it into a clear plastic small bottle, originally used for cosmetic spray bottles. With a click, a burst of energizing water spray is released. Having this, she can go on missions outside, and, unless she encounters serious injuries, she should be able to heal. Lulu carries her energizing water bottle downstairs. She sits next to Xiao Jiu at the dining table. Here, this is for you. Lulu hands Xiao Jiu the spray bottle filled with energizing water. Xiao Jiu looks at the bottle, his eyes darkening a little. Is this energizing water? Did you give it to me? Xiao Jiu's lips curl up unconsciously. I also have something to give you. Lulu looks at him curiously, noticing his deep features. What is it? Xiao Jiu takes out a silver-white model airplane decoration from his pocket. I'm giving you this. Lulu takes the model airplane, lost in thought. She wonders if she has seen this airplane decoration somewhere before. Suddenly, a bright idea flashes in her mind. In the past, when she was out gathering supplies, she saw a model airplane like this. A high-ranking leader from the base once carried a similar model. This is a high-tech smart airplane. If something happens on my side and the base becomes unsafe, you and the child should leave by plane. I have a tracking device on the plane, so as long as you take it, I can find you no matter where you are. Lulu's eyes widen in shock. She can't believe it. The smart airplane she's been thinking about so much, she has it so easily now. Where did you get this plane? You mentioned last time about a gold-type ability user. I contacted the Xiao family, and there really is such an ability user. I traded gold for it. Xiao Jiu chooses to hide the system's truth. I took it. What did you use? I still have one here. Take it and use it. Xiao Jiu picks up the model plane, opens a slot at the bottom, revealing a red button inside. He presses the button, and a faint blue light screen appears in front of him. It shows the control switches for the plane. Lulu looks at the blue display. Under Xiao Jiu's guidance, she reaches out to verify the plane's fingerprint recognition and iris recognition. This room is too small. You can't use it here. When you need to use it, go outside, press the button, and click the airplane start switch to successfully board the plane. This plane has a footrest, so you can climb the stairs easily, unlike previous planes which were difficult to get on. Lulu was surprised as she played with the plane in her hand. Although she had a space that could serve as a final escape method, it had a big drawback. The problem was where you entered was also where you would come out. If there were a disaster like an earthquake, having a plane would be very helpful. What powers this plane's flight? Lulu asked nervously. This plane uses advanced technology, absorbing solar energy for power. When there's no sunlight, it needs to be charged with gold. 1 gram of gold can power the plane for a whole day and night. Lulu touched the plane's wing, smiling softly, and said gently, "Thank you." Xiao Jiu and Lulu talked for a while and had lunch together. Lulu pushed Xiao Wu's cart and went downstairs with him to see him off. At the apartment building's ground floor, Xiao Jiu looked deeply at Lulu and kissed her on the face. "Wait for me to come back safely." Safe travels. Lulu watched Xiao Jiu leave until she could no longer see his back. Suddenly, she felt an emptiness in her heart. During this time together, she had grown used to Xiao Jiu's presence and the warmth he brought her. In this world, no gathering lasts forever. She withdrew her gaze and turned back to go upstairs to her apartment. In the corner of a large tree outside Building 5, a young girl dressed in blue traditional clothing memorized the building number and took a photo of Lulu's front face with her phone. She moved silently like a ghost, weaving through the crowd in the square, then disappeared into the distance. When Xiao Jiu returned to Lin Yuan Villa in Building 5 and went to the Zhufeng headquarters for an investigation, Nangong Yuran had already sat in the back seat of the 6-seat helicopter with 3 maids beside her. Xiao Jiu saw they were waiting for him and sat down silently in an empty seat left on the plane. As he looked at Nangong Yuran and the maids around her, he noticed someone was missing. He felt a little confused and turned to look at Nangong Yuran. Nangong Yuran looked at him with a meaningful smile and softly said, "Zhu, return to Mount Everest." "Yes, young master." Zhu, one of Nangong Yuran's 4 maids, piloted the plane, skimming a short distance before taking off from Lin Wan's shelter. Xiao Jiu withdrew his gaze. The absence of a maid nearby made him feel uneasy. He looked out the plane's window toward the Lin Wan community. "Lulu, rest assured, I will come home soon." Lin Wan Villa, Building 5, 12th floor. After seeing Xiao Jiu off, Lulu returned to her bedroom. She called Little Wu and Kong Kong back into her space. She went to the 4th empty spot in her space and turned on the airplane model given by Xiao Jiu. The small model plane automatically rose into the sky, found an empty grassy area, and transformed into a small 6-seater helicopter. In front was the pilot seat, behind was the co-pilot, and further back were 4 individual seats. Lulu curiously entered the plane to explore. This plane looked quite normal, similar to regular planes. When she reached the main pilot seat, she saw only 3 red buttons. Lulu tried pressing the first red button. Beep, stop command executed. Yellow, beep, deceleration command executed. Green, beep, automatic intelligent driving activated. To Yulio's surprise, the plane retracted its landing gear, moved up the stairs, closed the cabin door, and soared into the sky. "Dear owner, Little AI has automatically activated the intelligent voice mode. You can give commands via voice to control the plane." Lulu marveled at how amazing this plane was. "Tell me about the functions of this plane." Beep, yes, owner. This plane. After listening to Little AI, the intelligent plane assistant, Lulu was even more satisfied. This powerful ability user from the Golden series was incredibly lucky to awaken such a strong power. Once she obtained a high-level zombie crystal core, she would awaken her own ability too. Lulu was very excited to see what kind of power she would awaken. As she flew through the vast sky in her space, she encountered a barrier. The space inside the 4th door was about 200 square meters. Including the small creek area, it was around 300 square meters. The sky above space also has a limit of distance. When a plane reaches the end of space, it gets stuck and can only circle around automatically, avoiding obstacles. Lulu played with the plane for a while, then put it away inside the space. She summoned Kong Kong and Xiao Wu, and they all returned to the master bedroom. Lulu went downstairs to the 1st floor living room. She first woke Xiao Wu and fed him milk. After feeding, she handed Xiao Wu over to Kong Kong to take care of. Kong Kong held Xiao Wu and told him a story. After finishing a 5-minute story, Xiao Wu fell asleep. Kong Kong placed Xiao Wu on the sofa and watched over him. Lulu started to work on other things. She found a large pile of clothes stored inside the space and unpacked the boxes. After searching, she found the boxes of clothes bought online. All the clothes-fitting clothes for cold weather had not been washed. These clothes still carried the smell of new factory-made garments. Lulu opened the cardboard box, then the clear plastic bag, and took out wool sweaters, winter socks, thick baby cotton bedding, and winter bedding for the baby. She spent over an hour unpacking, then took a sip of energizing water and continued working. Thanks to her persistent effort, she unpacked a batch of warm clothes. She sorted these clothes into groups and placed them into the washing machine on the balcony, choosing the sterilization cycle for automatic cleaning. Unfortunately, the balcony only has 2 water outlets, plus the one in the kitchen, connected with a universal pipe, making 3 outlets in total. 3 washing machines are already at their limit. Lulu could only do these tasks slowly. The sterilization cycle takes 1 hour and 50 minutes each time. While the washing machines worked, she boiled water in the kitchen, stored the hot water, and placed it inside the space. During the appliance operation time, she connected the space and collected a batch of aquatic plants from the land crops, stacking them outside in the safety zone. This time, she planted strawberries. After planting, She watered them with diluted energizing water and harvested the fruit. She gathered several baskets of strawberries, then checked the original liquid of the vitality water inside the jade pool through the first door, which had already regenerated a good amount of original liquid. She found a large container and poured all the vitality water into it. Currently, the growth and recovery period of the vitality water occurs once a week. She looked at the date, June 26, 2060. A week later, she would come back to harvest the vitality water, which would have reached its maximum level by then. She kept 2 gene of vitality water. The rest of the vitality water was used to water and grow crops. Before she knew it, 5 hours had passed. Time quickly reached after 7 in the evening. Lulu took a break from these small chores. If her memory was correct, the power outage would happen on July 1st. In this life, with official intervention, it might be delayed, but she wasn't sure. Their apartment building had many solar panels on the roof, enough to supply electricity for the whole building. Otherwise, living on the 12th floor meant going out every day, climbing stairs, which was tiring. Also, Xiaojiu had mentioned before that the base cafeteria had rescued a few Michelin 3-star chefs. The food was really different from ordinary cooks, delicious and special. When she first tasted it, she almost bit her tongue. She planned to find a chance to go to the cafeteria again and stock up on food made by those Michelin 3-star chefs. Lulu was thinking about all the things she needed to do. There were really many. She felt like a busy little bee, tireless. Besides feeding Xiaowu, she mostly left Xiaowu to Kong to take care of. Xiaowu was a baby during her confinement period. She mostly ate and then slept with very little awake time. That made things easier. When she was tired, Lulu would drink a small cup of vitality water to boost her energy. She kept busy until around 10 at night, then stopped to rest. She took a serving of braised pork with potatoes and rice from her space, along with a cup of tea and milk tea as a late-night snack. After dinner, she checked the apartment door, set the door lock, and went upstairs to rest. Kong followed her, sleeping on the carpet beside her bed. Lulu turned on her phone and checked her messages. The first thing she saw was Jiang Yi's message. Jiang Yi sent her sweet photos of her and Yan Feiyu having dinner, asking if she wanted her to bring dinner over. Lulu was busy working and hadn't had time to reply. She took this moment to respond to Jiang Yi. From now on, no need to bring me food. You two eat well and enjoy yourselves.
Jiang Yi quickly replied, okay.
By the way, Lulu, can I bring Feiyu to live next door in the apartment? Lulu remembered the noise pollution she had heard before and frowned. No, you can't. Lulu immediately refused. She really didn't want to hear the sound of applause again. Jiang Yi shook her head at Yan Feiyu nearby. Lulu doesn't agree. It's your fault. Why did you do it so forcefully last time? Yan Feiyu scratched his head shyly. It's my first time, so I didn't control it well. If my sister-in-law doesn't want to, then forget it. Jioko won't let me go to your apartment to play. If he finds out I stay there, Yan Feiyu shivered and shook his head instinctively. All right. Jiang Yi continued. Lulu, you don't need to prepare meals for me anymore. Now I eat at the cafeteria with Feiyu every day. Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yi has her own feelings and life. She also has secrets she needs to keep. Lulu, I heard from Feiyu that Jioko has left the shelter. It's not convenient for you to take care of the kids alone. Tonight, I'll help you look after Xiaowu. Lulu looked at Kong, who was playing on the tablet beside the bed, and took a video to send to Jiang Yi. I found a monkey at the square. This monkey might be mutated. Now it's helping me take care of Xiaowu. You and Yan Feiyu have fun. I can handle things here alone. Jiang Yi looked surprised. She opened the video and saw Lulu giving commands to Kong. Kong followed her instructions, picked up Xiaowu, and changed his diaper. Such an amazing monkey. Jiang Yi's eyes widened in amazement. I want to find one too. She said goodnight to Lulu, then pulled Yan Feiyu to the square stall to browse for treasures. Lulu and Jiang Yi finished chatting. They scrolled through Douyin for a while. Then she got up to wash up in the bathroom. She kissed Xiaowu's soft, tender cheek and lay down peacefully to sleep. In the middle of the night, she continued feeding Xiao Wu milk. After feeding, Calm volunteered to change the diaper. Days quietly flew by amid her busy life. During her rare free moments, Lu would send messages to Xiaojio. At first, Xiaojio replied to her every day. But after 3 days, she stopped receiving messages from Xiaojio. This made her feel very uneasy. She asked Yan Feiyu about this matter, but he knew nothing about it either. Because he also couldn't reach Xiaojio. She even asked Zhou Lang to contact Xiaojio, but there was no news. Everything was silent. Lu, feeling anxious, slowly occupied herself with organizing supplies to pass the time. When she was busy, she wouldn't feel as worried or scared about losing contact with Xiaojio. On July 1st, 2060, at 8 a.m., Lu woke up, finished her morning routine, and habitually turned on the projector to the official channel. But this time, she found the official live broadcast platform was completely dark. She seemed to realize something. She quickly checked the forum on her wristband for updates. Announcement: due to uncontrollable circumstances, some apartments are experiencing power and water outages. Those needing water should go to the official water and electricity center to purchase supplies. Power supply hours: 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., water supply hours. All day note: all drinking and household water must be purchased with points. Lu hurriedly got up and turned on the tap, but not a single drop of water came out. She then opened the vibration app on her phone. A message appeared: network error, please check your connection and try again. In her previous life, at this exact time, the network and water supply suddenly stopped. Her wristband was a special official device that used a radiation signal within a certain range, so it still maintained a network connection. But the network was very slow, and it only worked within the shelter. Once outside the signal range of the radiation device, it was impossible to receive or send signals. The network system on her wristband was like the early 2G internet. Loading a web page could take half a day. Videos posted in the forum also took a very long time to load. Lu saw that her phone had become useless. Finally, the day had come. She looked worried. It had been 3 days since she last contacted Xiaojio. Now, with the entire public network completely down and no chance of rebooting, it was impossible to reach Xiaojio anymore. He had said he would come back to find her. He will definitely come back. Inside the shelter, there are also the mutants under his command. Moreover, Zhou Yining said that Xiaojio is the commander of the shelter, and it is under his control. Even if something happens, he won't be gone for long. The officials also have people who are reborn and know the news in advance. Here, there must be a commander to oversee everything. Lu Yolyo's mood calmed down a bit. She tried to breathe deeply to stop herself from overthinking. She continued to open her wristband to check the official messages. On the official forum, in the main page's survivor discussion posts, there were many talks about water and power outages. Right now, the survivors' comments seem quite rational. They are able to keep calm. Water stopped. Oh no! Not only water, but power is out too. TSK. Water is just water. It's not like there was tap water before and you could use it. That tap water was dark and yellow. Would you dare to drink it? Drinking water might give you diarrhea for 3 days and nights. Just saying. You guys, I'm jealous. Living in a camp, I don't even have tap water. Since the end of the world, I've never seen what a tap looks like. I live in a small apartment. It has electricity. I just asked the building manager, and the power is on 24/7. Carrot. Why does your apartment have electricity, but mine doesn't? My apartment costs 200 points a day, and there's a solar power system on the roof. Sorry, I live in a camp, so I don't have electricity. Boss, I'm delicate and can be pushed down easily. Can I come to your apartment to sit and enjoy the air conditioning? Sure, but first send me a picture of your black stockings, carrot. Lu scrolled through the posts for a while. She saw that everyone's mood was still quite optimistic. Some survivors even thought about going to the communal dining hall to get some free food. Friends, I found a cool place to relax. The ceiling of the communal dining hall has ceiling fans, and the electricity is on all the time. Come here to stay cool. Idiot, I already found that out. The second floor of the dining hall is paradise. It has free air conditioning. Lulu silently checked her wristband again. After a while, she planned to go out and see how the survivors were doing. While at it, she also wanted to go to the second-floor dining hall to see if the Michelin 3-star chef was there and maybe order some meals to prepare. To prevent future Michelin chefs from unexpectedly passing away and being unable to prepare gourmet meals, Xiaowu must experience this kind of delicious food firsthand. Lulu tidied up a little, changed into a loose, cool ice silk casual outfit, and put on sunglasses, a mask, a fisherman's hat, and sun protection sleeves. She found the black sport-style dumpling bag she had carried before and slung it on her back. Xiaowu and Kong Kong were both placed inside the fourth door of the space. Kong Kong stayed inside to watch over Xiaowu. To prevent Kong Kong from getting bored, she specifically gave him a tablet loaded with many monkey videos, TV shows, and cartoons to pass the time. Lulu also packed a bottle of diluted energy water in her bag to stay hydrated, as the sun outside might be very hot. She tore off the label from a bottle of mountain spring water, so it looked plain and unremarkable, not attracting attention. Currently, bottles with labels are almost invisible, as they are just empty bottles repurposed for storing water. Lulu checked the surveillance device she had previously set up in the apartment's hallway cabinet to prevent Zhou Yining from holding a grudge and sneaking into her apartment to cause trouble again. She didn't feel comfortable leaving Kong Kong and Xiaowu alone at home. Even just leaving Kong Kong alone didn't seem safe. Pets as clever as Kong Kong are best kept in groups, one to help with childcare, one to guard the house, and one to do chores like laundry and sweeping. Lulu silently imagined herself walking on the concrete ground outside her apartment. Her destination was the cafeteria to check the situation and gather news about the survivors. About 10 minutes later, Lulu followed her memory to the entrance of a huge public cafeteria that could seat 3,000 people at once. From a distance, she saw a long line outside. Most of the people in line were elderly, women, children, and infants. There were very few young men. She guessed that the strong, young men had probably gone to work for the government's official tasks. These elderly, women, and children didn't meet the requirements for official work, so they could only stay in the base and wait. She waited in line for a while before entering the cafeteria. Inside, hundreds of ceiling fans buzzed loudly, making a whoosh noise. Initially, not many people came to the cafeteria at the same time. Maybe it was because of the effect of a forum post. Currently, the place is crowded with people. Around each dining table, there are elderly people, children, and women holding babies. There are men too, but most of them are old, with gray hair. They walk with hunched backs and move slowly. Lulu listens to the noisy sounds inside and frowns. There are fans, children crying, and elderly women cursing constantly. The noise is similar to what she experienced waiting at a train station before. Fortunately, the public dining hall is very large, with big doors on all sides. Right now, all the doors are open, letting in the breeze. The smell isn't too bad, and since she's wearing a mask, she can barely tolerate it. In her past life, she could endure scenes like this easily. But after rebirth, she's used to a comfortable life. Seeing the lives of ordinary survivors now hits her hard. Many survivors aged 18 to 50 are wearing yellow work aprons issued by the authorities, standing inside the hall to keep order. Especially in the area where the officials eat, there are 4 tall, strong security guards guarding the entrance. Lulu lowers her head. Her fisherman's hat mostly covers her face. Even so, she still feels somewhat out of place among these people. Most survivors here are wearing dirty clothes and look tired and worn out. Although she's hiding her good looks with a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, her clean clothes still attract some attention from others in the hall. Right now, most people only shower once a week, holding in their baths for as long as 5 minutes, then quickly leaving. The water used for bathing is collected in buckets and used for laundry, because there's no more water otherwise. Lulu thinks to herself that this is bad. She hadn't expected this situation. Just as she was considering whether to go upstairs and look around, she saw Li Gang, whom she met not long after arriving at the base, suddenly appear at the hall entrance. He was with 2 young girls, both looking very young. They seem to be about 18 years old. These two girls, along with Li Gang, are very clean and well-groomed. What makes it even more interesting is that these two girls are dressed differently, one in a school uniform with white stockings and the other in a maid outfit with black stockings. Li Gang confidently walks around, hugging the two girls with light makeup on their faces as they enter the dining hall. Behind him, there are 4 tall middle-aged men, each carrying a thick baseball bat. Lulu sees Li Gang and decides to withdraw her plan to enter the dining hall. Many people had been watching her before, but now, with Li Gang's appearance, almost all 2,000 people in the hall turn their attention to him. Li Gang walks proudly down the middle aisle of the hall. He feels pleased seeing the tired, poor-looking people around him, which gives him a strong sense of satisfaction. She quietly stands in a corner of the hall, watching. Li Gang, with a swagger, leads the 2 young girls to the entrance of the second-floor restaurant. Next to the second-floor restaurant, many people are sitting, hoping to get inside to enjoy the air conditioning. But they can't go up. The security at the second-floor entrance is much stricter than downstairs. At the corner of the staircase, a male security officer with a gun is sitting. At the end of the stairs, at the door, there are 10 security guards, each holding a machine gun to show authority. The security on the second floor used to be less strict. But after some online posts about sneaking upstairs for air conditioning, many old and young people rushed inside. By the time the manager noticed, the second floor was already crowded. The dining hall staff quickly added more people to help clear the crowd. They put up 2 signs at the staircase entrance: minimum spend of 50 points on the second floor. Those who meet the minimum can stay for up to 24 hours. Many people scoffed at this notice. Those who can afford 50 points for a meal probably have apartments with solar power and air conditioning, so why bother? Paying 50 points just to stay and enjoy free air conditioning for 24 hours is ridiculous. For most, 50 points is half a month's salary. People who can afford it don't care about the air conditioning. Those who can't afford it, even 1 point, is enough to make them give up. They watch helplessly as Li Gang goes upstairs, discussing behind his back. Though they envy and resent him, they can do nothing about it. Once, wealthy billionaires enjoyed their riches, even after the end of the world, exchanging points and living freely. Ordinary people like them still remained at the bottom of society. Even the middle class, after the apocalypse, could only exchange their assets for points, but not much else. In this new world, there is only a big gap between the rich and the poor. The middle class and comfort are gone. The growing wealth gap has led many people to take risky and extreme actions. If Li Gang weren't surrounded by 4 bodyguards, he might have been targeted and harmed on his way out. Such incidents happen quite often. Almost every day, the authorities deal with sudden crimes like theft and violence. The dormitory supervisor has increased staff to 4 people, working in shifts around the clock. They regularly check the dorms to prevent serious crimes from happening inside. Many of these troublemakers, after exchanging supplies in the base, sell or steal them and then escape. By the time they are caught, most have already vanished. Lulu watched Li Gang go upstairs. She waited a long time but didn't see anyone else follow. Going upstairs now would only make her a target. She tried to reduce her presence and quietly slipped away through a corner. The communal dining hall operates 24 hours, and late at night, she would come back to order food from the Michelin chef. After she left, a girl in blue clothes in a corner of the hall watched her go and took out a satellite communication device from her pocket, sending a message to someone on the other end. Lulu was busy hiding herself, trying to be invisible. She didn't realize that someone was already watching her, and it was hard for her to notice. The Nangong family is a secret martial arts family. Nangong Yuren's 4 maids, Mylin, Zhujia, and others, are specially trained orphans, selected from many and trained for years. Each has a unique skill. The girl in blue following her is Nangong Ju, the least ranked among them. Nangong Ju is best at tracking and hiding, with superb disguise skills that make it hard to tell her gender. Following her master Nangong Yuren's orders, she stayed in the shelter to investigate everything related to Xiaojiu. Lulu is one of her clues in the investigation. Lin Fei and the people around him are the main targets of the investigation. Nangong-ju carries a special pass, allowing her to move freely anywhere in the shelter. She sees Lu Lulu return to her apartment and quietly goes back to Building 6 at Lin Wan's villa, where she stays with the researchers working with Lin Fei. On the surface, she is supervising the experiment for the authorities. In secret, the young master left her behind to investigate the secret of the vitality water that can evolve zombie crystal cores. Lu Lulu takes the elevator up to her apartment. When she reaches the door, she remembers that a week has passed, and she can check the base supermarket again. She first takes out her keys, opens the door, and plans to go inside to get 2 large canvas bags from the space to carry the supplies she bought. Before using the space, she still opens the shoe cabinet at the entrance to check the surveillance detector placed there. Although there is no internet now, technology in 2060 is quite advanced. Many listening and monitoring devices do not need internet. They work through special signal receivers. She rummages through an old pair of shoes and takes out the detector. At this moment, the normally safe detector shows a red warning. This means the security device has detected unusual signals. Lu Lulu frowns. Zhou Yining is indeed up to no good. She knew this woman wouldn't give up easily. Lu Lulu suppresses her anger. Using the shoe cabinet and shoes as cover, she quietly switches to a pair of home slippers, resisting the urge to take things from the space. She first goes to the balcony, folds the clean clothes she washed, and places them on the sofa. She patiently endures her anger, turns on the projector, and pretends to be relaxed, watching a funny movie to unwind. She doesn't know if the person monitoring her installed a listening device or a camera, or how many they installed, so she dares not act rashly. After watching the funny movie for a while, her mood improves. To prevent her from discovering the surveillance devices in her home, she takes off her hat, sunglasses, and mask, pretending she knows nothing. After finishing the movie, it is nearly 11:30. She goes to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Everything appears very normal. To avoid alerting Zhou Yining, who is monitoring her, she did not check the home surveillance devices. If she tried to find the equipment now, she would risk alerting her. Zhou Yining definitely wouldn't give up easily. Lu Lulu quietly ate her lunch, then put on her hat, mask, sunglasses, and sun protection sleeves again. She left her apartment and went downstairs. When she reached the busy square and heard the conversations of people finishing their work for the day nearby, her tense body finally relaxed for a moment. At this time, the swelling and pain in her chest from milk production had become almost unbearable. She wondered if there was a problem with the bathroom at home or the bedroom upstairs. She didn't dare stay in the apartment too long, or she might be caught. Lu Lulu remembered the public bathhouse she saw near the training ground, which was a mixed crowd. There were staff responsible for security, checking the safety of the bathhouse every day. She thought that Zhou Yining wouldn't be so extreme as to set up surveillance cameras to watch women bathing. Lu Lulu wanted to go there first to relieve her chest pain. Using her mind, she summoned a bottle of warm milk and instructed Kong Kong to feed Xiaowu. She couldn't let the baby go hungry. Standing in the square, Lu Lulu was lost in thought. She saw Kong Kong holding Xiaowu and feeding him behind the 4th door. She calmly headed toward her destination. Not long after she left, Nangong-ju quietly entered Building 5 of the apartment complex. She had a special access pass. After scanning the code, the apartment door automatically unlocked. The 2 security guards at the entrance didn't notice anything unusual. As long as someone could scan and verify successfully, they wouldn't stop them. Lu Lulu first went to the bathroom, loaded a water card, and entered a private shower stall. For safety, she took out a detection device developed by Yunsheng Technology and scanned the nearby stalls. Once she confirmed there were no surveillance devices, she relaxed and took out her pump, found a folding chair, sat down inside, and started pumping milk. 15 minutes later, Lu Lulu emptied her, stored the milk in a clean milk storage bag, and put it away in her space. She looked down and saw that the stalls next to her were all empty underneath. No one was using that row of bathrooms. Relieved, she packed up the folding chair, opened the door of the shower stall, and left. She then went to the base's shopping supermarket to buy supplies. This time, she saw some fresh-looking fruits and vegetables on the supermarket shelves, but their prices were quite high. Her space contained many seeds. This week, she had been ripening fruits and vegetables. Products from her space are always top quality. She really doesn't care much for these cheap fruits and vegetables. Giving up on these insignificant produce is fine. She went to the supermarket shelves to look for valuable items. After browsing, she exchanged for 21 bags of instant noodles. Before the apocalypse, these noodles cost 2.5 yuan per pack. Now, they are worth 2 points each. These items will probably be discontinued later. In contrast, she can grow fruits, vegetables, rice, and flour in her space, so she isn't lacking in those. The most important thing is to stock up on quick-to-make foods. Because she is Little Wu's mother and has a bracelet that automatically identifies her at the checkout, Little Wu, being a child, also counts toward her quota. A child's quota is about half of an adult's. Lulu also bought some drinks and milk that might be discontinued, paying at the checkout. She showed her bracelet, explaining that her child is breastfed and doesn't need formula. The cashier quickly processed her payment. The quantities she bought are within the allowed limits. After paying, Lulu spent 2 points to buy a large, expensive plastic bag, then packed all the noodles and drinks into it. Having finished shopping, she carried the plastic bag to the nearby home goods shopping center. Looking around, she saw more and more items on the shelves. It seems the authorities have cleared out many shops and markets in City A. Seeing these supplies increase, she felt a growing sense of urgency and anxiety. She must go out and shop for free supplies soon. If she delays any longer, the officials will gradually empty the entire city. She doesn't mind having more supplies. If she doesn't use them all, she can give some to Little Wu. When Little Wu finishes, maybe she can even give some to her lovely daughter-in-law and grandson. Lulyo's thoughts drifted far away. She even imagined a future where Little Wu finds a kind and beautiful wife. With her space's help and Xiaojiu's smart drone, they can go anywhere. In a little while, if Xiaojiu doesn't come back, she plans to fly the drone and take the children to Everest to find him. It's not impossible. Lulu secretly made a plan and wandered around the daily necessities section of the supermarket. She especially liked stocking up on water bottles, cups, and attractive tableware. On a row of shelves, there were all kinds of luxury porcelain products. In the past, these porcelains were usually sold as accessories by luxury brands that also sold bags, and each piece was very expensive. Lulu picked out 2 sets of LK porcelain. She placed these porcelains into her shopping cart, along with some disposable bowls, chopsticks, and essential items like tissues. After finishing her shopping for daily necessities, she saw a row of clothing racks at the back. It was the hot summer season now. Most of the branded down jackets collected by the store were hardly sold and were very cheap. She chose 6 pieces and put them in her cart. Since she was already here, she thought, why not buy them? She had enough points to be a little playful. When Jiang Yi came to the apartment, she brought only summer clothes. These could serve as 3 replacements. Lulu also picked out 2 men's down jackets for Xiaojiu. She didn't see any children's items here. Children's products should be in the nearby maternity and baby store. Lulu looked around but didn't find anything else she wanted to buy. After paying at the checkout and leaving a deposit at the counter, she borrowed a portable shopping cart to temporarily store her items. Then she went to the maternity and baby store to browse. The shelves were full of various items, each limited to 1 per person. Lulu really wanted to put everything into her space, but she remembered she had already bought a lot and that shopping more might attract too much attention. So she decided not to buy any children's items and left with her cart. Back at the apartment, she put down her purchases. She pushed the shopping cart back to the supermarket to return it. While there, she also picked out a few sets of winter clothes for baby boys. Carrying the small clothes for the baby boy, she walked on the hot cement road under the blazing sun. At this time, many people were participating in official work. Because of the heat, just a few minutes outside made her sweat profusely. There were almost no people lingering outside. Lulu hurried back. It was now the afternoon. She was only holding 2 sets of children's clothes and they were winter clothes, so she wasn't likely to attract much attention. Lulu slowed down her steps and first went to the cafeteria in the public area. The apartment had been tampered with, making it unsafe and uncomfortable. She preferred to wander outside. It was best to go to the second-floor cafeteria when there were fewer people, enjoy the air conditioning, and taste dishes made by a 3-star Michelin chef. Lulu returned to the cafeteria. She deliberately arrived around 3 p.m., avoiding the busy meal times. But when she arrived again, the cafeteria was still crowded with many people. Lulu quietly walked along the inner wall, watching the second floor. She kept her eyes on a group of people heading upstairs. These people didn't seem to know each other, about 10 or so in total. Security guards at the staircase asked if they wanted to eat when they saw them go upstairs. After they all answered yes, the guards let them in. Seeing this group lead the way, many others started sharing orders, about 10 or 20 people together, to go upstairs. Because the first-floor cafeteria was very hot and stuffy, everyone wanted to go upstairs for air conditioning. They came up with this idea. A group of 10 people, each with 5 points, could stay upstairs for a day. They ordered cheap food costing 50 points and shared it. Lulu saw many people going upstairs, so she blended into the crowd and went up to the second floor. Outside the second floor, many people sat around round tables, and there were private rooms inside. "Waiter, we want to order." A noisy group of men, women, and children shouted to order food. The waiter frowned and handed them the menu. They ordered the cheapest steamed buns, costing 1 point each. Each person paid 5 points to get 5 buns. Since the second floor provided free tea, they sat comfortably inside. The 3 large air conditioners on the second floor made the space very cool and comfortable. The door to the second floor was a transparent glass door, blocking the cold air from leaking out. Inside and outside felt like 2 different worlds, one hot and stuffy, the other cool and refreshing. Lulu quietly found a busy waiter and asked her to take her to a hidden private room. She ignored the noisy crowd outside. After entering the private room, she locked the door to prevent anyone from entering. Inside the room, there was a separate wall-mounted air conditioner. Lulu held her wristband and scanned the QR code on the table to order food. The menu items were quite expensive. A simple vegetarian dish started at 12 points, and meat dishes started at 32 points each. 4 dishes totaling 50 points, she would get 5 bowls of rice as a free gift. Tea was provided free of charge, with unlimited hot, cold, and iced options. Lulu ordered using her wristband. She didn't dare to order too much, just enough to reach exactly 50 points. Soon, there was a knocking sound outside. Lulu opened the door, and the waiter brought in 1 meat dish, 1 vegetarian dish, and a small snack. These 3 dishes looked delicious and appealing, making her very hungry. She closed the door of the private room and asked the female staff member on the second floor, "Can I order from home? Will you deliver to my house?" The staff member thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, but delivery costs extra. Each delivery costs 4 points. What if I order more? If the weight exceeds 10 jin, there is an extra 4-point delivery fee for every additional 10 jin. How do I place a delivery order?" The staff member opened her wristband, scanned the QR code on the table, and showed Lulu how to operate it. Lulu silently remembered this, and also took a photo of the QR code on the table to save in her wristband. Within the shelter, the wristband had an official signal transmitter, so its use was not disturbed. Lulu carefully enjoyed the Chinese cuisine prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef. It was really excellent, not just because of the quality of ingredients, but also because of the taste and appearance. She quietly finished her lunch, then left the private room carrying a bag of children's clothes. When she went out, the hall outside was noisy and lively. Many people were drinking free cold water and nibbling on plain white bread. 1 point bought 1 large white bread. The ingredients used on the second floor were all fresh. If she reached 50 points, she would get an extra 5 large white breads as a gift. These 5 breads caused quite a commotion among the people, who argued loudly over how to share them. Lulu glanced at the crowd and saw they were fighting over the distribution of the free breads, not paying attention to her. She quietly left the cafeteria and walked outside the shelter onto the square. When she reached Building 5, she hesitated whether to go back to her dormitory. The surveillance equipment inside the dorm made her feel unsafe. Lulu turned on her wristband and contacted Jiang Yi. Are you at home? I have something to discuss with you at your place. Lulu took the elevator to the 12th floor. Instead of returning to her own apartment, she went to Jiang Yi's residence. Jiang Yi warmly welcomed her to sit down and poured her a glass of hot water. Inside the apartment, the air conditioner was on, keeping it cool, so she didn't feel hot. Lulu signaled Jiang Yi not to speak. She unzipped her backpack, opened a hidden compartment, and took out a device used to detect electronic surveillance equipment. The detector showed her nearby area was safe, with a green signal. Lulu stood up, moved around, and checked the balcony, kitchen, entrance hall, staircase, Jiang Yi's upstairs master and secondary bedrooms, the coat rack, and the small bathroom below the stairs. After a careful check, she confirmed everything was safe. Only then did she return to the living room and signaled Jiang Yi that she could speak. Jiang Yi noticed her nervous expression and asked Lulu, "What's going on?" "My apartment has been bugged."
What?
"How is that possible?" Jiang Yi was very surprised. "I might need to stay with you for a while. This is your new apartment. Stay as long as you want." Lulu looked serious. "This isn't a long-term solution. I suspect the surveillance in my apartment was installed by Zhou Yining."
Zhou Yining?
"You mean the head of the logistics department?" Jiang Yi wasn't very familiar with Zhou Yining. She had only heard about her from survivors at the base. Yan Feiyu also mentioned her, warning that Zhou's family had a lot of influence and that she had liked Xiaojiu for many years. Since Lulu was with Xiaojiu, she wouldn't let this go easily. "Lulu, what do you plan to do next?" Jiang Yi asked anxiously. This shelter, according to Yan Feiyu, had some influence from Zhou's family. Now that Xiaojiu was out, if Zhou Yining wanted to do something to Lulu, no one could save her. "I plan to leave with the rescue team inside the shelter at dawn tomorrow and join their mission." Jiang Yi quickly replied, "I'll go with you. It's safer with me there. It's dangerous outside. You should stay at the base, where Yan Feiyu is, and it's very safe." Lulu shook her head and refused. This time, Lulu probably won't return near the shelter for a long time. Unless Xiaojiu contacts her, she doesn't plan to go back to the shelter anytime soon. There is Zhou Yining's influence there. She can quietly enter her apartment and install surveillance devices. This really makes her feel uneasy. If she enters the apartment and hides in the space to rest at night, Zhou Yining bringing people in late at night without discovering her would raise suspicion. She would be targeted eventually. Zhou Yining is often accompanied by official personnel, and there are cameras everywhere in the shelter. If she kills Zhou Yining, she can't survive there. I've heard Zhou's family has a lot of power. Killing Zhou Yining would make her a hunted enemy, unable to move freely. But you're alone, just out of confinement, with a child. What should you do? Jiang Yi asked.
You don't need to worry about that.
Xiao Wu can take care of the child. That's the monkey I showed you in the video before. It's a mutated animal with intelligence similar to an adult. Can you let Xiao Wu take care of the child? The shelter is safer than outside, Jiang Yi suggested. Zhou Yining already knows that Xiao Wu is my and Xiaojiu's child. I can't leave Xiao Wu at the base. It's not just for Xiao Wu, but also for your safety. She's angry with me now. If she finds out you're helping me take care of the child, she might hurt you. Lulu was very worried. Last time, she had a valid reason for self-defense, but Zhou Yining still found an excuse to control her. If she hadn't seen herself become a supernatural, Zhou Yining would have taken advantage of her. She plans to leave with the rescue team, go to the nearby shopping street to gather supplies, and then find a chance to escape. Jiang Yi thought carefully, but couldn't think of a better plan. Lulu's past life in the apocalypse lasted a year and a half, and she has her own ideas. After some analysis, she believes this is truly the best way. Search and rescue teams usually consist of about 50 survivors. The team members come from different backgrounds and work together to search nearby factories and shopping centers for supplies and to fight zombies. They take risks outside to find resources, exchange them at the base for points, and aim for a better life. Recently, many people have been forming these teams to join the effort. With so many people together, Lulu and her friends go out for missions, which is relatively safer. To ease Zhang-Yi's worries, Lulu takes out a laser gun from her bag. This is a high-tech laser gun given to me by Xiaojiu. You don't need to worry about safety. Seeing the laser gun, Zhang-Yi's worries lessen a little. Then, take care of yourself when you're outside alone. Lulu stayed at Zhang-Yi's house and talked with her for a long time. After she finished explaining everything, she told Zhang-Yi to check on Xiaowu next door, then said goodbye and left. Lulu has 2 laser guns. Originally, she planned to give one to Zhang-Yi for self-defense. Last time, because of the laser gun issue, she almost got into trouble with Zhou Yining. She decided not to give the gun to Zhang-Yi. It's not to help her, but to protect her from harm. Yan Feiyu is part of Xiaojiu's team. He has special abilities, and with his protection, Zhang-Yi is quite safe. Plus, Zhang-Yi's apartment is stocked with plenty of supplies and water, so she lives comfortably. Lulu returned to her apartment, pretending she didn't notice anything. She carried the shopping bags with children's clothes and supplies onto the main bedroom. Once inside, she reached into her bag as if to grab something, but actually opened a detection device. The bedroom was also equipped with surveillance cameras. Lulu was very angry. She pretended to go to the bathroom, entered the shower, and closed the frosted glass door to prevent spying. Inside the bathroom, she still pretended to take tissues from her bag and checked the detection device. A red alert light flashed. Zhou Yining is really too creepy. She even installed cameras in the bathroom. Lulu felt a cold chill. She took out wet tissues from her bag and placed them on the sink. She used an electric toothbrush to brush her teeth and rinse her mouth, then washed her face and applied skincare. She acted as if nothing was wrong, sat on the sofa, and turned on the projector to watch a show. After a while, she got up, prepared dinner normally, and ate her meal. After finishing dinner, Lulu went to the master bedroom, pretending to be very tired, and lay down on the bed to sleep. Fortunately, the shelter has limited water supply. The apartment had no water since this morning. This reason gave her a good excuse not to take a shower. Lulu turned off the lights early and went to sleep. But when she closed her eyes, she connected to the space in her mind to check on Xiaowu. Xiaowu was sleeping soundly, and Kong was taking good care of him. She felt a little calmer, though she endured the pain of her swollen from milk production and didn't sleep all night. When morning came, she carried a bag with some baby supplies for Xiaowu and quietly left. It's a pity about the things inside the apartment. She had thought about stockpiling more meals made by a Michelin chef, but that was also impossible now. She bought a lot of food, but the apartment has surveillance cameras, so she couldn't send things through the space. But then she thought, going out for zero-cost shopping, these things will come back to her 1,000 times over. Food and supplies can be handled later by hiring a chef to cook for her. No need to lose the big picture over small details. Lulu was familiar with the process. She went to the public bathroom in the shelter and used a pump to relieve the painful, hardened milk. Because her head swollen and hurt all night, they felt as hard as stones. Luckily, she had Vitality water. When she pumped, she drank a sip of Vitality water. The blocked milk ducts suddenly cleared. Lulu relieved her physical discomfort, then sent a message to Zhang-Yi through her wristband and transferred most of her points to Zhang-Yi. She went to the task hall for rescue team registration, joined a rescue team, and quietly followed them out of the shelter. When Zhang-Yi woke up in the morning, she had already left with the rescue team, heading 10 kilometers away to the commercial trade center near Linwan University City. This place was temporarily safe because the mutant team had cleared it. At the entrance of Linwan University, there were logistics vehicles and busy staff, moving large amounts of supplies into the university city. Some supplies were transported to the shelter for everyday use by ordinary survivors. Others were airlifted by the university's logistics helicopter to the Everest shelter base. Lulu jumped down from the official large truck borrowed from the rescue team. After this period of training, her jumping ability and overall skills have far surpassed those of her peers. Now, at a height of 2 meters, she can easily jump over obstacles and land steadily. The rescue team started dividing into small groups, 10 people each. There are 5 groups in total, each searching for supplies from different directions. The supplies they find can be exchanged for points with official personnel or kept for their own use. The area they need to search is outside the University Town shopping street, where zombies still exist in other commercial streets. Lu, along with the 9 members of her team and a team leader with some rescue experience, headed to the southern shopping street. They agreed to search a small shopping mall on the map that was pre-marked. While the others were busy, Lu quietly left the group and didn't look at the supplies inside the mall. She ran along the wall quietly. Since this area had been searched by previous rescue teams, there were very few zombies nearby, mostly kept inside cars and shops. Because the city was without power, many surveillance cameras were not working. Only a few battery-powered cameras were still active. To be cautious, Lu reached into her shoulder bag and took out the laser gun Xiao Jiu gave her. She quickly moved to the street crossing nearby. A dozen zombies wandering on the street noticed her footsteps and slowly approached her. These zombies had ugly faces, protruding eyeballs, and sagging skin, which was very disgusting. Many of them were covered in bright red blood, looking even more repulsive. Having experience in killing zombies with Xiao Jiu before, Lu was not panicked when she saw these ugly zombies. She picked up her fully charged silver laser weapon, aimed at the zombies, and started shooting. The automatic targeting and locking functions seemed to be like using cheat codes. Every shot hit a low-level zombie in the head. Within just over 10 seconds, all these zombies had become spirits under her gunfire. She found a pair of disposable protective gloves and a metal tweezers from her bag. She also didn't let go of the brain cores inside the zombies' heads. She easily exchanged with Xiao Jiu for over 10,000 crystal cores. She was a bit dismissive of the small crystal cores, just a few in number. Her appetite had unconsciously grown. Even the smallest insect is still meat. Lu used metal tweezers about the length of chopsticks to approach a zombie's body. She reached out and used the tweezers to search inside the zombie's brain for crystal cores. The crystal cores glowed with a shiny light. In the zombie's pale gray brain matter, she quickly found a small, glowing, rice-sized crystal core. She didn't miss any of the other zombie bodies either. One by one, she used the tweezers to carefully search through the disgusting, foul-smelling brains. All the crystal cores inside the zombie brains were retrieved and placed into a clear Sora bag. The metal tweezers emitted a rotten corpse smell. Lu endured the disgust. Seeing no one around, she pretended to be a water-type ability user, sprayed a stream of water from her hand to clean the tweezers, then casually slung them onto her waist in a diagonal bag. She then went into a small convenience store nearby. Through the transparent glass window, she saw the cashier counter, where a zombie was lying dead. Inside the store, all the food had already been taken. Only some notebooks, paper, large daily necessities, toothbrushes, and toothpaste remained. Since the end of the world, these items haven't been popular. She didn't mind and stored everything into her space without hesitation. Her space was as big as 10 football fields and infinitely tall. Even if she filled it with all the supplies from the entire city, it would still hold everything. Items without expiration dates could also be stored in the open door of her space. For now, there was no need to do that. Lu packed all these items into the last section of her space. On the store shelves, there were many beverages and alcohol supplies. These items were a priority for official personnel or survivors, regardless of whether they were filling their stomachs. Since each person could only take a limited amount, these items were often overlooked. Lu didn't mind and took everything she could find. She then went to the small storage room behind the convenience store. The items there had already been moved away by the official logistics team. She understood why. The zombie at this convenience store has already been killed, likely searched many times by people. Lu went to the next shop and saw that the clerk and cashier inside were also dead. Especially the fruit shop nearby, where not a single piece of fruit could be seen. There's nothing good left here. The authorities had already cleared everything out long ago. The few remaining items are probably leftovers for the rescue teams and survivors to scavenge. Seeing that there's no more loot to find, Lulu moved to the roadside where the zombies had just been cleared. She found a row of parked cars along the street. Many vehicles were battered and covered in disgusting zombie brain matter and dark red scabs of dried blood, a result of the apocalypse. After a few minutes of searching, Lulu finally found a domestic SUV. The car door was open, and the key was still in the ignition. However, the engine was running, and the gas tank had been drained. Lulu was not in a hurry. She had enough fuel stored in her space to circle the Earth many times. She checked the fuel station and saw that the car used 92-octane gasoline. Looking around, she saw the place was desolate and silent, like an empty city. A wave of fear crept over her. She quickly reached out a finger, inserted it into the fuel tank opening, and used her space to transfer fuel into the car. Once the tank was full, she got into the vehicle and drove away. As the engine roared to life, the zombies lurking nearby caught the sound and moved. By the time these wandering zombies reached the street, Lulu's vehicle was already gone. They found the body of a fellow zombie lying on the ground. Sniffing the scent, the zombies moved toward the corpse. They extended their dirty, rotten, pale green fingers and rummaged through the dead zombie's head. After a moment of searching, they couldn't find the crystal core energy. They wanted to boost their own power. Angrily, they acted like mindless corpses, tearing open the dead zombie's brain and stuffing the grayish, mutated brain matter into their mouths, chewing loudly. Lulu's shelter base. After Nangong Ju woke up, she turned on the surveillance device to check the footage from last night in Lulu's apartment. Everything looked normal, with nothing unusual. Until the end of the video, she saw Lulu leave the apartment. She switched to her computer and entered the surveillance password for Linwon shelter, quickly tracking where Lulu went after leaving. Lulu joined the rescue team and left the shelter.
Nangong Yufrovnid.
Did this girl discover something? She immediately informed her young master, Nangong Yuran, about Lulu's departure. Nangong Yuran was caught in a dilemma. Xiaojio's words were too firm, and she couldn't get any information out of him. According to the lie detector test, Xiaojio was telling the truth. Vitality water is very important. The divine doctor of the Nangong family confirmed that this vitality water has healing effects on his body. He handed over the vitality water he received from Xiaojio to the leader of Hailon country. The leader, surprisingly, rewarded him with a drop of the original vitality water. Nangong Huadua, the divine doctor of the Nangong family, diluted this drop into a weaker vitality liquid for him to drink. Nangong Yuran's charming, affectionate peach blossom eyes lowered. He took a sip, and the effect was much stronger than the pills prepared by the divine doctor. The pills made from precious herbs only lasted 2 hours. But this diluted vitality water was incredibly powerful. Just one sip made his long-standing coughing blood condition improve immediately. This symptom of coughing blood could be kept at bay for a whole day and night. His usually pale face, like blood, now showed a hint of redness. His strange recurring cough, since childhood, was very odd. Over the years, he relied on the Nangong family's ancestral training methods and the divine doctor's pills to barely survive. The vitality water from Xiaojio must not be let go so easily. The Xiao family had been looking for the leader, pressuring him, after learning that he secretly detained Xiaojio. The leader drank the vitality water and gained special powers, instantly appearing younger, from about 40 to just over 30. The effects were immediate. Not only did he gain powerful abilities, but his physical strength tripled. With his approval, Nangong Yuran dared to imprison Xiaojio for questioning. The Nangong family has tried all their methods, but his stubbornness is too strong, and even the most advanced lie detector shows he is telling the truth. The leader is increasingly unable to handle the pressure from the Xiao family. They have given him only 1 week. If he can't find out anything in that time, he must release the person. Nangong Yuran's eyes darkened. He decided to personally go to Mergui, Myanmar, with Xiao Jiu to see if the water of vitality is real. Just as he was about to give the order, he received a message from Nangong Ju. Nangong Yuran instinctively felt that this was unusual. This girl is also not ordinary. From the photos sent by Nangong Ju, he could see that this girl has a special connection with Xiao Jiu. Investigate Lin Wan's shelter. Collect all videos from security cameras and send them to me. Yes, young master. Nangong Ju quickly started searching for all videos related to Lulu and Xiao Jiu. After 5 hours of work, she compiled all the footage from the past month in public areas, organized it by time, and sent it to Nangong Yuran. He carefully watched these videos, hoping to find clues from the past records. The first video shows Lulu arriving at the shelter and meeting Zhou Yining, settling in Building 5. The second video shows Lulu and another girl nearby, moving around the shelter area. The third video shows Lulu at a stall, exchanging crystals. From the third video onward, Nangong Yuran's eyes grew darker. Until he finished watching the last video, he reached a shocking conclusion. He must get close to that girl. Her name is Lulu. From these scattered videos, it's clear that the water of vitality is closely linked to this girl. There is only 1 week left. After 1 week, Xiao Jiu must be released. The Xiao family also agrees. The deadline is 1 week. He still has 1 week. Maybe, finding that girl will reveal the secret of the water of vitality. Uncovering the secret might give him hope to cure his many illnesses. May locate this girl using satellite tracking. Yes, young master. Nangong Mei immediately went out, found a laptop, and used GPS to track Lulio's location. Lon, prepare supplies for a week. I need to go out. Yes, young master. After Nangong Zhuing finished giving orders to Nangong Yuran, she reminded him, young master, it's time for lunch. Nangong Zhuing pushed Nangong Yuran, who was in a wheelchair, toward the Nangong family dining room. In front of others, Nangong Yuran had to act normally to maintain the family's reputation. But once back home, he had to sit in a wheelchair to conserve his strength. Many times, he sat or lay down to rest and keep his energy. Nangong Yuran was healed by vitality water. Recently, his appetite increased and he felt better. Usually, he could only eat soft foods. But these days, he was able to eat stir-fried dishes and rice. Nangong Zhuing silently prayed that the young master could get lots of vitality water to heal his body. Someone who was worried about Nangong Yuran. Listening to music downloaded in the car, she happily drove a domestic SUV on the way to the outer ring of the city. She looked in the rearview mirror and saw Xiao Wu sleeping in a baby crib in the back seat. Xiao Hozi watched Xiao Wu. It was sitting on the leather seat in the back of the car, swaying to the music playing inside, happily dancing. Lulu saw that the monkey was quite lively and couldn't help but laugh. She was driving toward the nearest gas station at the highway entrance. Although she had stored a lot of gasoline, she still thought it was never enough. Gasoline was needed for driving and power generation. Humming a tune, she saw more than 50 zombies on the roadside ahead. She stopped the car and told Kong Kong, "Take care of those monsters. Remember to get the crystal cores from their brains." Kong Kong got even more excited. Big monsters were the most interesting. It held a laser gun given by Lulu. Opened the car window, rolled over, and jumped onto the roof. Kong Kong aimed at the zombie horde ahead, striking a dazzling pose, and started shooting at the zombies. After all the zombies were dead, he asked Lulu for tools and ran ahead to get the crystal cores from their brains. Lulu leaned back in the driver's seat, happily watching Kong Kong work for her. When she stepped outside, she didn't expect the monkey to be so helpful. Having it dig through zombie brains to find crystal cores was really unpleasant. Having this extra help was truly wonderful. She only needed to sit in the car, eat and drink, listen to music, and wait for it to bring her the collected crystal cores. All the zombies near this road had been taken care of by the monkey. It happily carried a bag of crystal cores and handed them to Lulu. "Master, water." Lulu spilled a puddle of water, wetting the monkey completely. "Master, fragrant body wash." Lulu picked up a bottle of body wash, pressed a few times, and a large amount of fragrant foam was caught by the monkey's 2 paws. It rubbed the foam all over itself, using its fur as a natural sponge. In no time, it was covered in bubbles. Lulu waited for it to wash itself thoroughly, then used her space to bring out more water and rinse it clean. The monkey looked fresh and smelled nice with the scent of the body wash. Lulu threw a towel to it so it could dry off. The monkey shook off the water and wrapped itself in an absorbent towel before getting into the car. Lulu continued driving, heading about 500 meters ahead to a gas station outside the third ring road. Outside the gas station, a few staff members wandered around. Without waiting for Lulu's orders, the monkey picked up the laser gun from the back seat, took care of the zombies at the entrance, and put on gloves to take the crystal cores from their brains. This time it was more careful. It had just taken a bath. As long as it kept the dirt from the zombies off itself, it wouldn't need another wash. Lulu parked the car near the fuel tanks at the gas station. Since the entire city had lost power for over 24 hours, only places with solar panels still had electricity. The gas station had a backup generator to prevent power outages from stopping fuel supply to vehicles entering the highway. There was plenty of gasoline at the station. Lulu saw that the 2 fuel pumps were still working. Luckily, she had good luck. However, Lulu felt a bit troubled. According to her knowledge, this large first-class gas station has underground fuel tanks holding at least 180,000 liters of gasoline. Taking all this gasoline away would be enough to circle the Earth about 45 times. One full circle around the Earth is about 40,000 kilometers. With this reserve, she could travel at least 1.8 million kilometers. How long would it take to use all this fuel? Lulu found a 60-liter container in the space and used a fuel pump to fill it. It took about a minute and a half to fill the container. She looked nearby and saw 2 more fuel pumps. One for 92 octane, one for 95 octane, and one for 98 octane. These are 3 different types of gasoline. If she wanted to drain all the fuel from this station, she would need to work non-stop for over a month. Most importantly, even if she wanted to take all the fuel, she didn't have enough containers. She would take as much as she could. When she reached the next station, she planned to use a fuel truck for easier storage. Lulu calmly took out a detector to check the nearby surveillance cameras, found their locations, and then used a laser gun to break all the cameras. Since the station was powered, she had to destroy the cameras to avoid trouble later. After destroying the cameras, she walked over to 2 fuel trucks beside the station. Each truck could hold about 5 tons of gasoline, roughly 7,000 liters. Lulu reached out and confidently took both trucks. As for the remaining gasoline, since her capacity to carry fuel was limited, she prioritized collecting the 98 and 95 octane gasoline, as these are more powerful. Lulu returned to the car, called Kong, and they ate some food to regain energy. It was just noon, and the sun outside was very hot. Inside the SUV, the air conditioning kept it cool. After enjoying a nice lunch, Xiaowu woke up peacefully, smelling the food. Lulu couldn't help but smile. She picked up Xiaowu, lifted her shirt, and fed her milk. "Baby, are you hungry?" Xiaowu closed her eyes and opened her mouth, happily drinking her mother's milk. Meanwhile, Kong jumped out of the car and wandered around the gas station. It moved quickly into the rest area of the gas station, seeing many instant food supplies there. Instant noodles, sausages, energy drinks, bottled water. These were probably emergency foods provided for the night shift workers at the station. Xiao Kong ran around the station once, and then returned to the car to report to Lulu. After hearing the report, Lulu had just put Xiaowu to sleep. Xiaowu, who had just finished her confinement period, looked noticeably chubbier, with a cute, plump face. Lulu leaned down and kissed Xiaowu on both cheeks. She wore a loving smile on her face. Even if she was upset about something, seeing her adorable son always made her mood bright and happy. Lulu gently placed Xiaowu down and covered her with a small blanket. "Xiao Kong, stay here and watch the baby."
Got it.
Xiao Kong did a flip and stood guard next to the crib. Lulu closed the car door, pressed the lock button, and locked all the windows of the SUV. Then she entered the inside of the gas station. She went into the staff restroom of the gas station that Xiao Kong mentioned and took all the emergency supplies of instant food without hesitation. Inside the restroom, there was also a water dispenser with more than half a barrel of water in the top container. It was probably left by the station staff, who turned into zombies after the apocalypse, so no one had drunk that water. The restroom looked quite clean. Lulu collected all useful items from the gas station into her space and prepared to leave. She went outside, took out a fuel container she found inside, and filled it with 98-octane gasoline. There were many such gasoline barrels in the restroom. They were likely sold to customers who wanted to carry extra fuel, earning some money from the barrels. Official control of gasoline was strict, so all these barrels were not very large. Lulu didn't mind. Any free stuff was good. Xiao Kong looked through the car window and saw Lulu busy and sweating, and also saw Xiao Wu sleeping peacefully. So, it jumped out of the car to help Lulu refuel. Lulu handed it a bunch of gasoline barrels and asked it to fill them with 95-octane gasoline. One person and one monkey worked together, both trying their best. They kept filling the barrels until night, barely filling the foldable gasoline barrels at the station. Lulu knows that it is impossible to take all the gasoline from the gas station in a short time. Later, perhaps some survivors will pass by this way. The authorities will not overlook this gas station either. That's enough for now. Lulu sees that it is getting dark. She puts Xiao Wu and Kong back into her space. The SUV outside is temporarily parked on the empty lot of the gas station. Using the station's streetlights, she enters the staff lounge inside the station. She quickly moves her main body into her space to rest. Now she is alone outside. Hiding in her space to rest is the safest and most peaceful choice. Lulu slowly opens her eyes in the bamboo hut behind the fourth door. This bamboo hut looks different from the simple one at the beginning. Inside, she has laid a high-quality silk quilt, a soft cloud pillow, and a luxury mattress made of ergonomic massage nanomaterials. Outside the bamboo hut, the sky is blue with white clouds, and the sun is shining brightly. Lulu lazily gets up and sets up a 4-person dining table and chairs in front of the hut. She takes out a serving of braised beef rice and a thick latte from her space's preservation area. Kong is noisy, wanting to eat the same meal as her. Lulu also prepares a meal for it. She tells Kong to leave the space first and check the situation outside. If she and Kong appear together in the lounge, there might be other survivors inside. That would be very dangerous. If someone discovers her space's secret, she can only eliminate them. Fortunately, Kong is with her. Even if it suddenly appears and bumps into someone, it can't fight but can run into the woods outside. Within a certain distance, she can always call Kong back into her space. Kong was released by Lulu, and it ran around the gas station. Seeing no one nearby, it returned to the lounge and stood where Lulu disappeared, communicating with her main consciousness through her space. Lulu sensed Kong's desire to return and called it back. "Master, no one is outside." Lulu then felt relieved and left her space. Xiao was left inside her space. It was too hot outside. The temperature inside her space stays around 26 degrees Celsius, which is very comfortable for resting. Kong, the little monkey, was also kept with her. Little Wu has just finished drinking milk and won't wake up for a while. Lulu needs Kong's help to draw gasoline from the gas station. She found many containers in her space and temporarily stored the gasoline there. All the fuel tanks and gasoline received at the gas station, along with those bought before the apocalypse, were kept in a special area for easy use later. Lulu and Kong worked for an hour. All the containers in her space were used to hold gasoline. Now there are no more containers left to store fuel. Lulu and Kong greeted her and asked her to get in the car. She found an SUV by the roadside, which she also filled with gasoline. Next to the gas station, there were a few old electric scooters, but Lulu didn't like them. Once on the highway, she planned to find better transportation. Compared to electric scooters, she preferred to get a few motorcycles. There is enough gasoline in her space to circle the Earth many times, so she isn't lacking fuel at all. Lulu drove the car, telling Kong Kong to go back to the space to take care of Little Wu while she headed toward the highway entrance. She entered the highway from this side, and after exiting, 2 kilometers away was the area of the Third Ring Road. Nearby, there are many small residential buildings and supporting shopping centers. Lulu looked at the offline map on her phone and set out toward her destination. This time, she was going to a place called Xian City. Xian City, as the name suggests, is called so because legends say that immortals once appeared there. After about half an hour, Lulu arrived safely in Xian City. She drove along the main roads of Xian City. Looking around, there was no one in sight. On the streets, only groups of zombies aimlessly wandering. Lulu told Kong Kong to jump into the car and aimed her guns at the zombies to shoot. The SUV runs on gasoline. Her laser guns had been charging inside the car during the drive. Now they had plenty of power. With 2 laser guns and a total of 1,000 bullets, she could clear a small area of zombies on the street. She parked the car at the entrance of Xian City, in front of a large hotel. This hotel was the tallest and most luxurious building on the street. At this moment, a few groups of zombies were gathered at the hotel entrance. Inside the hotel, there are quite a few supplies, especially in the linen storage room, where clean sheets, pillowcases, spare blankets, and pillows are stored, along with a large stock of bottled water. This is a high-end hotel. The bottled water provided is also a premium French brand. After inspecting the hotel, Lulu turns her gaze toward a large shopping mall next to it. Compared to the hotel, this mall is more interesting. In such large malls, the first floor is filled with jewelry and gold accessories. Lulu points to the mall next door. Kong Kong immediately rushes ahead, holding a laser gun to clear the way. The laser gun has limited bullets, but it's enough to clear targeted areas one by one. Kong Kong shoots the heads of the zombies at the mall entrance, then skillfully uses tweezers from her waist to extract the crystal cores from their brains. Lulu follows behind, finishing off any remaining zombies. They push open the mall's bulletproof glass door and enter the large shopping center. As soon as they step inside, they see many wandering zombies on the first floor. Some zombies are still wearing the uniform issued by the mall. Kong Kong doesn't wait for Lulu to speak and immediately fires at the zombies that react to the noise. Soon, all the zombies on the first floor are killed. Lulu doesn't rush to gather supplies from the supermarket. This large supermarket is equipped with a backup generator, and the inside is covered with surveillance cameras. They need to find the control room and turn off all the cameras. Even during a power outage, the cameras keep working because of their batteries. Lulu quickly walks to a small, hidden security room on the first floor. She kicks open the door and shoots the security guard responsible for monitoring the cameras. Inside the control room, she sees many screens showing various surveillance footage. The mall has 6 floors. The first floor has beauty products, jewelry, and skincare. The 5th floor is for leisure and entertainment. The basement B1 is the supermarket. Lulu carefully checks the surveillance footage to see how many zombies are in the mall. After a few minutes of checking, she finds that there are not many zombies inside. There are only a few staff members and scattered customers. After the end of the world outbreak, the authorities intervened early, requiring residents to stay at home in quarantine. Because of this, in the shopping mall, only some brave workers remained on duty, while others stayed away. Lulu confidently turned off the control switch for the security cameras. Suddenly, all the surveillance screens went dark. Lulu calmly left the monitoring room and went to the first floor of the mall, where she began collecting supplies. She walked quickly to the jewelry display case, entered through the entrance, and reached in to take all the gold jewelry inside. The boxes used to hold the gold were not useful to her. They would only block her path if kept in her space. She found a large plastic bag and filled it with all the gold jewelry from the boxes. As for the nearby diamonds and jade, she only glanced at them and casually took a few jade bracelets worth over $1 million each. Sometimes, it's good to have some jewelry to play with. These items are mostly for display value, so she didn't need to take too many. She chose the most expensive ones. After collecting the gold on the first floor, she moved on to the skincare and cosmetics section next door, realizing she had already stockpiled quite a bit. But, following her principle of coming prepared, she entered each store and took some supplies into her space. She finished browsing the makeup and jewelry on the first floor. Then she and Kong Kong headed down to the basement level of the mall. The zombies there were the most numerous. There were about 30 or more wandering residents and staff inside. Lu and Kong Kong first found and eliminated all the zombies before starting to gather supplies. Kong Kong was responsible for extracting the crystal cores from the zombies' brains. Lu didn't leave any items behind on the first floor. She took everything, including the shelves holding the goods, all into her space. She collected toiletries, rice, flour, oil, seasonings, instant snacks, candies, chocolates, biscuits, drinks, and milk. Lu worked like a busy locust, leaving no plant untouched wherever she went. In a short while, all the shelves in the first-floor supermarket were emptied by her. It had only been a day and a night since the power outage. The yogurt and raw milk in the frozen food section were still cold. Lu didn't miss any of these either. All were stored in her space. Unfortunately, most of the ice cream had melted by now. She also collected the ice cream, as the extreme cold outside naturally acted like a freezer, quickly freezing everything. After clearing the first-floor shelves, she passed by the cash register and saw a long row of small umbrellas on display. These items are in high demand, so more is better. Lu took all the items from the counter, such as xylitol, children's candies, small umbrellas, and lubricants, and stored them in her space. This supermarket does not sell cigarettes or alcohol inside. Outside the checkout area, there is a separate section for cigarettes and alcohol. Lu entered the counter area without breaking the glass with force. This way, she avoided making loud noises that might attract zombies gathering on the nearby street and upstairs. She asked Kong Kong to find the key from the staff member, and while wearing gloves, she opened the glass door of the cigarette cabinet. Inside the counter, all the cigarettes and alcohol from the shelves were taken into her space. Next to the cigarettes and alcohol was a small children's play area, with activities like making figurines, fishing for small goldfish, and playing on a 3D game console. The small goldfish now are completely dead. They are of no use. But she could take a game console which Little Wu could play with when he grows up. Lu took a large game console and headed straight to the second floor with Kong Kong. The second floor sells women's clothing. There are many women's clothes stored in the space. But she didn't seem overwhelmed. The space is large enough to hold all these items. She reached out and touched the clothes on the hangers. In an instant, all the clothes entered her space. Lu jogged quickly, catching her breath as she cleared out the second floor. Then she and Kong Kong went to the third floor. Next, they moved to the fourth floor and cleared it out. Then they went to the fifth floor and emptied it. The sixth floor is an entertainment center, which had been abandoned for a month and was now moldy and smelly. Everywhere, there was a foul smell of spoiled food and zombie corpses. There weren't many usable supplies and food was scarce. They had to search the kitchen for more. After searching around, Lu told Kong Kong to go downstairs and look elsewhere for supplies. Her main goal was gold, followed by rice, flour, and cooking oil. Lu and Kong Kong cleared out this large shopping mall, using up half of the laser gun's laser bullets. She continued with Kong Kong into a nearby Starbucks. Inside the Starbucks counter, the chocolate mousse, black forest cake, and tiramisu had already gone bad. However, the counter stored many Arabica coffee beans and pure milk. There were also dozens of Starbucks-branded coffee machines and coffee-making tools. Lu collected all these useful items into her space. This included limited-edition Starbucks accessories like mugs, thermal cups, tote bags, and pens. The tables and chairs in the shop were also taken away. After clearing out Starbucks, she moved on to the nearby milk tea shops, such as T100, Honey Snow City, and Dian. All the tools and raw materials for making milk tea inside these shops were taken. Especially the milk tea shop's accessories and cups in the back storage, all were taken. These cups could be sealed with a sealing machine. After clearing these places, She looked for an apartment with electricity, boiled warm water, and divided it into cups, so she could drink warm water anytime. She finished clearing the street's milk tea shops and snack shops, like Liang What Shop, Zhou What Black Duck, etc. Lulu and Kong Kong's laser guns were out of ammunition. She took Kong Kong back to the SUV, drove to a wide, empty road, and waited for the laser guns to recharge before moving again to gather supplies. The laser guns recharged quickly, taking about half an hour. Lulu and Kong Kong patiently waited. While waiting, Lulu looked around at the empty surroundings. She took a fully fueled RV from her space and took a shower inside. Kong Kong stayed outside the RV to keep watch. 20 minutes later, Lulu finished her shower, changed into a cool sports outfit, and wore comfortable sports shoes from a well-known brand. She tidied up, stored the RV back into her space, and used the water inside her space to give Kong Kong a bath. They both sat back in the SUV, with the air conditioning on. Lulu took out 2 lunch boxes with 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes and ate with Kong Kong. After eating and drinking to restore her energy, the laser guns were fully charged. Lulu carried Xiao Wu out of her space, fed him milk, washed him with warm water, changed into clean clothes, and put him back in the bamboo house in her space to rest. After Xiao Wu fell asleep, she and Kong Kong returned to the Immortal City to continue their clearing. The outpatient clinic was full of zombies. After the end of the world, many people developed fevers, and hospitals refused to admit patients, leading to a high number of people visiting clinics. In the clinic, there were many medical tools and medicines. Compared to the thousands of zombies outside, these clinics could provide some supplies. Lulu, along with Kong Kong, cleared out the small clinic. She saw that next door, the dental office had many dental treatment tools, which she also moved into her space. If she ever had a toothache in the future and could find a dentist, these tools would be useful. Vitality water can heal injuries, but for issues like missing teeth, fillings, or crowns, she still needed a doctor. There are 3 pharmacies on this street. Lulu didn't refuse any offers and kept stocking up along the way. Maybe because of the official notices and rescue operations, her journey to gather supplies went very smoothly. Survivors outside the 3rd ring had already sent signals and been taken to the shelter base by the authorities. So, she didn't see a single person nearby. Official personnel started collecting supplies from the city's center outward. Outside the 3rd ring, it was like a big treasure trove, with no one around. Lulu, with Kong Kong, traveled along the 3rd ring, grabbing supplies for free. Once she started, she couldn't stop. She kept wanting to put everything she saw into her space. This made her spend a long time gathering supplies. She circled the entire 3rd ring, filling her space with mountains of goods. These supplies, not just enough for her family, could also support a small town for 100 years. She had been waiting for Xiaoju to come find her, but he never did. Sometimes, she would take out the airplane model Xiaoju gave her, hoping he would appear and find her. Every day, her hopes were disappointed. He said that the airplane model had a tracking system, and he could find her if he used it. But a month had passed. It was as if he had completely vanished from the world. The official wristbands only worked within range of the shelter base. This month-long journey made Lulu start thinking about returning to the shelter. On August 3rd, 2060, the first light rain began to fall from the sky. Lulu and Kong Kong sat inside the SUV, watching the rain fall silently. The raindrops kept hitting the car windows. Lulu suddenly realized that a month-long heavy rain was about to come. As the rain in the sky increased, the city's flooding would become worse. Only the area around Linwan shelter, because of its higher ground, could stay safe. Lulu decided to make one last trip to downtown A City to unload another burden in her heart. After that, she would immediately return to the area near Linwan shelter and hide, waiting for the disaster to strike. Su Pingding was already gone. Ma Weizhou, it was also time to settle accounts with him. If he successfully reached Linwan shelter, it would be harder to attack him. The only thing she was unsure about was whether Ma Weizhou was still at her villa in a city. She decided to go and check. Lulu and Kong Kong set out for downtown A City. As they got closer to the second ring road, she saw many survivors and official personnel gathering supplies along the road. She saw so many people fighting zombies and collecting supplies. She was glad she left early. Almost all the supplies on the outer third ring road had been taken. After a month, the officials had probably moved all the supplies from the inner ring. Even when she reached the second ring, she saw that most shops there were nearly empty. Lulu knew that only a few days had passed. In a few more days, even spoiled rice might be picked up. Because, apart from remote small towns and villages where officials couldn't search easily, almost all usable supplies on the streets had been taken away. Ordinary survivors had to work, follow official orders, and exchange points for supplies to survive. Lulu didn't stay long on the second ring and didn't bother with survivors collecting supplies in the rain. She drove straight to the villa complex where she used to live. Due to her increased physical strength and the recent supply collection, she trained her body at night in her space. Now, her core strength was no longer the weak state it was a month ago. Without using her laser gun, she was confident she could take down 5 men. Lulu took Xiao back into the space to care for Xiaowu. She drove alone to the entrance of Jinshin Villa. The road was very deserted. The further inside she went, the more abandoned it looked. The villa complex was quiet and peaceful. She checked her wristband for messages. For the past month, she had been outside the signal range of the shelter and couldn't receive any messages. Now, as she entered the city center, she found a shelter base right next to the villa. So, her wristband could connect to the internet now. As soon as it connected, she saw a message from Xiaojio. Lulu, I'm sorry. I can't tell when I'll be back. The leader sent me to Myanmar Maya Wadi on a mission. Please take good care of the baby at the shelter and wait patiently for me to return. Lulu, I miss you and the baby. If I haven't come back in a month, remember to visit my apartment upstairs. The password is 09xxxx. In my bedroom safe, there are spare laser weapons and instructions. If I don't come back after a year, get on a plane immediately with the baby and go to the foot of Mount Everest to hide. Message sent on July 7th, 2060. Lulu looked a bit dazed. She missed Xiaojio's message. The baby is fine, and so am I. Take good care of yourself. I will wait for you at Linwan's. Lulu immediately tried to reply, but she waited a long time without getting a response from Xiaojio. She looked sad. This was a message from a month ago. Xiaojio had gone abroad, and her wristband was out of the shelter's range, so there was no signal. Lulu silently prayed in her heart, hoping Xiaojio was safe and sound. She took about 10 minutes to calm her emotions. Then, she got out of the car, stood at the gate of Jinshin Villa, and looked at the password lock, hesitating for a moment. She took a deep breath, entered the password, and opened the villa door. The door slowly opened automatically. What she saw was a familiar tent at the entrance of the villa. It was the tent where Ma Weizhou had stayed. He was a man who would sleep with any woman for profit. And with that woman, Su Pingting, they were truly a perfect match. Lulu looked coldly without rushing forward. She stared at the open gate of the Jinshin Villa, observing around and noticing a few zombies wandering in the yard. Lulu picked up her laser gun at her waist and aimed it at these zombies to shoot. After all the zombies were dead, she carefully examined the area. Among these 6 zombies, none was Ma Weizhou. Lulu summoned Kong Kong and told it to go dig out the crystal core from the zombie's brain. She found a long stick in the yard and pushed aside the tent's flap. Inside the tent, it was empty. Lulu lifted her leg and stepped into the villa. As soon as she entered, she saw a 2-meter-tall mutated zombie running toward her. Lulu's face changed. This zombie was mutated. Although it wasn't as bizarre as the one she saw at Linwan University, it still looked very disturbing and disgusting. Lulu tried to shoot this zombie with her laser gun. Other low-level zombies could be taken down with one shot. But she aimed and shot 3 times at this zombie, which only moved with a twisted gait, like an old lady slowly crossing the street with a cane. Lulu kept shooting at the zombie. While shooting, she ran toward the villa's entrance. Kong Kong saw the mutated zombie chasing out and also raised its laser gun to shoot at the mutated intermediate level zombie. After about 30 laser shots from Kong Kong and the monkey, the mutated intermediate zombie finally collapsed. Lulu let out a long breath, still feeling scared. Just now, she almost decided to hide in her space to escape. It seems that laser guns can handle such mutated zombies. Of course, if she encounters a monster 5 meters tall, she would immediately find a place to hide and enter her space for safety. Such bizarre zombies, a monster that 50 psychics fought with fire all day and still couldn't kill. Lulu shivered at the memory.
Kong Kong saw the mutated intermediate zombie die.
It quickly moved forward, took out a crystal core from its brain, twice the size of a normal crystal core, and placed it into its transparent bag for collecting crystal cores. These must be cleaned thoroughly and handed over to the owner. They must be kept safe. The owner gave him a small shoulder bag, used specifically to hold crystal cores. Lulu watched Kong Kong collect the crystal cores from zombie brains and let it do so. She carefully walked back into the villa. When she pushed open the big door, the house was empty. The ceiling had a familiar chandelier, and the walls were painted in warm tones, making her feel like she was in a different world. She calmed her mind and went to the first room of the villa. She reached out, turned the doorknob, pushed the door open, and stepped back a few steps. Inside, she saw a male zombie with many knife wounds on his chest. His neck was also cut open with a sharp weapon, and even as a zombie, it was clear he had suffered great pain in life. The wound on his neck was likely a fatal injury. The many knife wounds on his chest probably resulted from a fight with someone. Based on the blood on the walls and how it had dried, as well as the zombie's appearance, he must have died not long ago. Recently, a terrible incident happened here. This badly injured zombie charged at Lulu. Without hesitation, she raised her laser gun, ready to kill it. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, she suddenly felt dizzy, and a voice entered her mind. "Please, kind and beautiful young lady, don't kill me." Lulu was stunned for a moment, then surprised. This zombie actually had its own consciousness and could communicate mentally? "Beautiful young lady, I am willing to serve you, as long as you don't kill me." "So, you're saying you want to kill me? You should know that people infected with the zombie virus will die. Your attempt to trick me made me so upset I could cry." Lulu remained calm and continued to aim her laser gun at the zombie. "Boo-hoo, sniff sniff. Beautiful and lovely young lady, I am very useful. I have awakened a special zombie ability, mental power. I can control other zombies. If you spare me, I can gather all the zombies to help you avoid disaster. Is that really so amazing? But the zombie tide will end in a year, and she probably doesn't need such a little partner." Still, this zombie was pretty disgusting. However, this zombie's ability to flatter was quite impressive. In her past life, he was definitely in sales, probably a top salesperson, very sweet-talking. The tragic zombie Zhang Lang was betrayed and killed by Ma Weizhou. He was happy because he had awakened a rare zombie leader skill, but then he found a zombie in the house with a higher level than him. His special power only allowed him to control zombies of the same level. He couldn't fully control those of a higher level. So, he could only hide here, waiting for a chance to escape, hoping to get zombie cores to upgrade and evolve by eating his own kind, and then settle accounts with the traitor Ma Weizhou. Suddenly, a killing god appeared in the villa, bringing a mutated monkey, and was slaughtering zombies inside while collecting many cores. He was very eager for those cores but dared not go out, planning to wait until they left to escape. Lulu kept her laser gun ready, coldly asking, "Do you know Ma Weizhou?" The man who used to live in this villa. Based on Zhang Lang's past work dealing with criminals, he guessed that the girl's tone was full of hatred when she asked. He took a gamble and shouted angrily, "Ma Weizhou? I know him. He betrayed me with one of my subordinates, and they killed me and ran away." It sounded pretty tragic, like something a scumbag like Ma Weizhou would do. "Considering that your death was caused by my enemy, I might spare your life. After all mutant zombie groups will die within a year. Since you're pitiful, talkative, and hate Ma Weizhou, I'll let you live for another year. Lulu closed the door behind her, leaving the zombie inside. Zombie Zhongleng. This zombie said Ma Weizhou ran away? As long as he's in City A, he will definitely run into him. There's nothing else valuable in this villa. She has already cleared it out. Lulu left the villa and found Kong, inviting him to leave together. Just as she reached the door, a zombie she left outside suddenly ran out. Beautiful young lady, wait for me. Does this guy not fear death? Does he really think she's as kind and beautiful as he said? Kong saw the zombie and immediately shot it with a laser gun. Zhongleng quickly hid behind a pillar near the villa's gate. He saw a large hole in the pillar, and the once prominent eyes on the zombie's face stuck out even more. Crying, beautiful lady, please take me with you. I beg you, don't let your pet hurt me. I haven't avenged Ma Weizhou yet. I don't want to die. Does it want to avenge Ma Weizhou? That thought made her feel a bit moved. Letting this zombie scare Ma Weizhou could be interesting, no bloodshed, and she could see Ma Weizhou's ugly, crying face. But with a zombie that could kill her at any moment, she still didn't dare. Kong saw the zombie wake up and was surprised. Master, do you want this zombie to be your servant? I remember there is a contract that can control conscious monsters, making them recognize you as their master. Once the contract is signed, it will never hurt you or have such thoughts. Even if it accidentally harms you, you will be immune to all damage. Lulu was very shocked. Getting bitten by a zombie has a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening special powers. If she could make this zombie her minion and train it, and then have it bite someone, she wouldn't even need to use vitality water. Although she wasn't lacking vitality water and had ways to become a super powerful person, the temptation of this flattering zombie was too strong. Having an extra helper wouldn't be bad. Did you hear that? Do you want to become my little brother? Lulu asked calmly. Zhongleng opened his big mouth and nodded blankly. I do. Little fairy lady, you are truly a goddess descended from heaven. You're beautiful and kind-hearted. Serving you is the greatest blessing of my life. Lulu's lips curled up slightly, feeling happy. Kong, how do we establish this contract? Master, wait a moment. I need a drop of your blood. Lulu suddenly produced a needle and pricked her finger. She squeezed a few drops of blood into a disposable blood collection tube and handed it to Kong.
Kong dømte 2 cm lange side.
Give me a drop of your blood. Zhongleng looked at his pale, blue-tinged hand. Losing feeling, he opened his mouth and bit his finger, causing thick, white, mutated blood to pour out, covering his hand. Kong, with a look of disgust, picked up a straw and drank a few drops of Zhongleng's blood. You must swear sincerely, say, I am willing to accept Lulu as my master, to be her most loyal servant, never betray her for eternity. She tells me to go east, I will go east. She tells me to go west, I will go west. Zhongleng was surprised that Kong could speak, but he immediately followed the command. Not only to save his own life, but also to seek revenge on Ma Weizhou and become a powerful zombie king. He was clearly well-fed and satisfied. This girl and this monkey were very extraordinary. Joining their team would surely be beneficial and harmless to him. Inside, Zhongleng thought, I choose Master Lulu because she is clearly the author's own daughter. High-tech weapons, mutated pets, and the ability to create objects out of thin air. As Zhongleng made his vow, a tube containing his and Lulu's blood emitted a white glow. Their blood gradually fused and flew toward them. Master, if you accept this drop of blood, you can place it on any part of your body. This signifies the contract is established. Lulu habitually extended her and took the faint red blood drop. Instantly, she felt her warm for a few seconds, then a small circular mark appeared again. Zhongleng extended his hand, and the contract mark landed perfectly in his palm. Lulu, with no hesitation, left the apartment building and sat in the car outside. Zhongleng hurriedly followed, looking through the car window and asking eagerly, Master, I am so hungry. Can you give me something to eat? You're a zombie. Do you still need to eat? Yes, zombies need to eat too. Eating makes us stronger. If we don't eat, We get hungry, long periods without food, and zombies lose their energy source. They could even starve to death. Is that so? What should I eat? I survive by eating zombie crystal cores. Lulu suddenly felt a bit of pain, but she knew she was raising this zombie herself. She told Kong Kong, "Give him 3 crystal cores." Kong Kong handed Zhang Lang 3 low-level crystal cores. Zhang Lang happily put the cores into his mouth, not minding the disgusting, foul-smelling bits of white brain fluid from other zombies on them. After eating 3 crystal cores, his hunger immediately disappeared, and he could feel that his mental strength had increased. Eating a few more crystal cores would allow him to level up. Zhang Lang had a strong feeling that he should follow his master to find more crystal cores to eat. Lulu saw Zhang Lang, who looked miserable and felt helpless. "Can the wounds on your head and chest heal?" "I don't know." Zhang Lang shook his head. Lulu remembered the diluted vitality water from the space. Should she try it as a last resort? Maybe it would work on zombies. Lulu reached out and released a strand of vitality water onto Zhang Lang's chest wound. This guy was her servant, bound by a contract. If he betrayed her, the contract would punish him. She didn't need to hide her ability to create things out of thin air from Zhang Lang. As the vitality water touched his chest, Zhang Lang suddenly became excited. The wound visibly healed. Lulu found that the vitality water also worked on zombies, so she poured some onto his head. All of Zhang Lang's small and big wounds healed completely. His clothes, which had been torn by a dagger, now looked like a patchwork of holes. Lulu kept spraying water on him, soaking his whole body. Kong Kong, the pet, happily took the pet shampoo and bath gel that Lulu used to wash it. It jumped out of the car window and told Zhang Lang, "Use this to wash yourself." "You smell terrible." Zhang Lang reached out, took the shampoo, and stood on the wide road in front of the villa, applying the pet shampoo to his head. He still had normal consciousness and human memories from decades of life, so washing himself with shampoo was very easy for him. In just 1 minute, he had covered himself with shampoo. "Wash yourself well," Lulu instructed with a frown. He stretched out his pale hand and kept scratching all over his body. After a while, he realized his clothes and pants were still on, which was inconvenient. So, in front of Lulu, he took off his clothes. Just as he reached out to take off his pants, Lulu immediately shouted, "Stop! Are you going to take off your pants?" "My beautiful master, I can't wash properly without taking them off." Lulu sighed helplessly. Her gaze fell on Zhang Lang's strong, muscular body. "I have to say, this subordinate is definitely skilled. His upper body muscles are well developed." Of course, she was only happy to have this helpful subordinate and didn't have any other thoughts. After seeing Xiao Jiao and others, she felt no special emotions. Compared to them, the difference was quite clear. Lulu casually produced a large bucket of water. "Go wash yourself inside, then come out. Remember to change into this set of clothes." Kong Kong helped him carry his clothes to a bench in the villa's pavilion and waited at the door for him to come out. He needed to be supervised. If this creature didn't put on his clothes properly and upset the owner, that would be bad. When the owner is happy, he might give it a few extra big peaches. It loves eating peaches the most. This creature is very good at talking, making the owner very happy. When the owner is happy, it gets to eat peaches. Kong Kong silently thought. Zhang Lang finished washing, dressed neatly in a black casual sports outfit. The outfit was long-sleeved and long pants, covering his skin, which was noticeably different from normal. However, he wasn't wearing shoes, and his neck was unnaturally white. "What size shoes do you wear?" Zhang Lang smiled and replied, "Beautiful owner, I wear size 45. Lulu found a pair of tall marten boots and a pair of plain cotton socks in the space. She got out of the car, placed the shoes and socks beside Zhang Lang. He immediately picked them up and found a clean spot by the flower bed to change into the shoes and socks. Lulu watched him carefully and scrutinized. The disgusting, foul smell had faded a lot, replaced by a strange scent of shower gel. Fortunately, after some tidying up, if you didn't look too closely, he looked no different from an ordinary person. Lulu ordered, "Put this on." She handed Zhang Lang a set of a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. He put them on one by one. Lu looked again. Zhang Lang's abnormal white pupils were hidden behind the sunglasses, and his pale skin was mostly covered by the hat and mask. But his neck still looked a bit creepy. Lu searched in the space and found a men's neck warmer as a gift. Put this on too. Zhang Lang took the scarf, avoided Lu Liolio's hand, and put the scarf around his neck. When he reached out, Lu noticed that his hand was frighteningly pale. This was not just a simple cold white skin. It looked like a dead person's deathly pale skin. She had to cover it up. She took out a pair of black gloves and handed them to Zhang Lang. After careful observation, Zhang Lang looked like someone who disliked others invading his privacy. He wrapped himself up very tightly. Lu looked at Zhang Lang and nodded with satisfaction. "You're wearing so much. You shouldn't be hot, right?" she asked curiously. She didn't know if zombies who feel hunger also feel temperature. "Beautiful master, it's not a very hot temperature. I can't feel it. Changes in temperature and environment won't make me uncomfortable. They only speed up the consumption of the crystal core energy inside my brain. Skong, besides that mid-level zombie crystal core, give him everything else today." Skong looked reluctantly at the small bag on his back, then angrily threw the collected crystal cores to Zhang Lang. Skong wanted to keep these cores to exchange for big peaches to eat. But now, he was giving them all to Zhang Lang. No more peaches for himself. The master said that turning in crystal cores would earn him delicious peaches. Lu smiled helplessly and found a 1-pound juicy peach in her space. "Don't be so reluctant. Look, what is this?" Skong immediately brightened up, happily accepting the peach and gobbling it down. Zhang Lang saw the huge 1-pound peach, completely covered in fuzz. Is this really a fruit that exists in the world? This master was becoming more and more mysterious. How many secrets was she hiding from him? God really was favoring him. Everyone in the police station had turned into zombies, except for him who escaped. If it weren't for Ma Weizhou and his most trusted brother betraying him, he would definitely be a winner in life. He was surely a child of luck. Even in adversity, he could return to the top, especially with such a powerful and mysterious master. Even as a zombie, there were levels, with mental control abilities.
Zhang Lang chuckled foolishly.
Lu looked at him with disdain. Although Zhang Lang seemed normal, the zombie's unique stench on him was impossible to hide. She pointed to the roof of the car and took out a secure seat that could be fixed on top. "You sit up there." Zhang Lang put the crystal core into the pocket of his sportswear, took the safety seat, and with a quick jump, smoothly rolled onto the roof of the car. He was already skilled, a former police officer in his past life. Plus, with the zombie mutation and Lu Liolio's crystal core feeding, climbing onto the car was very easy for him. Lu looked at him and attached the high-tech safety seat with strong suction cups to the car roof. This kind of safety seat has a very strong grip and won't fall off easily. Even if it does fall, the mutated zombie's tough skin and thick flesh can withstand the fall. "Oh, I haven't asked her name yet," she said. "Little fairy owner, my name is Zhang Lang. Oh, I'm Lu. Please don't call me owner in the future. It sounds strange. Just call me Miss Lu. Okay, Miss Lu." At this moment, Kong, satisfied after eating a peach, snapped out of his contentment. Lu took the opportunity to give Kong a bath again. She and Kong returned to the car, then drove away from the center of City A toward the outskirts of the Second Ring Road. There are many places to scavenge around the outskirts of the Second Ring. Factories, farms, and markets might still have supplies. Lu drove away. Along the way, she saw many other rescue team members also driving toward the outskirts to gather supplies. Lu avoided them and didn't go to crowded markets or shops. Those places had too much competition and could easily reveal her location. Her target was the office buildings outside the Second Ring Road. Lu parked her car outside one of the office buildings. This building looked at least 30 stories tall. Well, looks like she'd have to climb the stairs. Zhang Lang saw Lu about to enter the building and immediately said, "Courageous and adorable owner. Wait a moment. I'll check how many zombies are inside." Does Zhang Lang's little brother also have an automatic radar system? Lu Lulu silently nodded. Zhang Lang entered the building's lobby, sensing for a moment, then found a high-level zombie inside, eating snacks. He hurriedly ran out of the building and shouted to Lu Lulu, "Owner, run quickly. There's a high-level zombie inside. It is eating snacks, waiting for its fellow snacks inside to finish, and once they do, we will be doomed." Lu Lulu's face changed dramatically. Could it be the 5-meter-tall, crazy zombie she remembered before? In the end, Xiao Jiu managed to solve it somehow. A cold sweat appeared on Lu Lulu's forehead. This is a dangerous place. Running away quickly is the most important thing. She turned around and called Kong Kong to run away together. When she looked up again, she saw Zhang Lang had disappeared. Where did this little brother go? Zhang Lang ran to the main road of the office building, skillfully pried open the door of a trailer, and drove it in front of the office building. The sound of the car attracted nearby zombies. Zhang Lang was calm and ordered the low-level zombies to go somewhere else. The zombies obeyed and left. "Master, I will drive," Zhang Lang said, planning to ask a few zombie helpers to move the car. Lu Lulu drove all the way, feeling a bit bored. She saw the medium-sized trailer driven by Zhang Lang and brightened her eyes. Before Zhang Lang could ask her to help lift the car with the dirty, stinky zombies, she reached out and pulled the car back into the space. Then she easily jumped onto the iron railing of the trailer, carefully placing the car inside. Zhang Lang almost gasped in surprise. "Let's go." To the factory or farm in the suburbs, Zhang Lang snapped out of his thoughts, drove the trailer, and took Lu Lulu away, heading to the factory and farm where he had previously worked on cases to gather supplies. With such a driver, Lu Lulu was completely free. She told Kong Kong to stay in the car and eat peaches, keep watch, while she sat inside the car, entered the space, and went to take care of the soft, fragrant little Wu. She quickly moved a camper into the space, took a shower inside. After the shower, she held little Wu, lay on a high-quality mattress, fed him milk, and cuddled him to sleep. Lu Lulu smiled slightly and took a short nap, until Kong Kong made a sound to wake her up. She immediately came out of the space, sat in the back seat of the car, pretending nothing had happened. The car was covered with a privacy film. From the outside, you couldn't see inside. From the inside, you could see outside. She felt very secure doing this. Lu Lulu didn't wait for Zhang Lang to call her. She pushed open the car door and called Kong Kong to get out together. Little Wu had just fallen asleep and woke up again after 1 to 2 hours. When he woke, I took the opportunity to enter the SUV and go inside to take care of him. "Miss Lu, this is a farm-stay village outside the 3rd Ring Road. They grow many crops and vegetables here. I've been here before with my family for fun. Look, that's the farm's estate." Lu Lulu looked around and felt very relaxed. She looked away and saw a sign next to where Zhang Lang parked the trailer. The sign said, "Peacock Mountain Villa," and had a directional arrow. She thought to herself, this is really a good place. The area was full of green trees, with small vegetable gardens neatly divided. Many fruits and vegetables looked healthy and ripe. But she wondered if these fruits and vegetables, contaminated by the zombie virus from the apocalypse, could still be eaten. Recently, it had been drizzling on and off, which made Lu Lulu feel uneasy. For safety, she didn't rush to pick the produce from these fields. In her previous life, the authorities had issued a message saying only survivors in the base could buy produce from the greenhouse farms. Outside produce was forbidden for survivors to trade. She didn't know when these plants started to mutate, and her space didn't lack fresh fruits and vegetables. Her main concern was the supplies stored in the farm-stay's warehouse. "Let's go see what's ahead," Lu Lulu spoke calmly. She reached out and touched the small car on the trailer. Using her space power, she moved the car to the roadside at the entrance of Peacock Mountain Villa. Zhang Lang heard her and quickly sat in the safety seat on top of the SUV. Kong Kong jumped onto the driver's seat, opened the door on that side, and got inside first.
Lululu
She stood at the driver's position of the SUV and looked up at the end of the small road. It was a very steep and narrow mountain road. The SUV could barely pass through. From afar, the mountain road was winding and twisting. At the very end, there was a huge peacock statue. Lulu got into the car as Kong Kong opened the door. She started the engine and drove along the mountain road. Near the winding, twisting path are the residents' self-built houses. Inside and outside these houses, wandering zombies hear the sound of car engines starting and rush anxiously toward the roadside. Zhang quickly uses his awakened mental control powers to keep these zombies away from the path. Originally, these zombies had blank minds and all turned white. A command message appears in their crystal cores, and they obey Zhang orders without question. Go to the lower intersection and stop other survivors and humans trying to enter the mountain villa. With Zhang help, Lulu successfully drives the car into the villa's entrance. As soon as she gets out, the zombies inside the villa rush forward loudly. Zhang quickly controls the residents and staff of the villa, directing them to the road below. Lulu feels very satisfied. Her zombie little brother is very capable. She wonders if she can give a command for these zombies to self-destruct. Zhang, can you order these zombies to kill themselves? Currently, I can't do that with my abilities. How can I make them fight each other? Lulu asks. If these zombies could fight among themselves, she could get a lot of zombie crystal cores without much effort. Zhang guesses uncertainly. My level needs to be at least 2 ranks higher than theirs for them to follow such sacrificial commands. Lulu feels a bit disappointed. If her estimate is correct, Zhang is a mutated zombie among the basic zombies. If he surpasses 2 ranks, wouldn't he be like those 3-rank monsters she has seen before? How can you quickly advance your level? Master. Don't call me Master. I said from now on, just call me Miss Lu. Zhang changes his words. I need to eat crystal cores, especially from zombies that are higher level than me. Eating such cores helps me level up faster. He can only absorb a limited amount of energy from similar crystals each day, usually only 3 to 5 pieces. Eating more won't increase his absorption. Lulu asked Zhang to lead the way. He had been here before and knew the exact locations of the kitchen and warehouse, which made gathering supplies easier. Zhang didn't disappoint her and quickly showed her the location of the Peacock Mountain Villa warehouse. Without hesitation, she stored all the rice, flour, grains, and cooking oil piled inside the warehouse into her space. When she reached the kitchen, she saw many seasonings, utensils, and tableware on the stove, all also stored in her space. She planned to organize everything carefully when she had free time. There were so many things to do, and since her space didn't have a one-click organization feature, she had to do everything herself, which was very inconvenient. Relying only on Kong Kong, she couldn't handle everything alone. Zhang could only help her deal with low-level zombies blocking the way, while Kong Kong needed to take care of Xiaowu. Farming and other tasks still required hard work and effort. The Peacock Mountain Villa had many good things inside. The rice, flour, grains, and oil were all green foods grown by nearby residents. The peanut oil was freshly pressed and additive-free. Even the rice could be exchanged for many points. Zhang continued to help Lulu search the 2nd and 3rd floors of the villa. This time, they gathered a lot easily and comfortably. Once they finished emptying the villa, it gradually got dark. A gentle rain started falling from the sky. At first, it was just a light drizzle, but after a few minutes, the rain grew heavier, accompanied by dazzling lightning. Kong Kong was frightened by the lightning streaks across the sky and hid behind Lulu. Lightning. So scary. The lightning made Kong Kong instinctively feel fear. After the lightning, thunder roared loudly, deafening everyone. Lulu stood at the gate of the Peacock Mountain Villa, watching the stormy weather, and decided not to go elsewhere for supplies today. She told Zhang to stay and play on the 1st floor of the villa, while she took Kong Kong upstairs to the 3rd floor living area. When they first arrived, Zhang had already moved all the zombies away from the villa to the foot of the mountain. Now, the villa was very safe. Lulu chose a relatively clean-looking bedroom, closed the door, and moved a clean sofa and coffee table inside. She sat down on the sofa to rest. At this moment, Kong Kong was completely stunned. It sat stiffly in the corner of the sofa, looking very sad and listless. Lulu didn't notice anything unusual about it. When she entered the room, she communicated with the space and saw that Xiao Wu was still sleeping inside. She took out 2 portions of food, planning to call Kong Kong over to eat, but noticed its frightened gaze. Lulu was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with it? Kong Kong, come over and have dinner. Kong Kong sluggishly sat next to Lulu. Master, can you please close the curtains? The lightning outside is so scary. Lulu chuckled. You little monkey, you're not afraid of the ugly zombies, but you're scared of thunder and lightning.
Kong Kong replied patiently. Okay, master.
Little monkey is most afraid of thunder and lightning. Boo-hoo. Lulu stood up and went to the window, pulled the curtains closed. Kong Kong couldn't see the lightning and purple sparks, and its expression gradually returned to normal. Hurry up and eat dinner, she said, picked up chopsticks and ate the packed meal with 2 kinds of meat and vegetables, along with a serving of wolf-tooth potatoes, a serving of stinky tofu from Hunan, and a cup of milk tea. The smell of the food attracted Kong Kong's attention, and it focused on the delicious meal. The 2 of them ate quietly. Lulu took out an iPD from the space, which had many famous TV dramas, movies, and variety shows from her past life downloaded inside. She found a dating variety show to pass the time. While eating delicious food, she watched the show. Kong Kong was also drawn by the lively variety show on the tablet, eating and watching at the same time. Outside, the thunder and lightning gradually diminished until they disappeared completely. Then, a gentle rain began to fall from the vast sky, flowing down the land into mountains and rivers, disappearing without a trace. Lulu and Kong Kong, unaware of the outside world, focused only on eating and watching shows, living their happy little life. After finishing dinner, she took Xiao Wu out to play. Xiao Wu, after a month old, had about 2 hours of wakefulness during the day. Lulu took this chance to affectionately talk to Xiao Wu and tell it stories to lull it to sleep. Little Wu looked at Lulu's familiar outline, her eyes full of smiles. Lulu looked at Little Wu's cute, chubby face and felt very happy. She decided to make Peacock Mountain Villa her temporary home. The place has clear mountains and water, and the terrain is very high, making it hard for most people to reach. Below the villa, a low-level zombie horde controlled by Zhang Lang surrounds it, serving as a natural safety barrier. Here, she plants flowers and grass, and during the day, she takes time to let Zhang Lang help gather supplies nearby. At night, they return to rest. It's a pretty good arrangement, Lulu silently thought. She watched a love reality show, and as night fell completely, the mountain villa had already lost power. Only some solar-powered outdoor lights outside still shone faintly. Lulu found a fully charged energy-saving lamp in her space and placed it next to the sofa to turn on the light. A warm, gentle yellow glow instantly lit up the bedroom. Kong Kong, stay here and play by yourself. Don't go out. Call me if anything happens. Okay, master. Lulu handed the tablet to Kong Kong to play with, then hugged Little Wu and slipped into the bamboo house in her space to rest. Everything here was peaceful and quiet. Meanwhile, far away at Mount Everest, a storm was brewing because Xiaojiu and Vitality Water. At the small villa where the Nangong family lives. Recently, Nangong Yuran felt better and better. She hadn't coughed up blood for 3 days in a row. Master, Little Bamboo has located Miss Lu's position. Also, the Xiao family is willing to wait another week because of their leader, the Little Bamboo reported carefully. What are your plans next? Nangong Bamboo asked cautiously. Nangong Yuran smiled softly. Take me to where she is. But young master, it's very dangerous there, with many zombies. Nangong Ju worried. Your health. Just do as I say. Don't interfere. Nangong Yuran interrupted. Nangong Bamboo looked a bit hurt but nodded and replied, Yes, young master. Nangong Bamboo slowly left the door. July 4th, 2060. Lulu was holding the soft Little Wu in her space and stayed lying down until noon before getting up. After a simple wash-up, she left the space. Kong Kong saw her appear and nervously said, Master, I'm sorry, I broke your machine. Lulu took the tablet handed to her, which was already black on the screen. Silly monkey, it's out of power. Just charge it, and it will work. Lulu took a portable fast charger from the space and connected it to the tablet. Soon, she turned on the device, and the tablet lit up again. Lulu explained to Kong Kong that a tablet without power can't be used, and she handed the portable charger to Kong Kong to keep. Kong Kong held the tablet and found that the small bag on it was too small. Master, can you give me a bigger bag? Lulu nodded and found a small school bag in the space, then handed it to Kong Kong to pack its belongings. Kong Kong happily put the tablet and the portable charger into the school bag and carried it on its back. Lulu collected the desk lamp, sofa, and other items back into the space. She opened the window to check the weather today. After last night's heavy rain, the sky was clear. However, the sky was still gloomy, making people feel very depressed. Lulu opened the door and took Kong Kong downstairs to find Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang was squatting downstairs, absorbing energy from crystal cores. When he heard them come down, he greeted them. Miss Lu, are you going to search for supplies today? I know a few good places. We can try our luck. What good places? Are there many supplies? Zhang Lang hesitated before speaking. The police station. When I was human, I worked at the police station. I know where the firearms are. Lulu's eyes lit up. Firearms, after the apocalypse and natural disasters, are rare and valuable resources. For ordinary people, having a firearm greatly improves safety when searching for supplies outside. Whether it's fighting low-level zombies or protecting loved ones from backstabbing, it's a useful tool. For her, who now has laser weapons, these are not very useful. But they can be exchanged for points. Many shelters still have survivors. She can use these points to hire people, have them cook, do chores, or work for her. Lead the way, and we will go to the police station. Zhang Lang quickly climbed onto the roof of the SUV at the entrance of the manor. Lulu drove away from Peacock Manor and arrived at the entrance below the estate. She parked the car on a tow truck. Zhang Lang drove the tow truck, taking her to various police stations to search for firearms. With Zhang Lang, who knows the map and police station locations well, they quickly reached the nearest police station. This police station is not very large. Zhang Lang drove away the nearby low-level zombies. Inside, he found several mid-level zombies, which he also moved to other places. After feeding on crystal core energy overnight, he had advanced to mid-level and could control these zombies to change their destinations. He gave simple commands. So, when Lulu and he arrived at the police station, everything went smoothly. The nearby zombies left in other directions. Miss Lu, after police work hours, firearms are stored in the armory.
I will take you there.
Each police station is built according to official standards, with firearms stored in a fixed safe. Lulu followed Zhang Lang to the safe, where the weapons were kept. Before Zhang Lang could react, Lulu picked up a laser gun and shot at the safe. The seemingly very secure safe, facing a laser gun from a higher dimension, was as fragile as soft tofu and was instantly shattered by laser shots. Lulu took 2 steps forward and opened the safe door. She handed a bag to Kong Kong. Kong Kong threw all the guns stored inside the safe into the bag. Soon, the weapons were collected and packed by Kong Kong. While Kong Kong was loading the guns, Lulu also took the opportunity to gather office supplies and spare clean water from the water dispenser area in the police station. These were valuable supplies. Whether buckets or the water inside, they could fetch a good price. Likewise, in critical moments, they could save many lives. When encountering good people who haven't lost their humanity, she didn't mind helping them a little if conditions allowed. Mostly, it depended on the arrangements made by the authorities. Based on what she knows, the authorities have almost taken all the resources from the inner and second rings. This makes them much richer than her. After the apocalypse, at least half the people died. In the past month, many have starved to death or been killed for various reasons. The government stored supplies from all the major provinces and cities, enough for the survivors to use for many years. She only scavenged a third ring area, which is not comparable. 1 person, 1 zombie, 1 monkey. They quickly looted all useful resources from the police station. Zhang Lang and Lulu continued to the next police station. They kept searching for weapons until it got dark. Lulu told Zhang Lang and Kong Kong to get in the car and go back to Peacock Mountain Villa to rest. Tomorrow they would continue scavenging. As she started the car and reached the corner, a tired woman holding a baby suddenly ran out. She stood in the middle of the road, blocking Lu Liu's way. "Miss, please help my child," she begged. Lulu looked at the pale, thin baby in the woman's arms, and her foot that was about to press the gas pedal suddenly hit the brake. Zhang Lang, on top of the SUV, saw the woman and child, like living people, and his saliva uncontrollably dripped onto his mask. Such a delicious smell. It was blood. Living blood. Lulu had a contract with him, and he didn't have the urge to bite or feed on her. He only respected and obeyed her. Kong Kong also felt like an ordinary animal. But the sudden appearance of living people awakened his inner desire and impulse. Zhang Lang hurriedly jumped out of the car and rushed toward the woman and child. Seeing their frightened expressions, Lulu was shocked and shouted, "Zhang Lang, stop." Bound by the contract, Zhang Lang was called back. But inside, his urge to drink blood couldn't be controlled. The crystal core could give him energy, preventing him from starving or losing energy. But it couldn't suppress his zombie instincts and primal desire. Just like normal humans, people can eat enough to feel full, but everyone wants to taste tastier, fresher, and more delicious food and snacks. This kind of taste can be addictive. Lulu frowned and got out of the car. Before she got out, Kong Kong secretly entered her space to take care of Xiaowu. One Zhang Lang is already hard enough to deal with, and now there's also Kong Kong. It's better to take one back. Xiaowu is about to wake up soon. Kong Kong can help take care of and feed him. "Miss Lu, Lulu looked at Zhang Lang struggling and reminded him, which was also a warning, "I remember there's a hospital nearby." Zhang Lang understood her meaning immediately. He is now a mid-level zombie. Low-level zombies avoid him. Except for the twisted high-level zombies, he is not afraid of anyone. If he can't fight, he can find low or mid-level zombies to cover for him and escape. Inside the hospital, there is a blood bank. The zombies inside are brainless and don't know how to use keys to open the blood bank door. These foolish zombies don't know how to fight for the blood. The blood bank in the hospital stores thousands of different kinds of fresh blood. Although the freshness is slightly reduced, different blood types have different scents. Zhang Lang licked his lips, found an abandoned car on the street, got in, started the engine, and drove away to find blood bags in the hospital. His true nature is that of a human. Killing an innocent woman's baby in front of her is a terrible crime. Zhang Lang understands this very well. As long as he can drink fresh blood without killing, he can control himself. Once he's full and satisfied, he won't want to hurt living people. His job and the education he received also prevent him from harming ordinary people. Lulu silently watched Zhang Lang drive away. She looked at the middle-aged woman and child just 3 meters away, but didn't rush forward. Why did this mother and child suddenly appear here? Most people have been rescued and taken to shelters by the authorities and rescue teams at this time. "Hello, Chun Xianglian stammered, holding her child tightly, then gritted her teeth and suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Miss, please, take us to the shelter base." Lu Liu's face remained expressionless, but a hint of emotion flickered in her eyes. The woman in front of her was in her early 30s, thin and frail. The child she held was so skinny that only skin and bones remained. As a mother herself, who had also raised a child in her past life, she felt a strong tug in her heart when she saw this mother and child. Although she hesitated and felt conflicted inside, her body reacted instinctively when she saw the child's weak, helpless little hand hanging in the air. She went to the back of the SUV, pretending to search for supplies inside. In reality, she was quietly finding a bottle of vacuum-sealed milk powder for the mother and child. This kind of milk powder doesn't need to be mixed. It just needs to be warmed slightly before drinking. Since it was summer, with temperatures around 26 degrees Celsius, the milk was barely warm enough for the child, who looked to be over a year old. She couldn't produce hot water out of nowhere, as that would be too obvious. Lulu found a compressed biscuit, 2 chocolates, 3 packs of crispy noodles, and 3 bottles of some drink, along with the vacuum-sealed milk, all packed into a bag. She handed the bag to the mother and child, who were kneeling about 3 meters away on the ground. Eat something first. After you finish, I will take you to the nearest shelter. Thank you so much. Chen Xianglian picked up her son and took the food and water from Lulu. Have you seen any other survivors nearby? Lulu asked softly. Chen Xianglian hesitated, shook her head, and pointed to a small convenience store around the corner. This is my shop. With the food and water inside, I and my dog, Air, managed to survive. The streets are full of strange noises from zombies. My child and I dare not go outside, so we've been hiding in the warehouse of the shop. I haven't seen anyone else. And I don't know where they are. After answering Lulu's questions, Chen Xianglian found the milk powder in the bag and fed her son, Air. Lulu stood quietly by the car, watching Chen Xianglian sit on the road and feed her exhausted son. Dog Egg finished a 240 milliliters bottle of milk and opened his eyes. He looked at Chen Xianglian and softly said, "Mom, I am full now, my stomach doesn't hurt. Please put me down." Chen Xianglian saw that Dog Egg looked better and gently set him aside to sit down. Dog Egg pointed at the plastic bag and said, "Mom, you eat quickly." Chen Xianglian felt dizzy and took a piece of chocolate to add some sugar. She hadn't eaten candy for a long time. Lulu quietly waited for the mother and son to fill their stomachs. When Chen Xianglian's son saw his mother was full, he whispered to Lulu, "Big sister, thank you. You are a good person. Guanyin Bodhisattva will bless you. Good people will be rewarded." Lulu felt warm inside. Such a young child was quite sensible. These foods didn't mean much to her, but to them, it was a life-saving gift. With limited ability, helping some vulnerable groups was not bad. The only condition was, don't save ungrateful people. If they are ungrateful and don't appreciate kindness, she wouldn't be so patient. Chen Xianglian regained her strength and pulled her son Dog Egg, cautiously approaching Lulu. Their clothes were dirty and smelly. The girl in front of them looked very clean and tidy. She was really afraid that she would dislike them and leave them behind. Everywhere nearby was filled with zombies. This girl, and the strange man just now, seemed very powerful. They could walk through streets full of zombies without fear. Just this alone made her respect them. Chen Xianglian showed a kind and grateful smile to her. Lulu, however, looked behind her with a frown. Chen Xianglian thought Lulu was disgusted and took 2 steps back. Lulu quietly reminded her, took out a laser gun from her waist, and aimed at the zombie rushing out behind Chen Xianglian, shooting. One shot pierced the zombie's head as it swung out from the corner of a shop. Dog Egg saw his father, whom they had been taking care of, fall to the ground, and he ran forward on his short legs. Chen Xianglian quickly grabbed Dog Egg to stop him from running ahead. Mom, let me go. Dad fell down. I want to find Dad. Dog Egg, that's not your father. Your father has already died. No, Dad is not dead. I want my dad. The thin and pale Dog Egg struggled hard, trying to run toward his fallen father. Lulu. Just now, Zhang Lang had sent the nearby zombies to the street next door. Now, with Dog Egg's shout, the zombies nearby were quickly attracted. Zombies are coming. Hold the child and get into the car. Let's leave first. Lulu opened the SUV door, spoke to Chen Xianglian, and aimed her laser gun at the zombies flooding the street end, shooting at them. Chen Xianglian quickly picked up Dog Egg and ran into the car to sit down. Lulu closed the door, started the car, and stepped on the accelerator hard, heading toward the main road at the entrance of the city. The zombies had passed through this area once before, so it was relatively safe for now. Dog Egg kept crying nonstop, tears streaming down his face inside the car. Mom, I want Dad. Boo-hoo. Dog Egg, don't cry. Your dad has turned into a monster. Boo-hoo. Lulu frowned silently, showing a hint of concern. Chen Xianglian helplessly hugged Dog Egg, trying to comfort him. It wasn't until Lulu drove the car to a deserted, wide road where no zombies could be seen that Dog Egg's crying eased a little. My surname is Lulu, she introduced herself simply. She parked the car and looked back at the rear seat. What do you call yourself? Miss Lu, thank you. My name is Chen Xianglian. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Chen. This is my son, nicknamed Dog Egg. Lulu softly said, Sister Chen, it's safe here for now. We'll wait here for a while until my companions return. I will take you to the nearest survivor base. Miss Lu, thank you, Chen Xianglian replied with a faint, forced smile. In just this short month, her husband had died, her happy home was destroyed, and dangerous zombies were everywhere. Now, the only reason she could keep going was her son, Dog Egg. Sister Chen, everything will get better, Lulu softly comforted. We'll reach the shelter soon. Once at the shelter, it's very hard for orphans and single mothers like Sister Chen to survive. She didn't say the rest of her thoughts, not wanting to hurt Sister Chen's feelings. From Lulu's hesitant expression, Sister Chen guessed part of what she was thinking. For so long, the authorities haven't come to rescue them in Xian City. Entering the shelter, survival doesn't seem easy. Lulu looked at Sister Chen and her son's weak bodies and sighed helplessly. She couldn't just help someone in such trouble on her own. Her strength alone wasn't enough to do everything. But if fate brought them together, maybe she could help a little. Lulu looked away, checking the official bracelet on her wrist, which showed no signal. She glanced at the time. It was July 4th, 2060, 5:30 p.m. Lulu, Sister Chen, and Dog Egg silently waited by the roadside. About half an hour later, the sun slowly set behind the mountains. A black Mercedes sped toward them. Zhongling carefully parked the car by the roadside. He stuck his head out the window. Miss Li, it's getting dark. Yes, it's getting dark. Nighttime zombies are scarier than daytime ones. Now, the whole city is without power. From afar, only faint mountain outlines can be seen. Driving to the shelter now isn't a good idea. Sister Chen, it's too late today. Traveling at night is dangerous. We'll take you to the shelter first thing tomorrow morning. Sister Chen nodded. We're fine, but we'll trouble you again tonight. No need to thank us. Lulu told Zhonglang. Head back to Peacock Mountain Villa. Lead the way. Zhonglang drove faster and led the way. Lulu followed at a steady pace. Thanks to Zhonglang, scattered zombies along the road had already been diverted elsewhere. As night fell, they safely returned to the previous Peacock Mountain Villa. Lulu and Zhonglang got out of the car. Sister Chen, exhausted from crying, carried her tired dog and followed them inside. Sister Chen, there's a restroom on the 3rd floor. Pick a good one and rest well. Lulu took Chen Xianglian and her son to the 3rd floor guest area. She casually handed a plastic bag to Chen Xianglian. Inside the bag were emergency foods she had previously hidden in the car trunk. Chen Xianglian looked at the bag, eager to reach in and take the food. Miss Lu, you keep these foods for you and your friends. I am not hungry, she said. Her stomach made a loud gurgling sound. Lulu directly handed the bag to her. Hold on to this. Consider it a loan. When you find work at the shelter later, you can return it to me. Seeing her so hungry, Chen Xianglian didn't refuse anymore and accepted the bag. Lulu watched Chen Xianglian and Dog Egg go into the room, then turned and went to the next door. She entered a space to feed Xiao Wu and asked Kong Kong to take care of him. After taking care of her discomfort, she went downstairs to the gate of Peacock Mountain Villa. Miss Lu, Zhonglang suddenly appeared from a dark corner near the gate. Why do you look like a ghost? Don't suddenly appear like that. It's creepy. Lulu frowned. Late at night, the only sounds nearby were the wind and rustling leaves. Hearing this, Lulu felt a shiver run down her spine. I'm sorry. All right, tell me about your trip to the hospital today. Zhonglang stood about 3 meters away from Lulu and whispered, the hospital is full of zombies. It's very dangerous there. And they're the same kind. It shouldn't be too dangerous for you. Lulu replied nonchalantly. I need medicines and supplies from the hospital. Can you find a way to move the zombies away? Zhongling looked a bit troubled. There are too many zombies in the hospital, countless ones at my level. I can't move all of them with my current abilities. If you need supplies from the hospital, I can try to help you get them out. Lulyo's eyes lit up. Can you bring all the medicines from nearby hospitals to me? If I have enough crystal cores for energy, I can do it, Zhongling added, However, I am only one person, so it will take some time to move all the supplies. Don't zombies need rest? Zhang Lang was momentarily stunned and nodded blankly. Lulu smiled brightly. Then I'll trouble you. Tonight, bring all the medicines from the nearby hospital pharmacies to me. Zhang Lang. Go ahead. Here's a crystal core. Use it to restore your energy. Lulu treats her own people generously. She took out 10 low-level zombie crystal cores from her space and handed them to Zhang Lang. Seeing the crystal cores, Zhang Lang's eyes lit up. Crystal cores. He could go 3 days and nights without sleep. Before Lulu could say anything more, Zhang Lang opened the plastic bag holding the crystal cores and directly put all 10 low-level zombie crystal cores into his mouth. After swallowing the crystal cores, his body would automatically absorb and replenish energy from them. Once the energy reached a certain threshold, he could keep upgrading. Having finished swallowing the crystal cores, Zhang Lang immediately started his car, a luxury Mercedes he had struggled to open in his past life, and headed to the nearby hospitals to gather medicines. After he left, Lulu turned and walked toward the staircase of Peacock Mountain Villa. She arrived on the 3rd floor and saw that the bedroom chosen by Qin Xianglian and her son was completely dark. Are you asleep? Lulu asked at the door. Qin Xianglian heard the familiar voice outside and tensed up. She opened the bedroom door and saw Lulu standing there. Gooden was beside her, staring with big round eyes, holding Qin Xianglian's hand. Here's a flashlight. You can use it first. On the 3rd floor to the left, there's a bathroom. Lulu finished speaking and before they could respond, entered the bedroom next door to rest. Qin Xianglian looked at Lulu's small figure, hesitating with words she wanted to say, but couldn't. Mom, it's so dark outside. I'm scared, Gooden said fearfully, hugging Qin Xianglian's thigh tightly. Qin Xianglian glanced at Gooden, and the inner doubt she had felt was once again straightened out. She had already lost her husband and couldn't lose her son too. Without her son, she couldn't go on. Qin Xianglian pursed her lips tightly and took Gooden into the bedroom to rest. After entering, Lulu locked the door and placed a door blocker at the entrance. She called Kong to watch the door and slipped into the space herself. These days, she has been busy gathering supplies. During her free time, she occasionally plants crops. Now, outside 10 doors, there is an area filled with fresh fruits and vegetables grown in the space. Lulu took care of Xiaowu. After he fell asleep, she continued communicating with the space through her mind, planting and harvesting crops inside. After harvesting several batches of crops, Lulu looked at the fields inside the space with a sigh of frustration. It's hard for her to do all the planting alone. It would be great if someone could help her farm. Kong is a good helper, but it needs to help take care of Xiaowu. Zhang Lang is basically a zombie. Letting him into the space might infect the crops with the zombie virus. For now, she can only do everything herself to ensure enough food. Lulu knows this land is endless. The fruits, vegetables, and supplies inside the space are so much that they can't be finished or used up. She gave up trying to organize the spiritual fields and vitality water in the space and started sorting the supplies in the preservation area. Using her mental power, she connected to the 10 football field-sized open areas outside the door. The piled-up supplies instantly entered her mind. Lulu rubbed her head with her hand. She had cleared out the entire 3rd ring, leaving the space full of supplies. Without carefully sensing with her mind, she couldn't find what she wanted. She patiently moved all the supplies from the first empty area to other places. Then, she sorted the supplies, placing all food-related items in the first area. The second area held water. The 3rd area stored transportation tools, gasoline, and fuel. The 4th area contained camping and survival tools. The 10th area was filled with various unboxed supplies and miscellaneous items. Lulu spent the whole night categorizing the supplies in the space. Finally, she was so exhausted that she relied on vitality water to delay her mental fatigue. It wasn't until 11 in the morning that she heard Kong calling outside, and she came out of the space. Go back to the space and take care of the baby, she told Kong, then recalled it into the space. Qin Xianglian asked softly, Miss Liu, are you there? When Lulu heard the call, she opened the bedroom door. Let's go. Zhang Lang will take you back to the shelter base. Chen Xianglian's face changed. Miss Lu, won't you come with us? Yes, I have some personal matters to take care of here. Lulu looked down at Go Dan, who was only knee-high. She took a strawberry-flavored lollipop from her pocket and handed it to Go Dan. Here. Go Dan stared at the lollipop with longing and hesitation in his eyes. Go Dan, hurry and thank your sister. Go Dan took the dirty little hand and softly said, Thank you, sister. Lulu smiled gently and walked downstairs. Chen Xianglian followed her, going down together. Outside the Peacock Mountain Villa, 3 large trucks were parked on the open ground, stacked with many cardboard boxes. Zhang Lang slowly stepped out from a corner. Miss Lu, everything is on the trucks. Lulu looked at the trucks and ordered, You first take Sister Chen and her baby back to the shelter. Zhang Lang understood that Lulu wanted to distract the others to make it easier to collect the medicines from the trucks. Yesterday, after finishing his work, it was already dawn. He didn't dare to disturb Lulu's rest by going upstairs, so he waited downstairs until noon. Turning to Chen Xianglian and her child, Zhang Lang said, Let's go. I'll take you to the shelter in City A. Chen Xianglian looked at the 3 trucks at the door. Her eyes flickered, and suddenly she clutched her stomach. Miss Lu, I don't feel well. Please wait a moment. She quickly grabbed Go Dan's small hand and hurried toward the first-floor bathroom of the Peacock Mountain Villa. Go Dan stood confused at the bathroom door. Go Dan, I need to go to the bathroom. Stay here and be good. Don't run around. After Chen Xianglian entered the bathroom, she took out a communicator from inside her bag. Target location, Peacock Mountain Villa on the outskirts of City A. 3 trucks appeared overnight at the entrance. It's unclear what's inside. She is with a mysterious man who emits a foul zombie-like smell, and his face is not visible. After sending the message, Chen Xianglian waited anxiously for a few minutes until she finally received a reply. Find a way to get her to go with you to the City A shelter. She said she had something to do, and asked the man nearby to take me to the shelter. Remember, don't say anything you shouldn't when you leave with her. I understand. Chen Xianglian held Go Dan's hand and walked out of the bathroom. She led Go Dan to Lulu and stopped, saying, Miss Lu, thank you for your help. No need to thank me. Lulu looked at Xianglian's gentle smile and lowered her head in shame. Holding Go Dan's hand, she got into Zhang Lang's Mercedes and left. Lulu watched Zhang Lang leave with the person, then eagerly reached out and stored all the medicines from the truck into her space. Another good profit. The hospital area is where zombies are most concentrated, and going there usually means not coming back. With Zhang Lang, who is like a special agent inside the zombies, it's no longer difficult to get supplies from dangerous places. After collecting the supplies, Lulu returned to the hall inside the Peacock Mountain Villa and started unpacking many cardboard boxes stored in her space. Her mind scanned the bamboo hut, seeing Kong Kong watching a monkey documentary and Xiao Wu sleeping peacefully on the bed. Kong Kong, come out and work. Lulu called out to Kong Kong, who was relaxing and helped unpack the boxes. Kong Kong, with its leg crossed, stiffened, then was summoned out of the space by Lulu. It took the scissors she gave and helped unpack the packages. After 2 hours of effort, they finished unpacking the first batch of boxes. Lulu sorted the supplies by type and placed them in the corresponding areas inside her space. She worked until around 3 p.m., then took a break to enjoy some afternoon tea. There was a piece of chocolate mousse cake and a cup of sweetgrass jelly. Kong Kong held a large peach in its paws. It ate other foods too, but its favorite was still the peach. Lulu rested for a while, then used a stacking method like Russian nesting dolls to pack all the boxes together. Soon, the boxes of various sizes were folded up. She kept these boxes for future use. After finishing unpacking this batch, Lulu waved her hand and released another batch of supplies. Kong Kong, finish the peach and then keep working. Okay, master. Kong Kong finished eating the peach and continued working with the box cutter. Lulu entered the space to feed Xiao Wu. When she came out again, she saw a lot of supplies on the ground. Lulu followed her usual method and took the supplies back into the space one by one. Time flew quickly. Until 5 o'clock in the evening. Lulu hadn't seen Zhang Lang return, and she felt a little worried. Zhang Lang is basically a zombie, and going to the shelter might get him spotted and shot by survivors. The Peacock Mountain Villa is about an hour and a half away from the city center, and even if there are small problems on the way, it shouldn't take more than 3 hours. 5 hours passed. Kong Kong's little helper couldn't sense each other's presence within a radius of more than a kilometer. Zhang Lang is reliable and has a sweet tongue. Lulu looked at the sunset on the hilltop and decided to go look for Zhang Lang. She packed up all the supplies in the Peacock Mountain Villa Hall, called Kong Kong, and headed toward the shelter in City A. According to reliable official information, there are currently 5 large shelters in City A, located in the southeast, southwest, northwest, northeast, and central areas. The Linwan shelter is in the far west, at the highest ground. This time, she was going to the central shelter in City A, which is closest to Peacock Mountain Villa, and also where Zhang Lang was taking Qin Xianglian. Lulu sat in the driver's seat, told Kong Kong to go back to the space to watch Xiao Wu. The SUV quickly left the area of Peacock Mountain Villa. When it was leaving, zombies at the intersection, attracted by Zhang Lang's control, chased after the car. Lulu stepped on the accelerator hard, turned left, and crashed through 2 zombies at the intersection, then sped up toward the central shelter in City A. The car was moving very fast, and the trees and houses on both sides became distant shadows. Lulu looked around the roadside, searching for the Mercedes she saw, when Zhang Lang left. About 40 minutes later, on a bridge 2 kilometers from the central shelter, a group of zombies was chasing a person running on the main road. That person was running toward the direction where Lu Yolio's car was. It seemed that, worried Lulu might leave him behind, he deliberately stood right in front of the car's path as it approached. Lulu glanced at the zombie behind the man. She parked her car, got out, and aimed her gun at the zombie to shoot. 10 seconds later, the zombie chasing the man collapsed and stopped moving. In just that short time, the sky gradually darkened. Lulu ignored the man standing stunned nearby. She locked the car door, took out tweezers, and skillfully removed the crystal core from the zombie's brain. The man seemed to be stunned, standing there watching her rummage through the zombie's head. Lulu endured the smell of decay, carefully extracted 12 zombie crystal cores, placed them in a disposable plastic bag, sealed it, and put the cores into her pocket. She slowly walked to the front of the car, waved her hand in front of the man. "Are you okay?" Cough, cough. The man was about to speak, but suddenly started coughing. Lulu saw his long, fair hand and covered his pale, bloodless lips, trying to stop his cough. What's wrong with this person? Just as she was about to go to the car to get a bottle of water to help him, she heard the man whisper, "Thank you for saving me." "No need to thank me." As Lulu spoke, she noticed a bright, vivid red spreading across his pale palm. Could this person have a serious illness? Such a disease is contagious. Lulu instinctively took a step back. "What's wrong with you? Thank you for helping me, but I have an old illness." "Don't worry, it's not contagious. Don't call me Savior, it feels strange. My surname is Liu. Just call me Miss Liu." "All right, Miss Liu."
I'm Nangong Yuran.
"Nice to meet you." Nangong Yuran's deep voice drifted into Lu Yolio's ears with the evening breeze. His surname is quite rare. Lulu suppressed her thoughts and forced a smile. Miss Liu, are you heading to the shelter?" Lulu nodded. "And you?" I cough, cough, cough. "I was out gathering supplies and accidentally attracted a zombie." Hearing his weak voice and the occasional cough, Lulu frowned. "It's getting dark soon. You should head back to the shelter quickly." Lulu opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. "Get in. I'll take you back to the shelter." Nangong Yuran's long eyelashes fluttered. "Thank you," he said. He took a pure cotton handkerchief from his black sportswear pocket and carefully wiped the blood from his hands and mouth. Lulu patiently waited while he wiped the blood, quietly observing the survivor in front of her. The man named Nangong Yuran was tall and thin, looking very fragile. His skin was pale and bloodless, almost like a zombie's. He wore a black sports suit with a denim jacket over it, carried a backpack on his back, and held a black bag in his hand. The bag probably contained supplies he found nearby. After cleaning the blood, Nangong Yuran smiled slightly at Lulu, who was watching him. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the busy street in front of her. Lulyo's mind immediately filled with questions. Determined to help, she got out of the car and crouched beside Nangong Yuran. "Hey, wake up," she tried to wake him. After several attempts, he still didn't respond. Lulu reached out a finger to his nose and found he was still breathing. "Meeting you is bad luck for me," she muttered softly. She reached out, slipped her arms under his armpits, and helped him stand by leaning on her. At first glance, he looked very weak. Now that she was close, she felt like he was as light as a feather. Lulu dragged him into the SUV. Because of her increased strength and his light weight, she didn't need much effort to lift him into the back seat. He was unconscious now, and no one at the shelter would accept him. The shelter was very practical. Without points, the authorities wouldn't take him. Lulu felt like he was a hot potato she didn't want to hold on to. She decided to take him to the shelter first. She gently laid him on the back seat, closed the door, and continued driving toward the shelter in downtown City A. She arrived at the shelter located in the city center. The shelter was built around a university, with the university gate serving as the entrance. Lulu looked out the car window but didn't see the Mercedes that Zhonglang was driving by the roadside. He was a zombie driving a car, and if he couldn't fight, he would run away. Lulu comforted herself mentally. She parked the car in a parking space at the university gate, opened the door, and tried to wake the unconscious person inside, Nangong Yuran. "Hurry up and wake up. We've arrived at the shelter." Lulu reached out and poked Nangong Yuran's shoulder with her finger. But he seemed to be a deep sleeper, like a sleeping beauty, with no response at all. As it got darker outside, she helplessly helped Nangong Yuran out of the car and supported him to the guard post at the university gate. "Please show your wristband for scanning to enter." First, Lulu used her own wristband to verify her identity. After confirming it was correct, she took off the black wristband on Nangong Yuran's wrist and scanned it with the official ID system. Verification successful. Hearing that Nangong Yuran's identity was confirmed, Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the person she saved had no issues with his identity. "Ma'am, do you need help?" Next to the guard booth, a young girl smiled and asked Lulu, her gaze subtly falling on Nangong Yuran's face. The owner fainted. Everyone said not to go, but he went anyway. A look of concern appeared in Nangong Zhu's eyes. Lulu, who was supporting most of Nangong Yuran's weight, didn't notice that the official's expression was a bit strange. She struggled to lift her head and gratefully said, "I really need help. Please give me a hand." Nangong Zhu immediately supported the other arm of Nangong Yuran and, together with Lulu, helped him to the hall for check-in at the shelter. Lulu took Nangong Yuran's wristband and went to the service hall to book a room. At this moment, there were quite a few people waiting in line for check-in. After waiting a few minutes, it was her turn. She handed over Nangong Yuran's wristband and said, "I want to book a single room." The staff girl picked up the wristband for verification. She saw that the information on the wristband indicated a male, but Lulu was a woman. So she asked, "What is your relationship with the owner of the wristband?" Using someone else's wristband to book a room requires their personal authorization and consent. Lulu pointed to the person being supported by Nangong Zhuing and said, "I am his friend." The young woman in charge frowned and was about to refuse, but then saw Nangong Zhuing glare at her. Nangong Zhuing's voice was cold. "Is this how you handle room bookings?" The young woman was about to get angry, but suddenly someone stepped out behind her. It was the manager sent by the Zhou family to handle the room arrangements. She recognized the family crest on Nangong Zhuing's chest. "Sorry, she is new and doesn't know the rules. I will take care of your check-in right away." While speaking, she pushed aside the girl sitting at the service desk window. "What are you still hesitating for? Move aside." The young girl, who was trying to check in, looked upset but could only swallow her anger. She stood up and made space for the manager. The manager quickly operated the computer and found a single room. "Here is your room key. Please keep it safe." The room number is on the key. The manager handed the key to Lulu, smiling nervously. Lulu looked at the official's change in attitude and felt something was a bit off. "Let's go. I'll take you to your room," Nangong Zhuing urged from the side. Lulu, confused, followed her out of the service hall. Since it wasn't her apartment paid for with her points, she only needed to him to the room. Once he woke up, she could leave. Under Nangong Zhuing's guidance, they soon arrived at an apartment building. This apartment was actually a themed hotel converted from a building in the back streets of the university town, with facilities arranged like a hotel. Next to the hotel, on a separate area covered with solar panels, was a small space. Lulu felt a little tense when she saw this standalone hotel-style apartment. She had been in such a hurry to get Nangong Yuran settled, she forgot to tell the person booking the room to get a cheap single. This kind of independent room with solar power looked expensive. Although she was very wealthy, it felt wrong to spend points on a place that was free to save lives and arrange accommodations. The room was booked with his wristband, and the points were deducted from his account. With Nangong Zhuing's help, she easily found room 1001 and used the hotel's smart lock to open the door with a key card. The door lock made a beep sound, and the door opened automatically. The three of them entered the room together and helped the patient, Nangong Yuran, onto the bed to lie down. Huff, huff. Lulu reached out her right hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Even though her physical strength had improved, carrying a man weighing over 100 jin, about 50 kilograms, all the way was still tiring. Don't be fooled by how thin that unlucky guy, Nangong Yuran, looks. He is tall and has a solid bone structure. Nangong Zhu looked at the pale Nangong Yuran and reached out to pick up the backpack she had just taken off from his back. Lulu watched her rummage through the bag and said, "Miss, you shouldn't touch his things without his permission. He's fainted. How could he give permission? From his appearance, it doesn't seem like an acute illness. It looks more like a chronic condition. People with chronic illnesses usually carry medicine for long-term treatment." Nangong Zhu said this and took out a small foil-wrapped pill from the bag. It was stamped with 3 characters, cough medicine, using a special machine. Lulu shyly scratched her head and watched the official lady feed Nangong Yuran the medicine. After giving him the medicine, she thoughtfully turned on the air conditioner in the room, setting it to 26 degrees with low fan speed. Lulu stepped forward quietly and stood beside Nangong Zhu. "Take good care of him. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Nangong Zhu handed the cough medicine to Lulu. "Wait, I don't know him. You're an official staff member. Can you help find someone to take care of him?" "I don't know him either. If you don't want to take care of him, just leave him here. At worst, he'll die." Nangong Zhu looked expressionless. Many people die in this base every day. One more doesn't matter. After saying that, she ignored Lulu's frozen expression and turned to leave. A click sounded. The hotel room door was shut. Lulu's heart trembled along with her. What kind of situation is this? At that moment, she should have been more ruthless, step on the accelerator and run that person over. Lulu felt speechless. She placed the cough medicine on the bedside table next to Nangong Yuran. Saved. Better wait until he wakes up. Lulu stood up and looked around the room. It was a standard hotel layout. A large bed, an old television, a sofa, a coffee table, and a separate bathroom with a shower. On the balcony, there were 2 coat racks and some hangers. After checking the room, Lulu sat on the sofa and tried to turn on the television. When it lit up, the screen was filled with black and white static. Still no signal. Ever since the power outage, official broadcasts and announcements could only be viewed through the wristband. And even then, only within the shelter's range. Once outside, the wristband would disconnect and become useless. Lulu turned off the television, tapped the wristband on her left wrist with her right hand, and opened the official account. Notice: the 5 major shelters will soon begin relocating to Linwan Shelter. The relocation will be carried out in stages and is planned to be completed before July 1, 2061. Notice: Linwon Shelter is hiring 100 cooks, 500 service staff, 500 cleaners. Those interested can register at the Central Gathering Point. Notice: Central Shelter, daily water limit, 3 gene per person. Price: 0.5 points per gene. Water is more expensive again. Just last week, 1 point could get 3 gene of water. This week, 1 point only gets 2 gene, and there's a limit. Not just water, food prices are rising too. A steamed bun is now 1.5 points, and a stuffed bun is 2 points. I heard Linwon Shelter is hiring a lot of workers. They provide 2 meals and simple housing, plus 10 points a day. Should we go work there? After scrolling through the official forum posts and the comments below, Lu Liolio's eyes darkened. She sighed quietly. Even though she had access to an endless treasure trove, she still couldn't find a good way to help the struggling survivors. She did have renewable supplies, enough to cover food and basic needs for everyone. But if she gave everything away, it wouldn't last long, unless she worked nonstop in her space, planting and harvesting crops day and night. That would turn her into nothing more than a farming machine. And that was not the life she wanted. It is even less possible to bring outsiders into the space to help. In her past life, she died tragically because of the space. This time, she must not repeat the same mistake. Bringing humans into the space to help with farming is a dangerous risk. Not to mention competing and scheming with those highly intelligent officials to build her own territory and become a leader. She considers herself just an ordinary girl, lucky to have a magical space. With the space, she no longer worries about basic survival and can provide a good life for her children. This is the life she dreams of. In the end of the world, she wants to survive well with her child, repay kindness, and avenge enemies. Before awakening her space and improving her strength, she never thought she could save others, even as a weak person. Saving others gives her a sense of achievement and inner satisfaction. If she encounters helpless people in the future, she will help them. She has also been in trouble before, until the authorities found her and gave her a chance to work and survive. When people are in trouble, they feel very helpless. She deeply understands this feeling. She has experienced rain and now has many umbrellas and the ability to protect herself. She wants to help others within her ability, offering them a shelter. Maybe what she does won't change much, but at least she can feel at peace with herself. Chun Xianglian and her son remind her of her past self. The man lying on the bed is so pitiful. He has a serious illness, often coughing up blood, and relies on medication to survive. Now, medicine is very expensive. Without it, he probably won't live long. Lu stands up and, following the principle of send the Buddha to the west, finds a small bottle of diluted vitality water in the space. She uses her bag as cover and takes out the vitality water. Every time she takes things from the space, she must use her bag as cover. This has become her habitual action and instinct. Slowly, Lu walks to the bed with white sheets and 3-piece bedding. She offers the bottle of diluted vitality water to Nangong Yuran, whose lips are pale and bloodless. Drink some. Once he drinks, he will get better. When he's feeling better, she has other things to do. Lu gently tilted the bottle, pouring out some of the diluted vitality water to wet Nangong Yuran's pale, bloodless lips. Nangong Yuran's long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly. His calm, delicate, pale face showed ripples as the vitality water touched it. He slightly parted his thin lips and took the diluted vitality water from Lu Liolio's hand, drinking it all. This water carried a strong sense of life. His body could sense this rare vitality. Lu had only planned to give him a few sips, but unexpectedly, the man lying on the bed seemed like a thirsty, hungry animal. All 250 milliliters of vitality water was drunk by him. Seeing the bottle nearly empty, Lu reached out to take the bottle away. Nangong Yuran opened his mouth and took the entire plastic bottle into his mouth. He looked very thirsty. Lu forcefully pulled the plastic bottle out of his mouth. Even if he was very thirsty, drinking so much at once was not good for his health. Nangong Yuran's eyelids trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. He looked up and met Lu Yolio's clear black eyes. "You're awake." Lu Lulu cheered happily. Miss Lu? Thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I might now." Nangong Yuran hesitated, then reached out and slowly sat up. "I really don't know how to thank you. No need to be so polite. It's good that you're okay now." Lu Lulu put the empty mineral water bottle into her shoulder bag and said, "Rest well. I'll go now." She smiled and was about to leave. Nangong Yuran reached out and grabbed her slender, fair wrist. "Miss Lu, it's getting dark outside and very dangerous. Stay here for the night. If anything happens, we can deal with it tomorrow morning." Lu Lulu turned back and looked into Nangong Yuran's sincere eyes. She shook off his cold hand and said, "It's fine. I'll go downstairs and get another room. Miss Lu, stay here." "I'll go downstairs and book a room," Nangong Yuran said weakly, shifting on the bed. He reached out to steady himself by the bedpost. "You saved me twice. You should stay and rest," he said gratefully. "This room is nothing compared to how much you helped me," Nangong Yuran added. Li Lulu shyly scratched her head, thinking about how to refuse the person in front of her using another method. Nangong Yuran had already picked up his backpack and walked past her to the hotel room door. "Miss Lu, good night." Li Lulu saw a hint of warmth and blush on his fair face, and she could only nod and watch him leave. Soon after Nangong Yuran went downstairs, Nangong Zhu, waiting at the hotel front desk, hurried over. "Young master, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I've never felt this good before. She has vitality water on her, and the amount is unpredictable. Help me find someone to keep an eye on her. Remember, don't make a scene or scare her. Find a way to let her stay here for now, and have that mother and child approach her. Young master, that man is her companion, maybe even more than that. She came to the shelter late at night, perhaps to find her friend." Nangong Yuran lowered his eyes and chuckled softly. "Lead her over and let her find out about him." "Yes, young master." After giving instructions to Nangong Zhu, Nangong Yuran asked her to leave, and then contacted Nangong Mei to send another room key. The room here was barely livable. Using a normal identity would help approach her better and make her lower her guard. Nangong Mei, dressed in the official uniform, hurried to the hotel lobby. She handed the room key to Nangong Yuran. "Young master, this environment is really too humble for you. I've asked the logistics team to replace your bedding with high-quality silk. Just leave the arrangements to me." Nangong Yuran took the room key and took the elevator upstairs. This room was exactly across from the previous one. The two rooms next door had already been rented out. As soon as Nangong Yuran entered the room, Nangong Mei and a group of logistics staff arrived to help redecorate it. They replaced the sofa, bed, wash basin, and daily necessities with imported, pure, natural, and pollution-free high-end products. Across the corridor, in the hotel room opposite, Li Lulu waited inside for a while. She looked out through the floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, where the sky outside was pitch black. This was the most active time for zombies. Nighttime zombies were much more powerful and aggressive than during the day. Lu Lulu still plans to go downstairs to check the situation. She finds Zhang Lang, her little helper, very easy to work with. She also wonders how Chen Xianglian and her son are doing now. Lu Lulu takes out her room key, leaves the room, and takes the elevator downstairs. She goes to the front desk and sees an unofficial staff member holding a wristband and looking at it. Lu Lulu glances briefly, then looks away and wanders around. She is now in the back street of the university town. At the end of the street is another university, which also serves as a temporary shelter and base. On the back street, shops that used to sell daily necessities have been turned into official supply stores. Some restaurants have been converted into public dining halls provided by the authorities. The street is lit by solar-powered energy-saving lamps installed by the officials. Many survivors with different expressions are crowded in the narrow alleyway. Some are there to buy food at the restaurant to fill their stomachs. A few others have just been rescued by search teams from other places and are here to exchange supplies at the official supermarket. Lu Lulu looks away and continues walking forward. Her destination is the vehicles parked near the university gate. Maybe she can ask the survivors sleeping on the ground at the gate about Zhang Lang's vehicle. Or perhaps he has already returned to Peacock Mountain Villa, just missing her. Suddenly, a young voice calls out from her left. Big Sister Lu, what are you doing here? Lulu instinctively looks toward a nearby restaurant door. She sees Chen Xianglian holding Dog Egg's hand. They stand in front of a shop looking at her. Chen Jie, Dog Egg? They have safely arrived at the shelter. Lulu secretly breathes a sigh of relief. It's good they are safe. Miss Lu, I'm so happy to see you here. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Come on, I'll treat you to dinner. Lulu hesitates. No need, Oh. Why are you being so polite to me? I just arrived at the base not long ago. I contacted a relative who has stored a lot of supplies. Just now, they gave me a lot of points. To thank you for your help, I insist on treating you to this meal. Dog Egg, with simple, big eyes, was holding onto Lu Yolio's sleeve. Sister, let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Lulu saw that Dog Egg was pale and thin. She squatted down and gently picked him up. Then I won't be polite. No need to be polite. I have enough points now, Chen Xianglian said with a smile as she entered a nearby official restaurant with Lulu. When they entered, the restaurant was full of noisy, lively people. The place was very loud, and the smell was quite unpleasant. It seemed that Chen Xianglian really had found family help and become rich. She asked the waiter for a private room to eat. Lulu carried the weak Dog Egg and followed Chen Xianglian into the private dining room. The way they ordered food was the same as at Lin Wan's shelter, by scanning a QR code. Miss Lu, don't be shy. Feel free to order whatever you want, Chen Xianglian said warmly. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lulu scanned the code and ordered scrambled eggs with tomatoes and spicy sour shredded potatoes. Maybe Chen Xianglian hadn't eaten normal food in a long time, because after she ordered those 2 dishes, she added 3 more. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, fish-flavored shredded pork, and yam and rib soup. This meal cost about 200 points. Lulu secretly thought that Chen Xianglian's family was not ordinary. They were quite wealthy. 200 points, at the current rate, was enough for many people's 20 days of wages. She noticed that Chen Xianglian was not stingy with ordering food, so she no longer felt the usual burden of guilt. Mom, I want to eat meat, Dog Egg said. Chen Xianglian picked up her chopsticks and carefully placed some lean meat into his bowl. Lulu watched her pick food, accidentally grabbing some green peppers, which she then put into her own bowl to eat. Vegetables are now expensive. Even green peppers are rare and precious. After Dog Egg finished eating, Lulu asked, Sister Chen, when did you arrive at the shelter? Chen Xianglian clenched her chopsticks, her fingers turning a little white. She whispered, It was several hours ago. The friend you came with, he drives very fast. It took about 40 minutes and we arrived at the shelter, she replied. Lulu frowned. Where did he go after taking you to the shelter? That gentleman. He said he would come back to find you. What's wrong? Did you meet him? Chen Xianglian's tone carried a hint of worry. To survive and improve her and her child's life, she chose to share information about Lulu with the girl whose face she couldn't see clearly. When she first arrived at the shelter, she thought everything was over. She only revealed Lulu's whereabouts and her situation, so she believed it wouldn't pose much danger to her. But unexpectedly, she received a large number of points from that girl and managed to settle her child. That girl then found her again, asking her to come here and meet Lulu. She was told to stay close to Lulu and keep an eye on her. Initially, she was happy to learn Lulu had come to the shelter, glad she was safe. During their brief time together, she could see that Lulu was a kind-hearted girl. She didn't want to harm her. So, she refused that girl and stopped providing any more information about Lulu's whereabouts. Are you sure about this? If I can get you into the shelter, I can also get you out. Think about your son. He's still young. Don't you want to protect him from harm? Chen Xianglian still refused, but when she saw the girl holding a gun and smirking at her, she had no choice but to compromise. Lulu shook her head. I waited at Peacock Mountain Villa for 5 hours, but he never came back. Chen Xianglian's lips moved slightly. She looked at the table full of food but suddenly lost her appetite. Lulu noticed her face turning pale and her tense expression, so she pretended to be relaxed and said he should be fine before the end of the world. He was a police officer. He had weapons and could escape danger. Hearing police and weapons, Qin Xianglian felt a bit more at ease. When that gentleman brought him here, he encountered many zombies along the way. Those zombies were shot in the head from afar and killed on the spot. Someone like him probably wouldn't be in trouble. She silently comforted herself and ate her meal without taste. Lulu temporarily put aside what happened with Zhonglang. Zhonglang's current level is mid-tier zombie. Before turning into a zombie, he often trained and was very accurate with his gun. Other zombies are similar to him, and since he ate many crystal cores, he can control small zombie minions. Such a zombie is walking outside. Maybe he is the biggest danger himself. Even Qin Xianglian and her son didn't realize Zhonglang's true identity and thought he was a normal person. Lulu and Qin Xianglian's family chatted for a few words. After dinner, it was already past 8 p.m. There were some leftover dishes and free white rice on the table. Qin Xianglian didn't waste food. She took a stainless steel bowl from her backpack behind her and put all the leftovers inside, then covered it. The remaining rice was packed into a white plastic bag. These leftovers could be stored at the official communal kitchen for 0.5 points, and tomorrow they could be reheated in the official microwave for another meal. Miss Liu, I live in Building 8 of the shelter. Feel free to visit sometimes. By the way, I haven't added you as a friend on your wristband, Qin Xianglian said as she opened her wristband to add Lulu as a friend. Lulu hesitated for a moment and showed her the QR code on her wristband. Her list of friends on the wristband was small. Jiang Yi, Yan Feiyu, Xiao Jiao, and the maintenance worker from Qingqing community. Now, there was also Qin Xianglian. After adding her as a friend, Qin Xianglian immediately transferred 200 points to her. Miss Liu, this is the points compensation for the supplies you gave us earlier. Please accept it. Lulu smiled and accepted the points. This mother and son she saved casually could treat her to a dinner worth 200 points, so they probably weren't short of money. The supplies she gave were worth no more than 100 points. The extra 100 points were likely Qin Xianglian's extra thanks. Sure enough, good people are rewarded. Seeing her accept, Qin Xianglian said, Miss Liu, where do you live? Lulu remembered the room Nongong Yuren gave her to thank her. I live in the themed hotel in the back street. Coincidentally, I live in apartment 8 next to the hotel. It's so late. Since we're heading the same way, why not go together? Lulu smiled and declined. I have some things to take care of. You all go ahead and rest. All right then. It's getting dark. I heard that outside. The zombies become more aggressive and dangerous at night. It's best for you not to go out alone tonight. Seeing Lulu's determined look, Qin Xianglian couldn't say much more. She held Dog Egg's hand and gradually disappeared into the crowded crowd. Lulu looked away and headed toward the shelter's main gate. She followed the signs in the university town and arrived smoothly at the gate. Outside the base gate, many official personnel were on patrol. Across the street from the school gate, many RVs, cars, and camping tents were parked. Lights flickered inside the vehicles and tents. Some people were cooking on the spot, others curled up on the ground, looking dazed and expressionless. Some were loudly arguing in unfamiliar dialects. Lulu withdrew her gaze and searched the street for Zhang Longkai's Mercedes. She walked along the wide street and asked some nearby survivors. 20 minutes later, she circled around the outside of the university town but found nothing. Looking at the darkening sky, her heart sank. She returned to the university gate and decided to stay at the shelter for the night. Tomorrow morning, she would set out again to find Zhang Longkai at Peacock Mountain Villa. Lulu turned around and headed toward the main entrance of the central shelter. But after she turned, she saw a new BMW parked at the main gate. This BMW even turned to ash she would recognize. It was a BMW 4 Series convertible, worth over 600,000 yuan. It was the first birthday gift she gave to Ma Weizhou. Initially, Ma Weizhou said he wanted to buy a car and took her shopping. At first, she liked a dress that cost just over 1,000 yuan. She was careful with her spending, never spending more than 200 yuan on anything. When she saw the dress, she didn't plan to buy it. Ma Weizhou, without hesitation, paid for it himself. He said, "Lulu, you look so beautiful in this dress. Over 1,000 yuan isn't expensive. Only such delicate clothes can match your beauty." Ma Weizhou also said, "Your shoes don't match your outfit. Let's get a pair of shoes to go with it." He took her to shoe stores, bag shops, and crystal stores. Throughout this journey, Ma Weizhou spent over 20,000 yuan on her. When they reached the biggest shopping mall in City A, there was a sports car display happening nearby. Ma Weizhou looked at the BMW sports car on display with longing. He said, "Lulu, if I work harder and buy this car, I can take you out for a ride. Unfortunately, I am still a poor student with no job, and I don't have enough savings to buy this car." At that time, she was confused by him. It was also the 3rd year of his persistent pursuit of her. During these 3 years, he had always been with her, donating to orphanages to help children without parents, and doing charity work. He said, "Lulu, I don't care if you have money or not. I like you for who you are." His sincerity and kindness moved her. In her last year of university, when she was preparing for an internship, she finally decided to accept him, starting as boyfriend and girlfriend. That was 2 months after that day. It was Ma Weizhou's birthday, and she bought him this car with her full savings, registering it in his name as a birthday gift. He drove the car she bought, with her and her best friend Su Pingting inside. They kissed in the car and went to a hotel for a secret meeting. That day, they met again by chance, with Su Pingting in the front seat, performing familiar actions with him. It wasn't the first time doing this. Maybe, in this car, they were secretly having an affair behind her back, which felt quite exciting. When did they start? 3 years ago, he really put in a lot of effort. Lulu coldly stared at the license plate of the BMW. She walked to a corner, took a mask and hat from her bag, and put them on. She quietly approached a stall, exchanged 3 points for a rolling pin. Holding the rolling pin tightly, she strode toward the BMW. Survivors nearby, seeing her clutching the rolling pin and approaching aggressively, felt a chill down their backs. What does this girl want to do? I don't think I have offended her. I don't even know her. Survivors around the BMW avoided her as she approached. Lulu quickened her pace, reached the driver's side, and forcefully smashed the window. The car's glass was well protected. Despite her increased strength, she couldn't break the window on the first try. Perhaps the end of the world has arrived, and this car is not equipped with a touch-sensitive alarm. In the blink of an eye, Lulu aimed at the car window, smashing it several times until it broke. Nearby survivors who were camping out stared at her with wide eyes, full of disbelief. This was right in front of official security personnel. How did she dare to openly damage the vehicle in front of them? The officials reacted quickly, stepping forward to see what this daring survivor was trying to do. Lulu saw them approaching. She took out a large bottle of gasoline from her bag and quickly poured it onto the leather seats. Just as the officials were about to catch her, she pulled out a windproof lighter from her pocket and threw it into the car filled with gasoline. In an instant, flames erupted. Lulu saw the car catch fire and quickly ran toward the end of the street. The officials saw her fleeing so fast that she disappeared in no time, exchanging surprised looks. When they recovered and tried to rescue the car, they found that others nearby had already driven away with their luggage and tents, running far away. No one thought to help put out the fire. They were at the main gate, a place that had no fire extinguishers or similar equipment. Inside the shelter, the water supply had long been cut off. Trying to put out the fire was useless. They could only watch helplessly. "Don't just stand there, go to the logistics department and get a fire extinguisher," shouted a security team leader. 2 security guards immediately ran into the shelter. By the time they borrowed a fire extinguisher, the car was already badly burned. And the culprit, Lulu, had long since disappeared in the distance. Lulu ran into an abandoned office building. Since this building was within a kilometer of the official shelter, there were no zombies inside. On the first floor, a few survivors huddled together in the corner, sleeping. In their quiet whispers, she found a corner with no one around. took off her mask in the dark, and put on a black hooded long wig. After a simple disguise, she slowly headed back toward the shelter's main gate. When she arrived again at the gate, she saw that the spot where the BMW was parked had already extinguished the flames. The originally valuable BMW car, through her efforts, was turned into a pile of scrap metal. A group of officials was feeling very worried. They were searching the car for burned-out debris, hoping to find the owner quickly. Lulu glanced at the wreckage of the BMW, kept her gaze steady, and calmly walked into the shelter. She had just verified her identity and entered the shelter's gate. Soon after, she saw a familiar figure rushing from afar. What a coincidence. Lulu saw Ma Weizhou running toward her and quickly moved to the busy crowd nearby. Ma Weizhou reached the gate, shouting anxiously, "My car." A group of survivors gathered nearby, watching and laughing. The fire from the burning car was very big, so it was hard not to notice. In just over 20 minutes, more than 1,000 people had gathered to watch. The onlookers had expressions like they were watching a show. Ma Weizhou saw the laughing crowd and glared angrily. He quickly pushed through the crowd and reached the wreckage of the BMW. This was a car he had worked hard to bring from home. After arriving at the villa with Zhang Ling, he took them to the nearby shopping street and gathered supplies. He also brought this car along, hiding some of the supplies he collected on the way inside. He hadn't yet moved everything to his new rented shelter. That was only the first batch. He originally wanted to drive the car into the shelter, but entering the shelter required extra points, so he hesitated. At that time, with so many cars parked nearby and under the watch of officials, he thought nothing would happen. Less than half an hour later, his car was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Cars aren't precious now. In the end of the world, there are abandoned vehicles everywhere. What's valuable are the gasoline inside the cars and the supplies he worked hard to gather. All the bottled water, medicine, and instant noodles inside were burned together. Ma Weizhou's eyes nearly popped out in rage. His once gentle and handsome face was now twisted with fury. What's going on? How could my car be burned like this right under your watch? Officials? You must give me an explanation. Security guard Captain Zhang San, who was responsible for guarding the gate, was smoking a cigarette. He was not a formal military officer, but an outsider hired by the authorities. He was not very patient. Just now, he had just taken over his shift and was already very angry. During his shift, such an incident happened, and he was the one who had to handle it. An explanation? Who do you think you are? I don't owe you any explanation. Zhang San shouted coldly. Haha. A survivor nearby whispered mockingly. It's just a car. Why get so worked up? Outside, there were many unwanted cars. Today a Maserati. Tomorrow a Ferrari. This BMW 4 Series wasn't very high-end. You are official personnel, responsible for protecting the security at this gate. My car is within your jurisdiction. Zhang Xin scoffed. Are you an idiot? Look clearly, inside the gate is our area of control. Your car is parked outside the gate. Any trouble outside the shelter's gate is your full responsibility. Ma Weizhou widened his eyes, feeling a bit incredulous. How could this person attack others just for speaking? It's really rude. What are you looking at? Kid, you seem pretty unhappy, huh? Zhang San's left corner of his mouth twitched, and he sneered coldly. Humph. Be smart and move that pile of junk away, or I have the right to hold you accountable. You're deliberately damaging the safety of the shelter's gate. Ma Weizhou, seeing Zhang San wearing the security uniform, clenched his teeth in anger. This security guard was so arrogant. Maybe he had someone backing him. Maybe he's an official personnel. Ma Weizhou held back his anger and could only accept it. His face was dark, and he said nothing. A group of onlookers saw him back down and thought there was nothing interesting, so they dispersed. Zhang San arrogantly shouted, Hurry up! You have half an hour to clear this junk, or I will follow the rules and throw you out of the shelter. Ma Weizhou coldly replied, Got it. Seeing that he was annoyed but couldn't do anything, Zhang San felt very proud. This job was hard to get. He spent a lot of points and used connections to secure it. Wearing the official uniform, These ordinary people looked completely unremarkable and unimportant. Ma Weizhou found a few poor survivors nearby and asked them to help tow away the abandoned cars. Driven by points, the 4 survivors helped load the wreckage onto a truck and took it away. Ma Weizhou paid each of them 10 points. Seeing his points drop sharply to 40, his face grew darker. Lu Liuli stood among the crowd, not rushing forward. She tried hard to control her complicated feelings. Ma Weizhou, with a serious face, scanned his code to enter the shelter. He headed toward his rented dormitory. About 50 meters from the shelter entrance, Lu Liuli wore a black mask, standing expressionlessly under a solar-powered lamp. Her shadow stretched long in the warm yellow light. Ma Weizhou took a few steps and saw her familiar yet strange figure under the streetlight. His face twisted with anger as he saw her almond-shaped eyes, and he froze for a moment. After 2 seconds of hesitation, he hurried toward her under the streetlight. He reached out, pretending to embrace her. Lu Liuli stepped back, crossed her arms, and looked at him coldly. Ma Weizhou missed his chance, his expression changing. What is she pretending to be proud of? I have a gun and points now. Liuli, is that you? Ma Weizhou asked softly. Lu Liuli's mouth twitched. You're not dead yet, Ma Weizhou. Liuli? What do you mean? Ma Weizhou thought he was hearing things. Lu Liuli never spoke to him like that before. She also wouldn't use such cold, sarcastic tones. In his memory, Lu Liuli was kind and pure, often helping orphans and stray animals, speaking softly. Now, her words were full of irony. After their engagement that day, when she was assaulted and went viral online, she had completely become his. She was almost always full of guilt toward him. He deliberately ignored her, and she often sent messages to apologize. But after just over a month apart, she had become so strange to him. Lu Liuli, literally, and also don't call me Liuli. You don't deserve to, Ma Weizhou. You're not dead, that's good. Sometimes, living is more painful than dying. Lu Lulu casually said this and turned to leave. Ma Weizhou hurried to catch up. He had been chasing her for almost 4 years. In the last year, he finally got close, thinking that after their engagement, he would succeed. But unexpectedly, someone else appeared and took what should have been his. For these 4 years, he had been craving Lu Liuli's body. Compared to other women with a very flirtatious style, Lu Lulu was not very tall. She didn't have the charm and seductiveness of those women, but it was her proud and aloof attitude that really attracted him. At first, he was after her because she was the only daughter of the chairman of Yunshang Technology. Later, he truly wanted to win her over. He wanted her to willingly let him succeed. Women who are difficult to pursue, like her, who took 4 years to get, only increased his desire to conquer. Lulu, where do you live? I'll take you home. Ma Weizhou quickly caught up. Lu Lulu stopped and shouted loudly. Get lost. Her shout made Ma Weizhou furious instantly. He thought, she's really acting proud and aloof now. Lu Lulu, you're still so self-righteous. I have a lot of points and I have a gun. Do you know what that means? Ma Weizhou deliberately showed off his resources. When Lu Lulu heard he had many points and a gun, she would definitely kneel and flatter him like those other women. Oh, so what? Ma Weizhou saw that Lu Lulu wasn't moved and frowned. Things didn't go as he expected. He looked her up and down. Lu Lulu, are you playing hard to get with me? Lu Lulu sneered. You really think too much of yourself. Ma Weizhou was repeatedly frustrated, his confidence shaken. Plus, his luxury car was damaged, making him even more upset. He froze in place, feeling confused. Lu Lulu was about to leave, planning to find him later, when he was out to settle the score. As she turned her head, she saw a girl running excitedly toward her. Brother Zhou, Zhang Shui called out sweetly from afar. Lu Lulu immediately recognized her as the girl who secretly helped Ma Weizhou at Jinxin Villa. If it weren't for her love-struck mind, Ma Weizhou wouldn't have been bitten and poisoned by those poisonous mosquitoes, and his arm would not have been ruined. That bad guy, still lying to the girl. Lu Lulu thought, and suddenly remembered the tragic zombie brother Zhang Ling. He said he was killed by Ma Weizhou. Betrayal by those around him. Seeing the girl, who Ma Weizhou called Shuer that night, Lulu guessed what was happening. Zhang Shui boldly ran over to Ma Weizhou and affectionately linked her arm with his. "Brother Zhou, I'm here to help you carry supplies." Ma Weizhou, with her arm linked to his, looked at Lulu with unintentional eyes. Lulu considered himself noble and especially disliked untrustworthy men. So when he secretly worked with Su Pington, he was very careful. Seeing Ma Weizhou so close to another girl made him feel uneasy. He had chased her for 4 years. He was very unwilling. Ma Weizhou subtly pulled back his hand, creating a small distance from Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui was a very sensitive and suspicious girl. She sensed something was wrong with Ma Weizhou, and following his gaze, she saw Lulu standing aside, wearing a mask. The girl in front of her wore a hat, and beneath it, her straight, shiny black hair was visible. Although she wore a mask, her half-visible face was porcelain white and delicate. Even without seeing her face, her temperament and those clear, sharp eyes showed she was extraordinary. "Brother Zhou, who is she?" Zhang Shui asked. Ma Weizhou looked uncomfortable. Zhang Shui's brother, Zhang Feng, was a tough guy. Back then, when he betrayed Zhang Lang, he quickly teamed up with Zhang Feng. Zhang Lang was childhood friends and neighbors with them. With Zhang Shui's help and Zhang Feng's restless nature, they successfully killed Zhang Lang. They divided Zhang Lang's points and escaped here. Previous survivors were abandoned by them. Zhang Shui is Zhang Feng's younger sister. He couldn't offend Zhang Shui, and he didn't want to give up Lulu either. Lulu saw Ma Weizhou's face full of bruises and redness, and she smiled brightly. "I am." Ma Weizhou looked at her as she spoke those 2 words and then paused, feeling anxious inside. Her fiancé, Zhang Shui's eyes widened as if she had been struck by lightning. She looked at Ma Weizhou in disbelief. Is what she said true? Ma Weizhou hesitated, his mind racing to find a way out. Seeing this, Lulu's eyes curved into a gentle, pure smile. "Of course it's true." Zhang Shui stared at Ma Weizhou, who said nothing, and suddenly became very angry. Is what she said true? Ma Weizhou clenched his teeth and made a firm decision. Earlier, he heard Lulu call his name softly, and his mind was distracted. Zhang Shui, he was already tired of her. She was average-looking and only with him to use her brother's influence. Now, he had gained half the points and some weapons. Although Zhang Feng was a tough guy, he also had a gun and was not afraid of him. Plus, fighting was forbidden inside the shelter. Troublemakers, those who fought without reason or killed others, would be blacklisted and expelled from the base to fend for themselves. Over the past month, the official authorities of Hailan country had taken away more than 90% of the supplies. To survive, they had to rely on the government and follow the rules. Zhang Feng was not a threat. "Swear, she is my fiancée." "I don't believe it. This is fake." Zhang Shui shook her head hard, unwilling to accept the truth. "Brother Zhou, you said you would take responsibility for me. You also said you only love me. Have you forgotten?" "Swear, Ma Weizhou looked conflicted. Zhang Shui became frantic. "I don't care if she's your fiancée or not. You must tell her clearly right now and stop seeing her." Lulu was amused by Ma Weizhou's hypocritical face, but tried not to laugh out loud. "Ma Weizhou, I was mistaken about you." Lulu pretended to look tearful, wiped her non-existent tears, and turned to run away. Ma Weizhou immediately became anxious. Lulu's behavior made him more certain. Just now, she was playing a game of teasing and pretending to be interested, so she acted this way toward him. Now, with Zhang Shui's appearance, it has awakened her true feelings for him. If he chases after her now, he will surely increase Lulu's good impression of him and help her see her feelings clearly. In this way, he can smoothly win the person he's been thinking about for 4 years. But he can't rush things now. Let Lulu be sad a little longer, so she can fully realize that she loves him. Ma Weizhou turned his head and gently said to Zhang Shui, "Swear, I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd be angry. Do you like her or do you like me?" Zhang Shui saw Ma Weizhou's hesitation earlier, which showed he still cared about that girl. and his concern for her was about the same as for herself. Of course I like you, then why didn't you tell her clearly just now? Well, I didn't have the chance. Now, come with me and go after her to explain everything. Ma Weizhou looked worried. Swear, can you please not pressure me so much? I swear, I have no feelings for her. The only person I like is you. Don't worry, I will find a chance to explain everything to her. Tonight, as soon as I came out, she started pestering me. I was about to clarify things with her when you arrived. Hearing Ma Weizhou say that the only person he likes is her, Zhang Shui was instantly confused and lost. She reached out and covered Ma Weizhou's mouth to stop him from speaking. Brother Zhou, I believe you. She must be the one who's seducing you. Swear. You are so understanding. Ma Weizhou smiled slightly and pulled Zhang Shui into his arms. Tonight is too late. I'll take you back first. Aren't you supposed to go move supplies? Ma Weizhou pretended to be casual. My supplies are all in the car, but it just got burned. Huh? Brother Zhou, don't worry. I'll ask my brother to get you a new car. One even better than that one. Ma Weizhou held Zhang Shui's hand and left. After sending her back to her dorm, he didn't stay to cuddle as usual. Instead, he made an excuse that he needed to go take a shower and hurriedly left the dorm building. He hurried to the accommodation registration hall and asked the staff on duty about Lu Yolio's check-in information. Sir, we cannot disclose other survivors' check-in details. Ma Weizhou picked up a pen from the table, wrote a line on a piece of paper, and handed it to the unofficial front desk staff. He chose the staff member carefully after observing her. Since official personnel are short-handed, they often hire some other survivors to help. These ordinary helpers do not have the same confident and serious aura as official staff. The staff took the small note and saw the words written on it. I will give you 5 points if you help me find her. Her name is Lulu. She immediately pocketed the note and nodded lightly at him. Ma Weizhou waited for her to help find the person. Inside the shelter, everyone has a personal ID card. It's a real name system. ID cards and recognition are used, so it's impossible to fake. Wristbands can also verify identity. If the wristband doesn't match the face, entry is denied. People with criminal records are on a blacklist, and the security alarm at the entrance will immediately alert. As soon as he mentions her name, the staff member can help check Lu Yolio's registration details at the shelter. The staff added Ma Weizhou as a friend on her wristband. While others weren't paying attention, she sent him a message through the wristband. Sorry, I couldn't find the person you mentioned. Ma Weizhou felt a wave of disappointment. How could she not have registered here? Where does she live then? Don't worry, I will keep looking for her and will let you know when I find her. Some survivors who just arrived at the base haven't registered yet, which is normal. Others might use a relative or a friend's information to get a room, so their details might not be available. Ma Weizhou could only temporarily stop searching for Lulu. He silently transferred 5 points to the staff. Please keep an eye out for her information. Once you find it, I will pay you another 5 points. Ma Weizhou left the registration hall in a hurry and went to the public bathhouse to wash up. When he arrived at the men's bath, he saw Zhang Shui sitting at the entrance, suspiciously watching the door. Ma Weizhou quickly understood that Zhang Shui was here to check on him. Fortunately, he only delayed a little at the accommodation registration hall. Ma Weizhou went into the bathhouse, walked behind Zhang Shui, and greeted her. Shui, are you here to take a bath too? Zhang Shui turned her head and saw Ma Weizhou smiling awkwardly. He really came here just to bathe. Let's go, take a bath together. Ma Weizhou said with a smile, paid 5 points at the entrance, and entered a private bath cubicle with Zhang Shui. Although Zhang Shui is not particularly attractive, she can still help him out of a tight spot. As long as he treats her like Lulu, he feels comfortable. Or just turn off the lights. It's all the same. Zhang Shui blushed. The bathhouse has private bathing rooms. Paying 5 points allows entry, with no limit on the number of people. But water usage still requires a water card, and charges are based on consumption. She has never bathed with him in a double bath before. Ma Weizhou pulled Zhang Shui into a private bath cubicle. Many others share similar thoughts. When they entered, strange noises came from nearby cubicles. If it weren't for the soundproofing material used on the bathhouse doors, The noise from the proper male and female baths next door would also disturb their ears. Inside the private bathroom, there is a wooden tub along with a shower head. For 5 points, you can enjoy a relaxing bath. Ma Weizhou couldn't wait to relax with Zhang Shui. On the other side of the central shelter. After Lu Lulu left, she didn't return to the room that Nangong Yuran had left for her. That bed she slept in before still made her feel a bit uncomfortable. It turns out she registered at Lin Wan's shelter. Zhou Yining could secretly install a monitor in her apartment and come and go freely. That made her feel very scared. Living in the official apartment provided felt very unsafe. It was better to stay in her RV. She had 2 RVs stored in her space. It was time to take them out and use them. RVs don't need to be registered at the accommodation. She wasn't sure if the shelter's system shared information nationwide. For safety, it's better not to register information at the shelter easily. Lu Lulu walks quietly in the night, leaving the shelter secretly. She runs to a quiet corner of the street. Here it is silent and very still. Lu Lulu takes out a monitoring device and scans the nearby area, but finds no red alert signals. Then, she pulls out a camper from her space and gets inside. She drives the camper to the corner near the main gate and parks there. Lu Lulu remembers the scene when Ma Weizhou accidentally touched the gray substance. She pulls down all the privacy curtains of the camper, gets out, and locks the door. It is very dark now. Few people are wandering nearby, but she can still hear some whispering sounds. Lu Lulu, carrying a shoulder bag and wearing a mask, walks to the gate. She finds the security guard captain she saw before, Zhang San, and asks through the iron fence, "Hello, are you the team leader?" Zhang San looks impatient. Doesn't he have a badge on his chest? It clearly says, Security Guard Captain. Just as Zhang San is about to scold, he suddenly sees Lu Lulu take out a pack of cigarettes from her bag. Sure, it's cigarettes. And soft cigarettes at that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Zhang San's eyes light up. "Miss, I am Security Guard Captain Zhang San. What can I do for you?" His tone instantly softens. Lu Lulu takes out a cigarette and offers it to the guard captain. "Captain Zhang, good evening. I need to trouble you for a favor." Zhang San reaches out, grabs the cigarette, and eagerly lights it with a lighter. He takes a big puff, exhaling a swirling smoke ring. Cigarettes. He takes another puff, savoring it, his eyes narrowing, then smokes 2 more times in a row. Then, reluctantly, he puts out the cigarette and carefully places the remaining one in his pocket on his chest. "Miss, what can I do for you? Just say it. It's nothing big. I have a camper parked nearby, and I hope Captain Zhang can help watch over it." Zhang Sin glanced at the RV parked at the outermost part of the gate and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Beautiful. This is easy. I'm the most reliable when it comes to protecting vehicles. Come to me, you can't go wrong." "Thank you, Captain Zhang." Lu Lulu said this and handed Zhang San a cigarette. Zhang San quickly took it and carefully put it back into his small pocket on his chest. "Beautiful, your car is parked outside and this spot isn't good. I'll have someone move it for you." "Huh? Can it be moved?" Lu Lulu asked in surprise. "Yes. Just 1 cigarette, and I'll arrange it for you. I'll move the car right under my nose. Tonight I'm on duty. Even if I don't sleep all night, I will watch over your car." Lu Lulu didn't hesitate and took out another cigarette, handing it to Zhang Lang. She had plenty of these cigarettes in her space. She had cleared out the entire outer ring of the 3rd ring road. Even the tobacco bureau outside the 3rd ring was completely cleaned out by her. Zhang Lang received his 3rd cigarette, and his face lit up with happiness. He called his team members to move their cars. For security guards came out to move their vehicles. They moved all their small cars to the outermost area. Next to the security booth, a large empty space suddenly appeared. Lu Lulu was speechless for a moment. She was just trying to see if she could use cigarettes to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, it worked so well. It seemed she had discovered a new way to use her resources. Moreover, the cars parked at the security booth belonged to these staff members. But it made sense. The cars parked inside needed parking points. Keeping them in sight of their own people was safer. Lu Lulu also felt a bit nervous. Just now, she was furious and couldn't help but burn Ma Weizhou's BMW. When she burned it, the BMW was parked on the left near the gate. Luckily, it wasn't on the right. On the right, the security guards' cars were parked. If she had burned their cars, they might have chased her for several blocks. Lulu quickly walked to the RV to move it. Soon, she moved the RV next to the security booth. The parking spot for the RV and the security booth are only separated by a reinforced iron gate. Living here feels relatively safe. Plus, there's no need to enter the shelter and scan a wristband. Her information won't be exposed. Lulu just parked her RV when she heard a knock at the door. "Hey, beautiful, do you need security during the day? Just one cigarette, and I can arrange someone to watch over your vehicle. I promise your car won't be harmed in any way." Lulu smirked. She rolled down the window and handed him 2 cigarettes. "Thanks for your help, Captain Zhang. It's no trouble, really," he replied happily. Seeing the extra cigarette, Zhang was so excited he almost jumped in place. One cigarette like this is priceless. Inside the base, a single cigarette was worth 100 points, and no one was willing to buy. It was incredibly valuable. The girl had given him 5 cigarettes, a pack of 20. She still had 15 left. He had to do this job well to prevent others from stealing the cigarettes or competing with him. Lulu closed the window and looked outside through a small gap in the curtain. Zhang took her reward and approached a security guard in official uniform, brought a chair, and sat at the RV's door watching. Other security guards started to chase away survivors camping on the right side. "Move along, go over there. Don't disturb us. You smell terrible. How many days since your last shower?" "Get lost." Zhang's team of 12 security guards divided into 2 groups, each on opposite sides. Because of Lulu, Zhang specifically assigned one person to watch the RV, while 3 others set up a table and played poker nearby. The nearby survivors, seeing their official uniforms and weapons, quickly ran to the left side to hide. They were ordinary people, very poor. They dared not complain about Zhang's bossy behavior. Fortunately, Zhang was somewhat merciful and allowed them to take refuge in the area on the left. Moreover, the street is wide. As long as the security guards do not block official vehicles, they won't take drastic actions. After Lulu saw that the survivors had left, everything near the RV was quiet. Occasionally, she could hear 1 or 2 officials playing cards and whispering beside the RV. Their voices didn't annoy her. Instead, they gave her a strange sense of safety. Lulu didn't let her guard down just because they were watching over her. She summoned Kong from her space and looked at the RV. Then she took out a door blocker from her space and reinforced the RV's door. When she bought this RV, she chose the most expensive one. The windows are small, making it hard for anyone to get in. She closed all the windows around the RV, leaving only a small skylight at the top open. The skylight isn't fully open. When she presses the switch, the metal roof automatically parts, revealing a sturdy bulletproof glass panel. Around the glass, there's a row of steel wire mesh that allows air to flow. This mesh is breathable. The glass uses privacy protection technology. From inside, she can see outside, but from outside, she can't see inside through the top. Lulu stands under the glass window and can see the stars and moon above. But she doesn't have time to enjoy the beautiful sky. Kong, watch the car carefully," she whispers softly. After checking that all the curtains are tightly closed, she returns to the RV's bathroom and quickly enters her space. As soon as she enters the space, Xiao Wu wakes up. At this moment, Lulu's chest is producing a lot of milk. The milk is absorbed by the pads she's wearing to prevent overflow. So, her chest isn't wet or embarrassing. In her past life, she didn't have pads, and if she wasn't careful, her chest would get soaked. Now she has experience and won't let that happen again. Lulu picks up Xiao Wu and sits on an ergonomic sofa inside the bamboo house. She places a nursing pillow on her lap and then puts Xiao Wu on the pillow. With this breastfeeding tool, even if she holds the baby for a long time, her arms won't feel numb or sore. In her past life, Xiao Wu was born weighing just over 7 kg. She held little Wu for a long time to feed him, and her arms would get tired, often causing her back and waist pain. At that time, She didn't have good equipment like a nursing pillow or a special device for postpartum recovery. No one was there to help take care of the baby. After her confinement period, her body developed issues like back and waist pain. In this life, everything became much easier. Lulu smiled as she fed Little Wu. While nursing, Little Wu looked up with his eyes wide open. His eyesight at this stage could only see blurry shadows. He could only see black and white colors because of his current visual development. But the smell of Lulu made him feel very familiar and safe. Little Wu, I am Mom, she said gently. Hearing her soft voice, Little Wu looked at her with a happy, squinting expression. Eat quickly, grow tall, and gain weight. Little Wu made a small, happy, he sound with his lips. He tried hard to nurse, filling his tiny belly. About 20 minutes later, Little Wu was full and made a few unclear, babyish sounds. Oh, Mom. Lulu smiled softly, lowered her head, and kissed his forehead and cheeks. Mom is here with you. Little Wu reached out with his soft, chubby little hands, grabbing the edge of Lulu's clothes, and showed a bright, slightly tired smile. He babbled a few words, then slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep in Lulu's arms. She held him patiently for a while, then gently laid him on a soft bed and covered him with a 4-season silk quilt. At this age, Little Wu couldn't roll over or move around much. It was very safe to place him in the middle of the bed like this. She quietly left the wooden house and went outside to a parked camper, entering to wash up. The alarm in the camper's bathroom went off. Lulu was not short of water, especially high-quality water suitable for drinking directly. She found an automatic water pump in the camping area of her space, placed it in the stream to draw water, and filled the camper. The bathroom inside the camper was only used for washing up. She never used the toilet inside. Once used, the wastewater tank needed to be emptied. The taste suddenly hit her strongly. She had always lived in an apartment before, and now she was using the outdoor toilet. Whenever she needed to go to the bathroom, she would try to use the public toilet in the shelter. Lulu placed the water pump inside the camper. In the future, adding water to the camper would be much easier. After washing up, Lulu returned to the bamboo house. She carefully pulled back the blanket and lay down. Probably after about an hour and a half of sleep, her chest started to feel full again. Xiao Wu also began to make sounds nearby, like slurp, indicating he wanted to drink milk. Lulu lay on her side and fed Xiao Wu milk. After feeding him, she continued to sleep. Time passed quickly. Soon it was morning. Lulu took good care of Xiao Wu. After he fell asleep again, she changed her clothes, put on a mask and a fisherman's hat. Her long hair, which she used to wear with a hood, had already been stored in her space. Now, she had returned to her short, neat hairstyle. However, this short hair had grown a bit longer after a month of growth and nourishment from the vitality water. Thanks to the fisherman's hat, about 3 centimeters of her hair still fell behind her ears. Her bangs in front of her forehead had also grown quite a bit, covering her eyes more. Her hair, which was once cut roughly like a dog had chewed it, looked terrible. Maybe there was a hairstylist in the base? Lulu left the space and sat in the dining area of the camper. She opened her wristband and searched on the black market forum. There was a special area for exchanging supplies and posting job offers. People could help with work in exchange for points or supplies. Lulu saw that this black market forum had a trending list. The top post made her a bit speechless. I, by Jia, offer paid services. Price negotiable. Lulu's mouth twitched. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Could it really be her? Even now, after the apocalypse broke out, the authorities had introduced a policy allowing currency to be exchanged for points. A top celebrity like her would have at least $1 billion in cash savings. If she exchanged that cash for points, she could live freely. Why would she need to do such a transaction? Lulu was very curious. She clicked on the hottest post. A clear photo of Bai Jia immediately caught her eye. Bai Jia looked different from what she remembered. In her past life, she had seen Bai Jia from afar at a shelter. Bai Jia's face was covered with many purple-red scars. The person in the current photo was stunningly beautiful. In the photo, Bai Jia wore a pure white dress, with no makeup. Her smooth, shiny black hair fell to her waist. A kind of aura, impossible to hide even in a photo, radiated from her. Even she, who was once praised as the most beautiful campus flower at a university, felt a bit ashamed in front of her. Her beauty was so great that simple words couldn't do it justice. Describing her was almost a disrespect. Below Bai Jia's photo was a video. But in this video, the person wasn't Bai Jia herself, but another woman wearing a mask and sunglasses, hiding her face. Behind her was Bai Jia, tied to a chair, unable to move. Want to get close to Bai Jia? Add her as a friend with a bracelet and chat in detail. Poor guys, stay away. Honestly, Bai Jia is still a group of Bai Jia's fans were furious. They left comments below the post.
Who are you?
Why are you kidnapping my goddess? Let her go. I will fight you. TSK, it's really the big star Bai Jia. I have some points here. Why hesitate? Is Bai Jia really a... After years of experience in dating, I can tell this is her first time. Really? How can you tell? Teach me, big boss. Message me 1 point and I'll show you how to tell. Lulu saw these comments and a QR code for adding a friend that was posted at the end of the video. She immediately took out her bracelet, scanned the QR code, and chose to add Bai Jia as a friend. Why add Bai Jia as a friend? In her past life, Bai Jia was very famous at the shelter. She was exploited and abused by many men there who used points to do so. Later, she escaped from those who controlled her. Since she escaped, every day, a man who had once hurt her mysteriously died. Everyone suspected that Bai Jia was responsible. However, no one had any proof. Before dying, all the victims posted a confession on the forum admitting to their crimes against Bai Jia. Because of these confessions, the survivors of the shelter guessed that Bai Jia might have come back to seek revenge. Rumors are just rumors. The strange deaths of these people puzzled everyone. No one saw the killer, and even after investigating all the surveillance cameras, authorities could only confirm that these people died in the dark of night. Apart from that, their only common point was that they had harmed Bai Jia while alive. After these events, only the Lin Wan shelter remained as the last safe place in City A. People found Bai Jia there after being missing for over a year. At that time, Lulu saw Bai Jia from afar in the crowd. Bai Jia's face was cut with a sharp tool, leaving ugly purple-red scars. When Bai Jia passed by her, she saw Xiao Wu in Bai Jia's arms. Because of the cold weather, Xiao Wu's face was turning blue, and he kept crying. Bai Jia was anxiously trying to comfort Xiao Wu and looking for warm clothes to change him into. Warm clothing was very expensive and hard to find at that time. Lulu was very worried. Suddenly, everything went black in her eyes. When she regained consciousness, she found a children's down jacket covering her head. She took off the jacket and looked around. All she saw was Bai Jia riding away on a tricycle, her slim figure disappearing into the distance. She learned from the bystanders that Bai Jia had given her the down jacket. Some people noticed that Bai Jia often ate red meat raw. She was a passionate fan before the apocalypse and secretly followed her, collecting trash Bai Jia threw away. This fan found human bones, eyeballs, and hair among the trash. Coupled with sightings of her eating raw meat, the fan was terrified. He took photos of the human remains Bai Jia discarded and posted them on the forum. After that, everyone who saw Bai Jia was so frightened they kept their distance. She truly seemed like a terrifying demon. If she ever held a grudge, she might kill someone and devour them alive. From then on, Bai Jia's nickname White Demon spread. Right now, this white demon has not yet turned fully evil. There is still time to stop her. Lulu quickly added Bai Jia as a friend using her bracelet. The person controlling Bai Jia left a QR code, which belonged to Bai Jia. The bracelets are registered with real names, so once friends are added, they can see each other's true names. The person behind this probably doesn't want to be discovered. So they used Bai Jia's bracelet to lure her. Name a price. I'm very interested in Bai Jia. Lulu immediately sent a message. In the past, Bai Jie had given her a down jacket. In this life, she was willing to save Bai Jie to repay that kindness. She didn't know what kind of change her actions might cause. If she's right, Bai Jie must have awakened a special dark power in her past life, which helped her defeat her enemies in the dark. She wasn't sure if saving Bai Jie early would allow her to awaken the same powerful abilities again. Maybe her interference would change the course of events. It could prevent Bai Jie from awakening her powers. If Bai Jie couldn't awaken her abilities because of her and lost her self-protection, she could give her a crystal core to help her awaken her powers. With powers, a beautiful girl like her could survive better in this dangerous world. Many people are interested in Bai Jie. You first name a price and I'll think about it, Lulu said cautiously. 10,000 points, Lulu tentatively offered. Haha, 10,000 points just to sleep with Bai Jie? She's a 15,000 points, 20,000 points. Poor guy can't afford the points? Don't bother me. Lulu received a message and replied, I only have up to 100,000 points. If you don't agree, forget it. She waited a moment. Finally, the person behind Bai Jie's kidnapping agreed. Transfer the points first, then I'll tell you the address. Are you joking? If I transfer the points, what if you run off with them? Then transfer half as a deposit first, she suggested. Lulu deliberately tested. Haha, are you pretending to be Bai Jie and scamming me? The person behind Bai Jie's kidnapping was pacing nervously inside a small house. This was 100,000 points. She never expected Bai Jie, this little troublemaker, to be so valuable. White Jie's mouth was too stubborn. She refused to reveal the password for the bracelet transfer. She had called, scolded, and threatened. But White Jie was stubborn and refused to speak. Inside her bracelet, there were 1.5 million points. She earned these points after arriving at the shelter and exchanging with the officials. Now, she could only think of a way to sell her first night with White Jie. At first, she just tried it out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, even in such a harsh world, there were still men eager to pay high prices to possess White Jie. Unfortunately, White Jie's first night could only be sold once at a high price. The highest bid was 100,000 points. This made her very excited. Even if White Jie didn't want to tell the password, she could find ways to get the remaining value from her. White Jie didn't like to act innocent and pure. So, she decided to ruin her and see if she would still be so stubborn. Prove you have 100,000 points first, then I'll tell you the address, White Jie said, holding White Jie's bracelet. Remember, don't try anything funny. I have many people around me and my people all carry weapons, she added. Lulu saw the message and felt nervous. She only had about 10,000 points now. When she left the shelter earlier, she gave most of her points to Jiang Yi. She had plenty of supplies and wasn't short on points, just hadn't exchanged them yet. I understand. Wait a moment, I'll get some more points, Lulu replied, quickly putting her empty space back. She found a backpack, put 10 cigarettes inside, and hurriedly left the camper. As soon as she stepped out, Zhang San, who had just finished the night shift and was acting very flattering, ran over. He took out a foldable tent and set it up at the door of Lu Liu's camper. Miss Lu, don't worry, I'll take good care of your camper while you're busy. Lulu looked at where Zhang San was sleeping and felt a bit speechless. Maybe this security team leader. Could he really be sleeping here all the time? He had been sleeping on this spot, making a bed on the ground. Lulu nodded awkwardly, then hurriedly ran toward the main shelter to exchange supplies. She arrived at the center shelter, where people exchanged supplies for points. Lulu came early, so not many people were exchanging items at this time. The hall had 10 windows, and 9 of them had a few people waiting to exchange points. She chose the window with the fewest people in line. The middle-aged woman in front of her was selling 2 beds of blankets to the staff for points at a very low price. In a year, these 2 beds of blankets would be worth nothing. 1,000 points had no market value. This woman sold them for just 20 points. But this had nothing to do with her. She couldn't stop others now, anyway. It was so hot outside, leaving the blankets here was inconvenient. This gave Lulu an idea. Maybe she could buy these undervalued warm items at a higher price than official rates. Right now, these items were very cheap out of season. After the cold weather arrived, she could sell them at a reasonable price. This way, she could prevent many survivors from dying of cold due to lack of warm supplies. Lulu quietly noted down the idea of exchanging for warm supplies. After the woman in front left, she went to the window, opened her backpack, and poured out 10 packs of cigarettes onto the counter. The staff at the counter saw the cigarettes, and their eyes lit up. They hadn't received such valuable items in a long time. Cigarettes, being valuable but hard to find, were easy to sell. The price was also very high. The staff picked up a scanner, scanned the barcode, and checked the purchase price in the system. "Miss, we can buy these 10 packs of cigarettes for 200,000 points." Lulu nodded in agreement, then showed her wristband QR code. The staff used the scanner, scanned it, and transferred 200,000 points from the system to her account. Lulu received the points. She immediately used her wristband's screenshot function to capture her remaining points and sent the image to the person behind by Jia. That person sent her an address. The address was in a residential building on the outer edge of the shelter. Lulu saw the address, but didn't rush to go there immediately. She planned to return to Peacock Mountain Villa first, find Zhang Lang, and go together. There was Zhang Lang and his zombie followers helping out, plus her laser weapon and Kong. Even if the other side had 30 people, she wasn't afraid. Zhang Lang is a tough opponent who can't be easily defeated. Apart from her special laser weapon and Zhang Lang's advanced zombie allies, no one here has been able to kill him easily. It's just conventional weapons. For Zhang Lang, who has become a mid-level zombie, attacks on him are just like tickling. Lulu left the shelter and drove toward Peacock Villa. After returning to Peacock Villa, she looked around but didn't find any sign that Zhang Lang had been there. Under these circumstances, she had no other options. The most urgent thing was to save Bai Jia. Lulu drove her SUV away from Peacock Villa. The road was very quiet and still. Not a single person was in sight. She parked her SUV in a quiet place. She called out to Kong and watched as she entered her space. After taking good care of Xiaowu, she headed to the address provided by the person behind Bai Jia. This address was on the 18th floor of a commercial apartment, about 2 kilometers from the city center. Seeing the 18th floor, Lulu instinctively felt it might be unlucky. But with her laser gun, Kong's help, and her space, she wasn't too worried. She had backup with her space and spiritual spring water. She didn't feel too scared or anxious. Lulu drove toward the destination where Bai Jia was. She traveled on the road for half an hour. Along the way, she saw many abandoned cars scattered across the street. This slowed her down a bit. What should have been a 30-minute drive took 50 minutes. During those 20 minutes, she managed to find 2 RVs and an off-road vehicle. All 3 were high-performance, well-equipped vehicles. Although their fuel and supplies had been looted, the vehicles were still relatively clean and intact. Lulu stored all usable resources into her space. About 50 minutes later, she arrived at a key intersection near Victory Building in City A. Beyond the street, 5 kilometers ahead, is where Bai Jia is located. To keep the person controlling Bai Jia in check, Lulu took a picture of the traffic jam on the road and sent her a message saying she would arrive a little late. "I don't want Bai Jia to be hurt in any way. As long as she's truly as pure and innocent as you say, points are not a problem." Bai Yu replied using Bai Jia's bracelet. "Don't worry, I will clean her up well and make sure you have fun." Lulu received a positive reply, which eased her tense feelings. She passed the intersection near Victory Building and suddenly saw a rescue team gathered there, blocking her way forward. Lulu was forced to stop her car and check what was happening. She walked quickly toward the rescue team, which was made up of about 100 official personnel. Most of these people were official workers, fully armed, wearing protective suits, and carrying heavy weapons. Inside, she even saw many official personnel holding laser weapons that only special ability users could carry. This made Lulu feel a bit strange. Could there be high-level zombies nearby? Why are the officials even sending ability users? While she was wondering, A deep, whine-like voice spoke beside her. "Miss Lu, what are you doing here?" Lulu turned around and saw Nangong Yuran with a pale face, looking like a person with a short life ahead, standing among the unofficial personnel. Why is this sickly person also in this team? With so few supplies, why would they still leave her a hotel room costing 300 points a month? Are you here to gather supplies too? Nangong Yuran stepped out from the crowd and stopped near Lulu, maintaining about half a meter of distance. "I was just passing by. Do you know what's happening here?" Lulu asked anxiously. She still needed to go rescue by Jia. "Here." Cough. Nangong Yuran suddenly started coughing again while speaking. After a fit of coughing, his voice became hoarse, as if his throat had been cut by a sharp tool. According to the officials, there is a high-level zombie inside this building. It's very dangerous. Cough. Lulu saw Nangong Yuran take out a clean white handkerchief from his pocket and cover his mouth as he coughed. What exactly is wrong with this person? Last night, she fed him 250 milliliters of vitality water, yet his cough still seemed to persist. That shouldn't be happening. She knows very well how effective the vitality water is. Even when diluted, just a little can turn flesh into bones. Wounds that bleed and the flesh that falls off can grow back after being washed with vitality water. It works just as well on her zombie little brother, Zhongleng. What is wrong with Nangong Yuran's body? Could he be pretending to be sick? Nangong Yuran smiled warmly and said, "Miss Lu, this place is very dangerous. I was about to return to the shelter. Since we met, it must be fate. Would you like to leave with me?" After thinking for a moment, Lulu nodded. She decided to take this sick person along and send him to the central shelter while also finding out what kind of illness he has. This illness is so strange that even her proud vitality water doesn't work well. This is the first time such a situation has happened. The unusual case involving Nangong Yuran made her very curious. Nangong Yuran kept a gentle smile and followed Lulu to her car. Just as she opened the door and was about to get in, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. She looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of people rushing out of Victory Tower. Among them, she recognized Chen Xianglian and her son. Why are they here too? Chen Xianglian hurriedly ran toward Lu Liu's car, holding her dog. "Miss Lu, run quickly. It's too terrifying inside. There are zombies everywhere." Chen Xianglian looked scared, and her dog also seemed stunned with fear. "What's going on?" Lulu asked in confusion. Huff. This building is really strange. There are zombies everywhere, and they all seem to be crazy, running in one direction. Just now, we went inside to gather supplies. It seems the zombies didn't see us and all ran in one direction. Their behavior is very strange. Our rescue team leader told the officials, and now there are official personnel taking over here. Let's hurry and run away. Chen Xianglian trembled in fear as she described what was happening inside the building. Lulu looked up and gazed at the tallest building, the Victory Tower, which is a combined office and commercial complex. When she saw the entrance of the Victory Tower, she suddenly remembered that she had come here with Zhongleng not long ago. At that time, Zhongleng had just entered the building and told her to run quickly, saying there was a high-level zombie inside eating others of its kind. Lulu thought about the high-level zombie she saw on her first outing and instinctively ran away with Zhongleng. This creature was a monster that 50 psychic users couldn't kill. Now, there was just a team of official personnel in front of her. Although there seemed to be over 70 psychic users inside, armed with laser guns, she knew that if there really was a high-level zombie inside the building, these officials wouldn't be enough to handle it. It would just be food for that high-level zombie. This kind of high-level zombie could jump dozens of meters high, even reach the sky, and stand shoulder to shoulder with airplanes. This is not something a small fry like her can deal with now. Running away quickly is the most important thing. Lulu immediately got into the car. "Sister Chen, getting quickly, let's run." Chen Xianglian, holding her dog, quickly opened the passenger door and sat next to Lulu. Nangong Yuran twitched the corner of her mouth. Finally, seeing Lulu come here on her own was a rare sight. How could this mother and son be so stupid? Didn't you tell them to make sure Lulu stayed behind? But instead, They let her run away. Nangong Yuran also sat in the back row of the SUV with Chen Xianglian and her son. She turned on her wristband and sent a message to Nangong Zhu. It took almost 5 seconds. Suddenly, Chen Xianglian saw a message from Nangong Zhu on her wristband. Her face turned pale as she hugged her dog tightly. Chen Xianglian looked at Lulu starting the car, feeling very anxious. "Mom, your face is so pale. Are you scared by the zombie monster?" Faced with Dog Egg's soft question, Chen Xianglian helplessly shook her head. She looked at Lulu, who was patiently waiting for the crowd ahead to clear, and softly said, "Miss Lu, there's something I don't know if I should tell you." Lulu, seeing her hesitant, replied casually, "Is there something? Just tell me." I think I saw your companion inside the building." Lulu was momentarily stunned. How could he possibly be in that building? When he first entered the building, he was so scared he shouted for her to run away together. "Chinjia, are you sure? Maybe you saw it wrong." I'm not entirely sure, but he had a very strong, unpleasant smell, like a zombie. I heard the rescue team mention encountering someone like that. Lulu's heart sank. Is Zhang Lang risking his life? Why did he go there to become a snack for higher-level zombies? Chen Xianglian's description and her understanding of Zhang Lang raised doubts. But Lulu couldn't ignore her. Right now, the official team was planning to go inside the building to check the situation. Lulu thought for a moment and decided to go down first and sense the inside of the building. When she and Zhang Lang were close, there would be a faint connection through their contract. Lulu told Chen Xianglian and Nangong Yuran, "Wait here for a moment, I'll go in and take a look." She got out of the car and hurried to the entrance of Victory Building. As soon as she entered, a chill ran down her back. This sense of danger made her shiver. Lulu secretly felt exhausted. She had forgotten to ask Xiaojio for a high-tech detection device. With that, she could see the number and level of zombies nearby. Standing inside the building, she carefully sensed if Zhang Lang's scent was present. While she was standing on the first floor, lost in thought, a group of official personnel, along with some daring non-official members seeking high points, entered the fire escape behind the stairwell. After hesitating for a moment, Lulu decided to follow them and take a look. This building has 130 floors and is the tallest in City A. She only planned to climb up to the 30th floor. If you cannot sense Zhang Lang's pheromones on the 30th floor, immediately retreat and leave. As for the official and unofficial explorers, she cannot persuade them. These people, who receive official subsidies and high pay, must be prepared to sacrifice. Perhaps the zombies inside this building are not high-level zombies, and they might be able to handle them. If she rushes over and causes this large group to leave quickly, they will only think she is crazy and laugh at her. Lulu sent a message to Chen Xianglian saying, "Sister Chen, I need to check inside. Please follow the others and leave now. Don't stay here. Also, tell Nangong Yuran behind you to leave quickly." After sending the message, Lulu followed the rescue team members who were exploring ahead and went up the stairs. As soon as she reached the first floor, she saw it was a shopping mall. Most of the people here are middle class. There are many shops, mainly photography, wedding dress studios, and makeup salons. They focus on wedding planning and event organization. Lulu noticed that the official personnel didn't pay much attention to the supplies here. There are cameras and wedding dresses, but many have been worn by others. So, these items are not very valuable. The rescue team mainly looks for food, cigarettes, alcohol, and daily necessities. Items like toilet paper, toothpaste, and toothbrushes are the most valuable and in high demand. Lulu saw no one on the second floor. She went to a famous wedding dress store that was very popular before the apocalypse. Inside, there were many beautiful high-end Western and Chinese wedding dresses. It was early morning now. The summer sun was bright and strong. The wedding dresses in the window sparkled. The diamonds on many white wedding dresses almost blinded Lulu's eyes. After the disaster, these items are nearly impossible to find again. They are all limited editions designed by famous designers. Lulu swallowed hard. She stood at the entrance of the wedding dress store, carefully checking nearby, but saw no one. She took out her detector and found no active surveillance cameras in the store. There's no reason to wait. Just grab them. She can't miss this chance. Lulu reached out and collected all the wedding dresses hanging on the racks into her space. She didn't care whether some wealthy women had borrowed and worn these wedding dresses. Anyway, she could wash them and keep wearing them. Also, the wedding dresses had been taken away. She couldn't miss the cameras nearby. Many of them were professional grade, costing from tens of thousands to over 100,000 yuan each. Lulu went to the camera shop to check the surveillance equipment, making sure it was working properly, and scanned all the cameras into her space. There were official personnel ahead, exploring the area. As long as nothing dangerous happened, it was safe on this floor. She had no shortage of food and daily necessities. In fact, she was more interested in some supplies she usually paid little attention to. Lulu continued upstairs to the third floor. The third floor was a health supplement company that sold products mainly for middle-aged and elderly people. They sold things like bee propolis, donkey hide gelatin, various vitamins, and more. This entire floor was filled with health supplements. The company's warehouse stored many of these products. Many people think health supplements are a waste of money. But some brands, when you look at their ingredient lists, do have some effect. After all, these supplements are rich in vitamins. A year after the apocalypse, the world was frozen and snowy. Fresh vegetables were hard to find. People were severely lacking in vitamins. These supplements could serve as a necessary vitamin source for daily health. Lulu saw some products from the health supplement company that had been collected by others. But many of them were not wanted. Because after the apocalypse, more than half of the elderly over 50 didn't survive due to natural disasters and viruses. Their bodies were already aging, and some had chronic illnesses. When the disaster struck, nearly 80% of these elderly people died. Only a few remained. Many young people didn't care about these supplements, thinking they were harmful. Lulu was used to reading ingredient lists. She found a warehouse of a health supplement company and checked the ingredient labels inside, discovering that these products contained various vitamins. Most of these items had national standard marks, meeting the country's safety standards. She planned to store them in her space for later use. If others didn't recognize their value, she would have gained a good deal for herself. Since the height of the space is unpredictable, filling it with these items doesn't take up much room. Lulu cleared out the warehouse of health products on the third floor. As for some sample health products on the company's counter, she left them untouched. These scattered items at least make it look like something is happening. Otherwise, if the officials come down and see everything empty, it might look suspicious. She wondered if anyone else had been around nearby. Thinking of this, she felt a bit uneasy. Lulu continued up to the fourth floor. The fourth floor is a rental agency. Inside, besides some office documents and an empty water dispenser, there are only various A4 paper files no one wants. There are also some leather sofas and chairs. These items. The sofas still look usable, like beds. Especially in small companies, the boss's office sofas are often real leather. Lulu looked around and took a well-known brand, Shivis, sofa into her space. She also took some A4 papers, maybe to use as fire starters later. She reached the fifth floor, which is a private gym. Inside, there are many small workout rooms. Lulu used her laser gun to open the glass doors of the rooms. The laser gun makes very little noise, so it won't attract zombies. And on her way up the stairs, she didn't see a single zombie. Earlier, Sister Chen said that zombies are strange. They ignore people and go upstairs. She didn't know what they were doing upstairs. This made it easier for her to gather supplies. The items on these floors are not of much interest to others. In the gym, there are many treadmills, yoga balls, yoga mats, weight machines, and dumbbells. Lulu moved all of these into her space. However, the water in the gym was gone. At the front desk, she only saw the water dispenser, but no water bottles. They must have been taken away. The remaining machines are too heavy to move easily, especially climbing stairs. But for Lulu, this is not difficult. She collected all these items that other survivors didn't want. She continued along the fire escape to the sixth floor to search for more supplies. The sixth floor is a beauty and wellness center with many massage beds, various scented oils, disposable towels, and bath towels. There are also nail tools and nail polish. She quickly collects everything unwanted by others. Lulu smoothly climbs up 15 floors. The first 6 floors are places for high-end office workers to relax. The next 4 floors are well-known chain restaurants. Lulu takes the equipment, kitchen supplies stored in the back kitchens, rice, flour, and grains from these restaurants. She also gathers beautiful tableware, high-end tables and chairs, sofas, bookshelves, and books from the restaurants. She continues to the 15th floor. Suddenly, Lulu senses a faint connection with Zhang Lang. A strange feeling makes her think that Zhang Lang is on this building. Why would he go upstairs? Lulu keeps climbing. There are some official personnel at the bottom, so she's not worried. Plus, Zhang Lang is her little brother and wouldn't betray her. If she really encounters the strange monster she saw before, she'll take Zhang Lang and hide inside her space. Once the monster is gone, she'll come out again. She's not afraid at all. Lulu continues upward, quickly searching other floors' offices. Most offices have office supplies. She targets the boss's office, which has some fine red wine and antiques. In 2 offices, she finds 2 unsharpened tang swords. She also takes coffee, tea, and snacks from the staff break rooms. She doesn't bother with the messy items on other employees' desks, only grabbing some new-looking laptops and printers. The official team also collects these items, but they don't give high points for them. So, she doesn't put too many things into her space. It's a waste of time and space. Most importantly, she needs to go up quickly, find Zhang Lang, and leave together. After finishing on the 15th floor, Lulu heads to the fire escape stairs. She climbed up 15 floors in a row, and along with running around searching for supplies, she was now covered in sweat. Pant. Climbing stairs is even more tiring than running. Lulu looked up at the many stairs and, resigned, continued to run upstairs. When she reached the 16th floor, she found it was a high-end wine bar. Just as she was about to make her move and clear the place, her wristband suddenly vibrated non-stop. "Miss Lu, the building is really dangerous. Please come down quickly." Chen Xianglian looked at the last rescue truck and sent a message to persuade Lulu. "Hey, stop looking around, I mean you. The woman holding the child. Are you coming or not? If not, we're leaving." I. Chen Xianglian bit her lip, looking at her wristband with a very conflicted expression. She had gone inside and seen that the zombies inside the building were acting very strangely and frighteningly. Almost all the zombies were acting crazy, rushing around and even climbing stairs to go upstairs. This scene was truly terrifying. Behind these zombies, it seemed as if someone was controlling them. There was definitely a much greater danger behind it all. Miss Lu had been kind to herself and her dog these past few days. Was she really going to ignore her conscience and keep doing such heartless things? Chen Xianglian felt deep guilt. "Big sister, if you're not leaving, don't block the way here. Hurry up and hold the child, come up already. If you keep dawdling, the zombies might rush out and we won't be able to run. Also, there are official personnel. They've already gone up. With them there, it's temporarily safe." Chen Xianglian clenched her teeth and spoke to a group of young men on the truck. "Don't you notice? The zombies around here have all run to that building. There are many good things nearby. Don't you want to take this chance to gather more supplies inside and exchange them for points at the shelter?" The men on the truck looked at each other and brightened up. Right now, no one was fighting them for supplies. The zombies in the area were strangely all rushing into that building. Inside, over 100 people were fighting off the zombies. Outside, it was now very safe. The men on the truck started to feel tempted. A man on a truck, out again, didn't find many good things this time. He didn't want to go back empty-handed. Inside the shelter, his mother and child were waiting for him to bring supplies to earn points and live. He jumped down from the truck, carrying a very large backpack, and ran toward a pharmacy next to the building. Other men on the truck saw him run toward the pharmacy. They quickly jumped down too and ran to nearby shops around the building to search for supplies that had fallen into corners. The driver on the truck saw these people jump down and start searching nearby for useful items. He couldn't resist his desire anymore and hurriedly jumped down, following the group to scavenge for supplies that hadn't been taken yet. Chen Xianglian stood in front of the truck and took a deep breath. She thought she could buy some more time. Maybe Lulu could catch up and follow this last truck convoy back to the shelter base. This area was a commercial zone, a bit far from the main shelter. The road was not safe. Miss Lu alone. If she encountered any danger inside, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Sister Chun, you don't need to wait for me. Hurry and take Dog Egg back to the shelter. There are zombie movements here, and a high-level zombie king might appear. You should go back quickly. The official personnel might not be able to fight the zombie king inside the building. Miss Lu, come out quickly. I'll wait for you to return to the shelter together. Don't wait for me. Run. Lulu just finished searching the 16th floor when she heard a loud noise coming from upstairs. She felt something was very wrong. But to find Zhang Lang, she didn't care about searching other floors and hurried upstairs. Outside the building, Chen Xianglian, standing at the truck, suddenly looked extremely pale. Dog Egg was hiding in her arms, trembling with fear. They all saw a deafening roar of a monster coming from around the 50th floor of Victory Tower.
Da. Gunfiri hangout den cele.
Many bullets hit the glass of Victory Tower. The glass on the outside of the building was shattered by countless bullets. Broken glass fell from high above, crashing onto the ground and making a loud, crashing sound. People nearby searching for supplies also heard strange noises coming from the top of Victory Tower. They saw various instant food products scattered everywhere and felt very reluctant to leave them. But survival was more important. Only by staying alive could they have a chance to find more supplies outside. These people had survived in the end times for over a month, so they were cautious and careful. They quickly filled their backpacks behind them, rushed out of nearby shops, and hurriedly climbed onto trucks. Mom, boo-hoo, I'm so scared. Dog Egg was terrified by the howling of countless zombies from the top of the tower. Chen Xianglian looked at Dog Egg in her arms, helplessly helping him onto the truck. Miss Lu, I'm sorry. Hope you come back safely. Mom, come up quickly. It's so scary here. Dog Egg shouted at Chen Xianglian. Chen Xianglian frowned, and with the help of a rescue team member, she climbed onto the truck. The howling of zombies from the top of Victory Tower grew louder and more intense. Others searching for supplies nearby also returned to the truck. The truck driver asked about the number of people. After the team leader of the rescue squad quickly counted the people, the truck sped away from Victory Tower. Originally, Lulu was sitting in the back seat of an SUV parked outside Victory Tower. Nangong Yuran leaned against the car, looking calm and indifferent. He seemed completely unaffected by the fierce fighting sounds coming from the tower. How are the high-level zombies on the top of Victory Tower? Nangong Yuran asked casually. Yes, young master. Sister Mei is leading the team. That beast is not a threat. Nangong Yuran sat up slowly and calmly. At some point, Nangong Zhuju appeared outside the SUV, respectfully reaching out to open the door. She helped Nangong Yuran get out of the SUV. Young master, do you want to go in? That beast is very fierce. It's safer to stay away, Nangong Zhuju whispered. Young master, are you worried that Chen Xianglian might trick Miss Lu into going inside and she might have an accident? She asked doubtfully. Nangong Yuran chuckled softly. I have my plans. You are watching nearby, making sure the area around the car is safe. I will go upstairs to check. Young master, your health. This building has lost power, so you can only climb the stairs. Let me carry you up instead. Nangongju said, squatting on the ground, revealing her slender back and fair neck. Nangong Yuran looked down and chose to lie on Nangongju's back, letting her carry him upstairs first. Nangongju quickly moved forward. Her steps were very steady, almost leaving after images, but her whole body was as stable as a mountain. Nangong Yuran, lying on her back, felt no discomfort at all. Nangongju took Nangong Yuran to the 48th floor. 2 floors above was the place where a fierce fight was happening on the 50th floor. You go down and guard the car. Young master, Mei is upstairs. What are you worried about? Nangongju thought of Nangong Mei, hesitated no longer, and left downstairs. Nangong Yuran carried a backpack on his back and slowly walked upstairs. When he reached the 49th floor, he saw Lu Lulu standing at the staircase between the 49th and 50th floors. "Miss Lu, are you okay?" "That's wonderful," Nangong Yuran said softly with happiness. Lu Lulu was very surprised. She turned her head and saw Nangong Yuran standing next to the fire door behind her. "Nangong. Sir, how did you come up here?" Nangong Yuran smiled slightly. "Miss Lu saved my life. I was worried about your safety, so I came up to see if I could help." Lu Lulu frowned. This Nangong Yuran has a pale face and always looks like he might suddenly fall ill. Although he is tall and handsome, with a gentle appearance, he seems like a delicate man. But despite that, Nangong Yuran had climbed 49 floors without a single gasp or sign of exhaustion. His face and forehead showed no sweat or fatigue. This was very strange given his condition. Deep inside, Lu Lulu suddenly became alert about this man named Nangong Yuran. What is he really trying to do? The first time she met him, the memory was still vivid. Such a delicate man. Is he really so grateful and willing to risk his life just to warn her of danger and care for her safety? Lu Lulu lowers her eyes, hiding her suspicion and caution deep in her heart. "Miss Lu, I heard from Sister Chin that you are here to find your companion." "Yes," Lu Lulu replies emotionlessly. "It's too dangerous here. Why don't you come downstairs with me? There is a relative of mine among the rescue team upstairs. I can ask him to help find your companion." Nangong Yuran speaks softly and calmly. Lu Lulu sees that he looks indifferent, with no sign of worry about the fierce fight upstairs. She coldly says, "No need to trouble yourself. I'll go upstairs to check myself." After saying this, Lu Lulu ignores Nangong Yuran and quickly runs to the 50th floor, gripping the mid-level laser gun Xiao Jiu gave her. The place is a mess. When she reaches the stairs, the official personnel have already left, climbing to the 51st floor. Lu Lulu sees that this floor is covered with the bodies of more than 10 zombies lying in disorder. Among them, one zombie's body looks very different from the others. She had killed a similar one before at Jean Xian Villa with Kong Kong. This is a very tough mid-level zombie. All the crystal cores in these zombies' brains have been taken by the official personnel. This building is an office tower, not worth much valuable material, especially for paper, desks, and computer equipment, heavy and hard to carry. The officials didn't value these items. Instead, the drawers of the desks are wide open, and useful supplies inside have been taken by unofficial personnel. Lu Lulu sees that there are no useful supplies here, so she quickly moves upstairs. She follows the official personnel as they go up floor by floor. The more she goes, the clearer the connection with Zhang Lang's string seems. Nangong Yuran quietly follows behind Lu Lulu. Seeing him nearby, she notices that the supplies on each floor are no longer being stored in her space. Anyway, the 10 consecutive floors have been searched by survivors brought by the officials. Her space already has enough office supplies stored. Once these official personnel leave, if she still wants to exchange some supplies for points, she can come back and kill them all. They will be sent to the space. As they climb higher and higher floors, Lu Lulu notices Nangong Yuran, who is walking beside her, maintaining about 3 meters distance. A large bead of sweat appears on his forehead. Even his t-shirt is soaked with sweat. Is this what a normal person would do? Lu Lulu quietly suppresses her thoughts and stops paying too much attention to Nangong Yuran, in case he has a sudden illness or faints later. There are many official personnel upstairs, and she shouldn't be the one doing good deeds. Lu Lulu continues to climb upward. Until they reach the 90th floor of Victory Building, the officials encounter a fierce battle. At the fire escape on the 90th floor, 2 lone mid-level zombies are wandering at the door. They are each holding a brain of a lower-level zombie, eating happily. Roar. Food, lots of food. Fresh food. The 2 evolved mid-level zombies rush toward the officials. The 2 closest officials are caught off guard. The zombies grab their brains with their claws. The zombies don't use much force, just tearing the heads and bodies of the officials apart. Many non-official members, standing behind the officials, tremble with fear. A few survivors involuntarily urinate in fear. No one nearby laughs at them, because the scene is too shocking. Compared to these people losing control, others are no better. Some members on official missions, trembling, hide under a nearby desk. Most survivors, realizing the danger late, find places to hide nearby. Roar. The two mutated mid-level zombies greedily drink the fresh blood and eat the food they just obtained. The floor of the 90th floor office building is stained red with blood. All of this happens in almost 1 second. Official personnel instinctively reacted, raising laser guns to shoot at the two mutated zombies. The team's psychics also released their powers, launching attacks on the zombies. Lu and Nangong Yuran stood at the entrance of the fire escape on the 89th floor. Blood splattered above, with a few drops dripping down the empty railing onto the ground. A strong smell of zombie decay and blood hit their noses. Lu instinctively gagged. She quickly rummaged through her bag and put on an N100 mask to block some of the disgusting smell. Just as she finished putting on the mask, a loud, excited zombie roar came from upstairs. Oh, lots of food. One zombie eagerly rushed into the group of 20 officials. It stretched out its greenish-red claws and attacked the nearest official. The official held a laser gun, watching the fast-moving zombie, and instinctively pressed the trigger. The laser guns they had were basic models provided by Xiaojiu. One shot could take down a beginner zombie. Several shots could defeat an intermediate zombie. He frantically pressed the trigger, leaving only small white marks on the two mutated intermediate zombies. Countless metallic, clang, sounds rang out. "Captain, help me," the official shouted in panic. Nangong Mei stared at the mutated intermediate zombie, which was between a mid-level and high-level zombie. Her pupils dilated and turned deep red. The terrifying zombie's deadly hand suddenly stopped just 0.001 millimeters from his face. Blood from the zombie and brain matter from its companions dripped onto his face. The official was terrified. His training instinctively made him roll to the side. A teammate behind him grabbed him and quickly ran to hide behind a desk 5 meters away from the zombie. Nangong Mei frowned, her sharp, crimson eyes fixed on the zombie's bulging eyeballs. "Jump from there." The zombie slowly moved toward the direction she pointed, walking to the large floor-to-ceiling window. "Jump down." Nangong Mei shot the window with her laser gun, breaking the glass. This mid-level zombie staggered toward the window, confused and dazed, and suddenly stepped off the edge. As it regained a bit of clarity from the feeling of weightlessness, its whole body fell. Another mid-level zombie saw its companion commit suicide and looked very confused. In just a few seconds, it had finished eating the fresh human flesh it had just obtained. When it turned its gaze to look for more fresh, moving food, Nangong Mei's eyes had turned red and dark. She stared intently at the zombie, pointing a finger at the shattered large window, and said, "Jump down." Suddenly, this zombie felt dizzy and walked toward the window. Everyone held their breath, watching the zombie, silently hoping it would jump. The zombie missed its step and fell rapidly. All the rescue team members saw the two monsters fall from the building and let out a big sigh of relief. Many members of the rescue team sat down heavily in their chairs, breathing hard. Lu and Nangong Yuran hid on the 89th floor, listening carefully as the noise upstairs gradually calmed down. The officials did not leave the 90th floor quickly to continue exploring. Lu secretly guessed that, based on the sounds, some officials might have been injured or lost. It seemed that the zombies on this floor were very difficult to deal with. Should they keep going up? Lu felt a flicker of hesitation. But she could sense that Zhang Lang was upstairs and about to find her. "Miss Lu, cough cough. It's very dangerous upstairs. Would you like to come down with me?" Nangong Yuran sat in an office chair, slightly panting as she asked. Lu looked at Nangong Yuran. "Thanks for your kindness, but you should leave quickly." "I don't need your help." Nangong Yuran looked at her determined expression and softly said, "I have to see you leave safely before I can rest assured." Lu. This man was really troublesome. As the saying goes, a smile can open the door to kindness. She understood that he wanted to thank her and repay her kindness. But his actions were really causing her trouble. The man named Nangong Yuran climbed so many stairs, his face growing paler, and he kept coughing. What she was most worried about was that, in the middle of coughing, he might suddenly cough up blood. Oh no, at any moment, he might suddenly faint and fall to the ground, remaining still. That would really be troublesome. She had already saved him twice. If he has another attack, should she save him again or not? Cough, cough. Lulu thought to herself, hearing him cough nonstop. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to Nangong Yuran. He skillfully took out a white handkerchief from his pocket and covered his mouth as he continued coughing. Hey, you should take some cough medicine quickly. Nangong Yuran lowered his handkerchief and smiled, replying, okay. He slowly took off his backpack, found some cough medicine inside, took a pill, and swallowed it with mineral water. Lulu saw him take the medicine and looked away. She was sitting in an office building on the 89th floor, looking out through the large glass window. The sunlight was very bright and blinding. Suddenly, Lulu looked at her bracelet. Time was passing too quickly. It was already 11:30 a.m. Mr. Nangong, you rest here for a while. I need to go to the bathroom. Lulu stood up and walked into a nearby women's restroom in the office building. Inside, it was still empty, with no zombies in sight. At this moment, she was even more certain that the abnormal movement of the zombies was probably related to Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang could control zombies of similar strength to himself and send them elsewhere. The remaining zombies must be stronger than him. So, he couldn't command the zombies in this building that were more powerful than himself. Lulu closed and locked the bathroom door. She then entered a small cubicle inside. After checking, she found no abnormal devices there. Then, she quickly moved into a space inside a bamboo hut. Inside the bamboo hut, a figure was lying on a lazy sofa by the bed, sleeping peacefully, with a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth. Lulu gently approached the bed and saw Xiao Wu sleeping soundly. On the low table in the bamboo hut, there was a baby bottle filled with a little milk. This milk was placed outside the bamboo hut in the camper van when she left. The camper was powered on. She placed a small, temperature-controlled milk warmer with 2 bottles of milk inside. Lulu quietly took the clean milk bottle to wash later in the camper. After washing the bottle, she sterilized and dried it using an ultraviolet sterilizer and dryer. She then took a new, clean bottle from the sterilizer. By now, Little Wu could drink about 60 milliliters of milk. She placed the sterilized bottle on the small table in the camper, then took out the assembled pump from the sterilizer, expressed the engorged milk, and poured it into the clean, sterilized bottle. She put the bottle into the milk warmer to heat. While waiting, she took a sandwich and a hot, rich latte from the space fridge for lunch. She quickly finished her meal. At the dining table, Lulu placed a large peach. She cleaned the pump and put it into the sterilizer for automatic sterilization and drying. The milk in the warmer was now heated. She took out the warm milk and stored it in the temperature-controlled space to keep fresh. She set a reminder on her bracelet for 2 hours later. When the bracelet buzzed, she used her mind to move the stored milk from the temperature zone to the milk warmer in the camper. Little Wu usually wakes up in 2 to 3 hours, but this time can vary. To ensure Little Wu gets milk on time and to keep it fresh, she set the alarm. Milk in the warmer can only be kept for 2 hours. After that, it's no longer fresh and must be discarded. If kept in the freshness zone too long, the items inside cannot be used. If she encounters danger outside, she cannot immediately give the milk from the safe zone to Little Wu. Otherwise, Little Wu might go hungry. So, she has to operate this way. In her usual home, it doesn't matter. But now, outside during this special period, she must do it this way. After taking care of her child and her own discomfort, Lulu quickly returned to the bathroom. She checked her bracelet, which showed 50 minutes had passed. Ding ding ding, Miss Lu, are you okay? Miss Lu? If you don't respond, I'll come in. Nangong Yuran's anxious voice sounded at the bathroom door. Lulu was startled inside. She had been in the bathroom for too long. Even if she was constipated, it shouldn't take this long. I'm fine, just... my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. It might be food poisoning, she offered a somewhat weak excuse. She pushed open the bathroom door and stepped out. As soon as she left, she saw Nangong Yuran had already returned to his usual seat. "Miss Liu, do you want to keep looking upstairs for your friend?" Nangong Yuran asked with a tired, sickly look. Lulu lowered her head in response and checked her wristband. She had been delayed here for too long. Over at Bai Jie's side, things were getting complicated. "You're not here yet? If you don't come soon, I might sell my first time to someone else," someone said. "There's traffic on the way, and I ran into a bunch of zombies. I'll wait a bit longer. I can add 20,000 more points," Lulu typed to reassure the other person, offering to increase the points. "No, it has to be 50,000 points more." Bai saw the message and felt happy. She thought this person wouldn't come anymore and was about to contact the next bidder offering 50,000 points. But unexpectedly, this big spender was still willing to increase the bid.
It seemed this person was a big fan of Bai Jie.
There were quite a few such fans. After selling Bai Jie's first time, she could keep selling her again and again. "You're asking for too much," Bai said. "No way. I'll find another buyer now. There are plenty of men who want Bai Jie's first time." Fine. Wait a bit longer. I might be a little late." Lulu deliberately said she was willing to compromise. When she arrived, she planned to shoot and stop this disgusting person forcing women into selling themselves. "All right, hurry up. I don't have much patience." Bai happily sent her message, then put down her wristband. She turned her head and saw her boyfriend, Guanqi, reaching out his hand to Bai Jie's long, black hair. "What are you doing?" Bai looked at her boyfriend, Guanqi, with displeasure. Guanqi's eyes flashed with a strange light, and his pupils darted around before he withdrew his intense gaze. He chuckled softly, walked behind Bai and hugged her tightly from behind. "Yeah, my good wife, I was just looking, don't be angry. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. I told her anyone can sleep with her but not you. Remember, her first time is worth 150,000 points. If you hurt her, she won't be worth much anymore. Who will help us live a good life in the future?" Guanqi softly comforted her. "Good wife, I have no bad intentions. I only want you, and I wouldn't hurt your sister. I hope that's true." Bai looked very upset. She sat in a chair in the room, with a cold face, staring fiercely at Bai Jie, who was tied to the chair. "Go, give her some water," Bai ordered Guanqi. Guanqi smiled, kissed Bai on the face, and picked up a slightly cloudy bottle of mineral water from the table, placing it in Bai Jie's hand. He secretly touched Bai Jie's smooth, white hand from the corner of his eye. Bai Jie clenched her teeth, trying to hold back the urge to smash the water bottle. Her hands, tied together, held the bottle as she drank the cold water, which wasn't very clean. "That's right, my good sister. As long as you listen and help me earn points, I won't hurt you." Bai laughed wildly, her face twisted with madness. Guanqi fed her some water, then returned to Bai's side, massaging her shoulders and legs to please her.
Bai stayed silent.
Having entered the entertainment industry since she was young, surviving countless advances from powerful people, she had long learned to hide her emotions. Years of acting experience made her very good at controlling her micro-expressions. Her half-sister, who was jealous of her and disliked her, had always been a problem. When she became famous, her sister often posted online about her embarrassing childhood. Later, her agency found out it was her sister and told their father. Her father, wanting her to earn more money as a valuable asset, arranged for her to stay separately with her agent outside. After the apocalypse broke out, her father took Bai to her villa, claiming they came to seek help and refuge. Because of family bonds stronger than blood, and since the villa was very large, she took them in. Later, their food ran out. They went outside to find more food, but her father was accidentally bitten by a zombie and turned into one. She and Bai took some supplies they found and hurried back to the villa. Soon, the nearby shelter gave them wristbands. Bai contacted her boyfriend, and together they shamelessly kidnapped her. Bai took deep breaths to calm her rising anger. In the end, the person who hurt her the most was her own half-sister. It was very ironic. She had been in the entertainment industry for many years and had never been pressured into anything inappropriate. But she was betrayed by Bai. Jia Bai was very angry but also very calm. She kept thinking quietly about her next move. Bai didn't think she could cause any big trouble. She was a weak actress who couldn't lift a finger or shoulder much. She could easily defeat her alone. Victory Tower, 90th floor. Lu finished replying to a message and looked up at Nangong Yuran. Miss Lu, the officials took a break upstairs. I listened to their movements and it seems they just left. Nangong Yuran briefly told Lu what was happening upstairs. Lu replied, "Thank you. I need to go upstairs and find someone. Mr. Nangong, your health is weak. It's better to come down early and the upstairs is very dangerous." Nangong Yuran smiled softly and whispered, "Miss Lu, you saved my life. I can't just leave like this. I need to see you safe before I feel at ease." Lu Yolyo's lips twitched. She had been holding back words for a long time, but she finally couldn't keep them in anymore. "Mr. Nangong, you look fragile. If you keep following me, am I protecting you, or are you protecting me? This will cause me a lot of trouble. Please don't follow me, okay?" Lu finally said what she had been wanting to say, and suddenly she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. What she feared most was people being kind to her, showing her good intentions and concern. When someone was nice to her, she couldn't respond with hostility. Since she was a child, her grandmother had taught her to be grateful and to learn to repay kindness. This way of thinking about education has been quietly influencing her values for a long time. Nangong Yuran raised an eyebrow. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. His weak body carried a virus from birth. Even the best doctors in the world couldn't cure his illness. The traditional healer in the Nangong family said he had a rare congenital toxin, which could only be treated with expensive Chinese herbs. Moreover, if this situation continued, he probably wouldn't live past 30. This year, he was already 26. His body was less healthy than that of a 70-year-old. He had been spoiled and pampered since childhood, with many servants taking care of him. This was the first time someone dared to speak to him like that. A flash of murderous intent appeared in Nangong Yuran's eyes. If it weren't for the vitality water. Lu had no idea that the kind person she thought was caring for her actually had murderous thoughts about her. It all started because she said he was weak and fragile. Lu noticed that after she spoke, the atmosphere around her became terrifyingly silent. She saw that Nangong Yuran seemed surrounded by a thick, dark aura, cold and ominous, with a strange chill. So, does that mean he's not just physically weak, but also emotionally fragile? Lu curled her lips and stopped paying attention to Nangong Yuran. She had already said so much. If he kept acting stubborn, she couldn't be blamed. She strode upstairs. Nangong Yuran watched her leave, holding back his anger and calming his emotions. As long as she had the vitality water that could ease his illness, he wouldn't mind her reckless words. He had been living in pain and nightmares for 26 years, feeling like he was dead inside. Especially when he coughed, it felt like his internal organs were about to be expelled. At that moment, he secretly vowed, whoever could cure his illness, he would do anything for them. 26 years had passed, and his search for a miracle doctor had been in vain. Lu and Xiaojiu were his last hope for survival. Xiaojiu had gone to Movad in Myanmar, and now 2 days had passed. He only had 5 days left. During these 5 days, he must make Lu trust him so she is willing and eager to give him the vitality water to save him. He figured this out through Qin Xianglian and her son. The girl in front of him has a hint of kindness deep inside her heart. As long as she still has some kindness in her weakness of human nature, he can use this well. He plans to let Qin Xianglian deceive her, as her companion is inside this building. This is just one part of his plan. The real main event is still to come. Nangong Yuran clears his throat twice. With his cough, he spits out a mouthful of pink blood. He must drink the vitality water. Otherwise, he won't make it to the top floor. Nangong Yuran takes out a bottle of prepared vitality water from his bag. After drinking about 150 milliliters, he feels his body weaken and become powerless, but it gets better. He originally wanted to cough up blood, but the vitality water's energy stopped him. He must get the vitality water at all costs. Right now, he wonders, how much stock does this girl really have? When she took out the vitality water that night, she didn't seem to care at all.
Did the Xiao family,
Xiao, Ju secretly keep the vitality water for her? Nangong Yuran has this guess in his mind. He quietly thinks, holding onto the handrail of the stairs, slowly climbing up. From the 100th floor, loud fighting sounds come. Lulu is waiting at the fire escape entrance on the 99th floor. Nangong Yuran keeps a distance of about 2 meters from her, not disturbing her. Lulu notices he's still behind her and feels a bit annoyed. If he keeps following her like this, she can't easily collect supplies from these floors. The last 9 floors she's climbed are all high-end hotel layouts and facilities. The hallways are filled with many guest rooms, each with closed doors. She has opened a couple of rooms nearby to check, and the inside equipment makes her very eager. The hotel's large freestanding bathtubs, bedding, toiletries, expensive mineral water, and red wine, all still fresh. In this situation, she can only wait until she finds Zhang Lang, shakes off Nangong Yuran, and then secretly takes these supplies. Maybe because of her previous experience with a mutated intermediate zombie on the 89th floor, this time, the fight ended very quickly. Lulu and Nangong Yuran followed a team of fewer than 100 people as they climbed to the third-to-last floor of the building, which was the 127th floor. Beyond the 127th floor, countless zombies densely packed the space. They filled the upper 2 floors from inside out. Countless zombies pressed together, pushing and shoving toward the top floor. The top floor had a mysterious force that kept attracting them forward. Members of the official rescue team saw this strange scene. Without hesitation, they took out laser weapons and shot at the zombies filling the fire escape corridor. The laser weapons automatically locked onto targets, emitting many bright white beams. One by one, these numb zombies fell to the ground. Lulu and Nangong Yuran quietly followed behind the official team. She could feel that Zhang Lang was very close, just ahead of these low-level zombies. Maybe on the upper floor, or perhaps on the top floor. What was he doing here? Lulu was very worried. How could Zhang Lang escape safely when he met so many official personnel? Could her little zombie brother really survive in front of so many humans? She had no confidence. What if the officials accidentally killed Zhang Lang while clearing the zombies? Bayou, the sound of laser guns continued non-stop. After several rounds of shooting, the bodies of the densely packed zombies covered the entire fire escape staircase. Move these bodies away. Nangong stood expressionlessly among the official team and ordered a group of non-official personnel. These 30 official workers, responsible for logistics to earn points and supplies, had gradually regained some clarity after the fear of the zombies. The mountain of zombie corpses at the staircase was dead beyond death. They followed Nangong Mei's instructions, working in pairs to carry the bodies down the stairs. Soon, the staircase was cleared, leaving an empty space. Nangong Mei then looked along the eyes of the survivors and saw Lulu and Nangong Yuran hiding just 1 floor below them. When she saw Nangong Yuran, joy and excitement filled her eyes uncontrollably. Why didn't Zhu follow the young master? The young master climbed such a high floor alone. How can his body handle it? Nangong Mei thought about sending someone to protect Nangong Yuran. She looked at Lu Yolio's small body and then at Nangong Yuran's teasing eyes nearby. She could only sigh quietly. She couldn't understand the young master's thoughts. It has been like this for many years. She noticed the hint in the young master's eyes. He told her not to interfere. The young master is the only son of the Nangong family, above everyone else. Except for the leader of Hailon country, the Nangong family fears no one. Does the young master want the vitality water in that girl's hands? Why not just kidnap her and force her to reveal the source and origin of the vitality water? Nangong Mei was very confused. But she could only follow Nangong Yuran's orders. Your team, go down to the entrance and guard. Provide backup for our retreat. Nangong Mei arranged her own way, mobilizing a small team of about 20 people to guard the fire escape entrance near Nangong Yuran. On the surface, it was to prepare for retreat. In reality, she arranged these people to protect her own young master. Lulu bypassed the small team at the door and quickly moved up the stairs she had cleared. Seeing this, Nangong signaled the nearby officials to stop her. "Miss, it's very dangerous upstairs. I'm not afraid of danger," Lulu replied to an official who warned her. "It's not about whether you're afraid of danger, but that you can't go up," Nangong coldly ordered her subordinates. "Stop her. Don't let her go upstairs. If she goes up, the young master will definitely follow." Over the past decades, the young master has become almost obsessed with any doctor, medicine, or herbs that could relieve his symptoms. He refuses to give up any hope. This girl has the medicine that can cure the young master's illness. Recently, the young master has completely become a follower of this girl. Upstairs, zombies are acting strangely, possibly indicating the appearance of a high-level zombie king. She is not fully confident in her current special ability level to control the high-level zombie king. If this girl goes upstairs, the young master might follow. What if dangerous situations arise on the roof that she can't handle? Lulu feels very awkward. Zhang is on the roof, and their contract connection is unbreakable. She watches helplessly as her target little brother is on the roof, unable to do anything. Nangong Mimi doesn't know that she truly found the person she's looking for on the roof. Nangong Yuren also doesn't realize that, by a twist of fate, Zhang didn't fall into the trap he set and got trapped in a street full of zombies. Among the zombie horde, he appears to be a leader. He relies on this group of low-level zombies, and on his way back, he ate enough crystal cores to boost his strength to a mid-level zombie peak. So he plans to come to this building and wear out the high-level zombies inside. The high-level zombies in this building are much more ferocious than he expected. A whole day and night pass, but he can't kill this high-level zombie. Instead, this zombie, through countless low-level zombies sacrificing themselves, devours many crystal cores. Things are becoming more unpredictable. This high-level zombie, right in front of him, evolves from a low-level to a mid-level high zombie in just one night. It is just one step away from advancing to the next zombie level. His mind, awakened with the zombie leader control skills, gives him this crucial information. Once such a zombie appears, it will cause devastating damage to the entire city of A. He must find a way to lure this zombie away. However, no matter how he uses his abilities, this zombie remains unmoved. The strength of the high-level zombie king far exceeds his own. Zhang regrets his past decision. Why did he control low-level zombies to fight this zombie king? It was just handing himself over as food. While he ponders what to do, suddenly, he feels a growing connection with Lulu, as if drawing closer. At the top of Victory Tower, Zhang hid in the corner at the entrance of the rooftop, taking advantage of the zombie king being busy eating low-level zombie cores. He quietly closed the heavy iron door of the rooftop and moved downstairs. His owner couldn't come up. Once the nearby low-level zombies were all eaten by the zombie king, it would go crazy. If the zombie king left this building, it would be very dangerous. In his mind, a zombie king stronger than the high level could only be defeated with nuclear weapons. This understanding came from his zombie's supernatural ability. He needed to pull his owner away and have her notify the authorities so they could quickly find a way to kill the zombie before it fully matured. Zhang pushed open the rooftop door and ran downstairs. He was still wearing the black suit that Lulu had given him. He also kept the sunglasses, hat, and mask that Lulu used to hide his identity. But the smell of zombie decay on him still couldn't be removed. Zhang opened the door and went down. When he reached the fire escape on the 130th floor, he looked up and saw Nangong leading a group of official personnel heading upstairs to risk their lives. Nangong was very surprised to see someone coming down from the rooftop. Behind her, the officials raised their laser guns and aimed at him. "Friend, don't shoot." Zhang voice had a stiff, zombie-like tone. Although it sounded a bit robotic, his outfit and words made the panicked officials relax a little. If there was still a living person on the rooftop, it meant the danger might not be as terrible as they thought. "Why are you here?" Nangong asked in surprise. Below the building, 3 mid-level zombies, close to high level, blocked the way. How did this person get up here? Nangong Mei looked at Zhang Lang, whose face she couldn't see clearly, and felt deep suspicion.
Me?
Zhang Lang's eyes darted around quickly, like a fan spinning. He really couldn't think of a good excuse to explain how he managed to break through the zombies' heavy encirclement and reach the top of this building. Lulu, who had been quietly following the official personnel, heard the noise. She quickly pushed away one of the officials nearby and loudly shouted, "He is my friend. I brought him up here." Everyone looked confused. "You brought him up here? You've been following us the whole time, and now you just climbed up?" With so many zombies, that joke isn't funny at all.
Nagong Mei frowned tightly.
Miss Liu, why do you always want to be the center of attention? If it weren't for the young master being with her, she would have already been asked to leave. Really, I flew the plane to bring him here, Lulu hurriedly explained. I flew the plane this morning, but it broke down. Now I can only drive and climb the stairs to pick him up. Nangong Mei didn't believe a word. You flew the plane here this morning? You've been on our satellite monitoring system all day. When did you come here? When did you stay here? Even though Nangong Mei had countless doubts in her mind, she held back and didn't lose her temper. The young master is using this kind of trick to get close to this girl. She had no choice but to accept it. Zhang Lang was even more anxious. He gestured to the officials in front of him, saying, "Run quickly. There's a super zombie king on the rooftop. If we don't run, we'll all be finished here." Nangong Mei stared at the tall man in front of her, whose features she couldn't see clearly, and only half believed his words. Lulu, however, believed Zhang Lang completely. Her zombie little brother could sense the level and strength of zombies. If he said to run, then they had to run. Although she didn't understand why Zhang Lang had come here to stay so long in the middle of helping someone. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. "Zhang Lang, come down quickly." Nangong Mei signaled her men behind her with a displeased look. They cleared a small path, allowing Zhang Lang to run quickly to Lulu's side. When Zhang Lang ran down, everyone could smell the foul stench unique to zombies. They thought that Zhang Lang accidentally got some zombie juice on himself while killing zombies, which made him smell bad, and they didn't think much of it. Because from any angle, the person in front of them didn't look like a zombie. Especially since they had climbed many floors and fought fierce battles with zombies, so they all had some zombie juice on their bodies. Therefore, they all smelled like zombies. Since everyone was equally smelly, no one minded too much. "Miss Liu, let's run quickly." Zhang Lang was very anxious. With so few official personnel, they could only serve as food for that crazy zombie. He sensed that many of the team members had some kind of core inside them, similar to that in zombies. This core was very attractive to zombies. He hoped these cannon fodder could hold on a little longer in the hands of that crazy zombie upstairs. Lulu didn't hesitate and ran down the stairs. After a few steps, she saw Nangong Yuran, who had been following her, also running down behind her. This sickly kid was smart. Following me and running fast might help him survive. Nangong Mei saw Nangong Yuran coming downstairs and felt a little more at ease. As long as the young master was safe, she could relax. As for what was on the rooftop, she had to see for herself. Nangong Mei was thinking this when suddenly, the iron door on the rooftop made a deafening noise. Boom! Clang, clang, clang. The large iron door on the rooftop, accompanied by a shrill noise, rolled down from the staircase. Nangong Mei and her team members saw the rapidly falling heavy door and all changed their expressions. What appeared before them was an extremely ugly monster. This monster had unbelievably long legs. It stood at the door of the rooftop, its body caught in the narrow doorway. The zombie monster was frantically kicking the wall at the entrance with its legs. With a loud boom, the sturdy wall suddenly cracked open a big hole. Everyone was shocked. Nangong Mei quickly realized that this zombie was beyond her control. "Everyone retreat now," she spoke and then jumped onto the slide at the top of the stairs. She slid down the handrail easily from the 130th floor to the fire escape at the entrance. Other official personnel quickly reacted. They hurriedly followed Nangong Mei, running down the stairs fast. The high-level zombie king, in just 3 seconds, broke open the door to the rooftop entrance, which was 3 meters high. The entire rooftop wall was smashed open, creating a big hole. It sniffed the smell of many fresh foods, which made it go wild.
Roar, roar.
All food. This high-level zombie king instinctively chased down the stairs. As it stepped onto the stairs, it lost control and slipped, falling from the stairs to the fire door entrance on the 130th floor. The fall trapped it near the door. It could sense that the food was moving further away, leaving it behind. Roar. Food, don't run. The zombie jumped down directly from the stairwell. Its strong body sometimes got stuck at the corners of the stairs. During this brief moment, Nangong Mei and her group had already reached the 110th floor. Nangong Yuran was carried on her back, as she claimed she would slow them down. She carried Nangong Yuran and quickly ran downstairs. The zombie king grew more anxious. Among the food were many delicious items. Eating them would make it stronger. This deep instinct inside the zombie drove it to chase after them. After pausing for 2 seconds with its pale eyes, it stomped heavily, crushing the railing of the stairs, then jumped down through the gap at the connecting point. It jumped from the 130th floor directly to the 120th. Ya dash. The food is getting closer. The super high-level zombie king continued to leap downward. A height of dozens of meters was like child's play to it. In almost an instant, it jumped several times, reaching the 100th floor. Nangong Yuran and the others had just arrived at the 102nd floor. When they heard the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, they felt a sinking feeling. The monster had gone ahead of them. The elevator in Victory Tower had long since stopped working due to a power outage. This fire escape was their only way out. Currently, their escape route is blocked. There is nowhere to run. Low-level zombies are searching for people by sound. Zombies that have evolved for a month can smell human scents and track them. When humans get close enough, they can smell the fresh blood and flesh on them. This kind of advanced zombie has already awakened all the abilities that low-level zombies have. Even more frightening is that these monsters are so powerful that normal weapons are like tickling them. Lulu saw from the stairway far away that this zombie was very large. It was bigger than the one she saw when she first went out with Xiaojiu. This one was definitely more terrifying than that zombie. Lulu remembered how that zombie could jump so high it could catch up with the plane. Her heart started pounding faster. Captain, what should we do now? Nangong Mei looked serious. Run back. She said this while carrying Nangong Yuran and quickly headed toward the rooftop. A group of official personnel saw that their only escape route was blocked, and Nangong Mei, like a gust of wind, quickly ran up another floor. They knew that going upstairs might still give them a chance to survive. All the official personnel and the unofficial members on this mission ran toward the rooftop. Lulu also used all her strength to run upstairs. Originally, she didn't have to work so hard. She could have just hidden inside the space and been safe. But she had already met these officials, especially Nangong Yuran, and seen what she looked like. If she suddenly disappeared, and some of these people survived, the secret of her space. Lulu smiled bitterly, feeling her heart pounding as if it might jump out of her chest. Right now, it's not the time to be reckless. Her space must not be exposed. Zhang Lang was right behind Lulu. He was also very scared. This kind of creature, eating low-level zombies' brains, crunching loudly. He saw it clearly. Once its brain is bitten off, it will definitely die. As a zombie with self-awareness, he was very afraid of dying again. A group of people followed behind Nangong Mei, rushing toward the rooftop. The recently promoted zombie king in this area saw the food fly away and hurriedly chased after it. However, going down was easy, but going up was hard. Its large body was blocked by the metal railing of the escalator and got stuck at the stairway entrance. These iron railings and stairs slowed its movement. This high-level zombie did not have super jumping ability. Its body features and the obstacle of the stairs gave the people upstairs more time to escape. All the survivors, over 80 people including Lulu and Lulu, reached the rooftop of Victory Building. Everyone was gasping for breath, their hearts pounding as if they might jump out of their chests. Lu Lu and Zhang Lang stood on the far left side of the rooftop. The rooftop was semi-enclosed, surrounded by a 1.5-meter high concrete wall. Lu Lu crossed her arms, took a few deep breaths, and walked to the edge of the rooftop. Her eyes couldn't help but look down. In just one glance, she saw tiny black dots, like ants, layered and stacked. The tallest building on the 130th floor was truly impressive. It was incredibly tall. Just looking down made her feel dizzy and lightheaded. Lulu looked away and quietly gazed at Nangong Mei standing at the edge of the rooftop. At this moment, she was still carrying Nangong Yuran on her back. Lulu couldn't help but wonder. She always felt that the team leader had a special concern for Nangong Yuran, different from others. Earth-type ability user, build a bridge to the opposite building. Nangong Mei calmly ordered the Earth-type team behind her. 10 Earth-type ability users stepped forward, one after another, releasing their powers at the edge of the rooftop wall. Golden yellow light flickered in an orderly manner. 10 blocks of earth, about 1 meter long and half a meter high, connected seamlessly. The earth walls floated in midair, forming a 10-meter-long floating earth bridge. This 10-meter width was still 90 meters short of reaching the nearest building's rooftop of Victory Building. Keep using your abilities. Nangong Mei instructed the team to continue building the bridge. Captain, I can only use my power 3 times. I already used it twice to fight the zombies, so I can't use it now. I only have 2 uses left. Use them all if you can. The Earth Element ability user heard Nangong Mei's command and didn't hesitate. In 3 seconds, a 20-meter-long wall of dirt quickly formed in the air. Are you okay? Nangong Mei asked in a very soft voice to Nangong Yuran. Nangong Yuran didn't answer. Captain, he seems to have fainted. A nearby ability user spoke to remind her. Nangong Mei turned her head and saw Nangong Yuran with his eyes closed and his face pale. She didn't think much and immediately found a safety belt to tightly tie Nangong Yuran to her back. I'm going to the other side. Follow me if you can. After speaking, Nangong Mei took a black rope from her waist. She reached out and firmly fixed the rope to the rooftop wall. The next second, she carried Nangong Yuran and quickly ran to the edge of the dirt wall. She squinted her eyes and threw the other end of the rope with force toward another building next to Victory Tower. Even from far away, Lulu also heard the whoosh sound of the rope cutting through the air. Nangong Mei tested the strength of the rope. She seemed to perform magic, pulling a pair of black wristbands from her waist pouch, similar to those worn on buses. Lulu saw her hang the wristbands on the rope, tugging back and forth a few times. Then she saw her, carrying Nangong Yuran on her back, gripping the black wristbands with both hands, sliding toward the opposite building. A string of exclamation marks appeared on Lu Yolio's forehead. This girl is really brave. Carrying a big man, high up in such a dangerous building, with no safety measures. And she just slid across. When Nangong Mei reached the top of the opposite building, she immediately took out a walkie-talkie and called the other members on Victory Tower. Come over. Official personnel didn't hesitate. They grabbed the wristbands at their waists, climbed onto the rooftop, and swung across to the opposite building one after another. All non-official personnel, including Lulu. There were over 80 people in this group, with more than 20 survivors among the non-official personnel. First, they do not have such roller skate devices. Second, even if they had these devices, they lack the strength and courage to skate across such a high, unprotected height. During their brief hesitation, one survivor grabbed an official staff member, preventing him from leaving. Take me with you. If you take me out, you have to help us leave. She can carry someone on her back and skate across, so you can too, right? The official staff member was momentarily stunned by the survivor's words. The other officials nearby pretended not to see and quickly left, hanging their equipment. Besides this survivor, others also reacted. That's right. You can't just leave us behind. You must take me with you. The official staff member, seeing most of his colleagues leave and being held back, had no choice but to carry the man on his back and skate to the other side. The others who couldn't leave earlier, under pressure, each chose to carry someone and pull themselves across with their roller skates. Seeing that the survivors were successfully escaping, Two of them became anxious. One was a woman who looked overweight, weighing at least 180 pounds or more. The other was a tall, strong man, also clearly a heavy person. These two were ignored selectively by the officials. Being so high up, nearly 1,000 meters, carrying such heavy people was very dangerous. A small mistake could threaten their lives. Lulu watched silently from the side, feeling calm and confident. She already had a perfect plan. She glanced at the remaining man and woman, then without looking back, she ran down the rooftop toward the direction where the zombie king was making noise. Zhang Lang saw Lulu's action, was stunned for a few seconds, then immediately followed her down. On the rooftop, the remaining man and woman looked at each other with despair and shock. Is this woman crazy? There's a huge zombie king down there. Going down would be like offering themselves as food. Both the man and woman stared at the dark rooftop entrance with very complicated expressions. Perhaps she wanted to die quickly. Or maybe she wanted to hide on another floor, just in case the zombie king couldn't find her. The man and woman, unwilling to wait passively, saw a little hope in their despair. They turned around and went down to the rooftop, each finding a hidden corner to hide. Maybe if they hide, the zombie king won't find them, and they can survive. Lulu, however, ran straight toward the zombie king without looking back. She reached a point 2 floors away from the zombie king. Zhang Lang quickly followed. Miss Lu, what are you doing? Zhang Lang's voice was full of panic and confusion. Lulu handed Zhang Lang a very long nylon rope. Go, hang this nylon rope on the zombie. Just make sure it touches it. Zhang Lang looked confused. He didn't understand what Lulu was trying to do, but he still chose to follow her instructions. The mystery around Lulu deepened. Even her pet was unusual. He believed that such a girl would never do something reckless. Zhang Lang grabbed one end of the nylon rope and hurried downstairs. Lulu waited upstairs, keeping a safe distance. From above, Zhang Lang shouted, "Done." Lulu silently sensed the space. Using the nylon rope as a link, in the blink of an eye, she successfully trapped the destructive zombie in her space. This method really works. Through her connection with the space, she found that the zombie was frozen in the corner of her space's tenth storage area. The high-level zombie was now motionless, completely out of energy. My space is really amazing. Lulu chuckled happily. She looked up toward the upstairs. The two remaining survivors definitely wouldn't dare to risk running down. All the other officials had already fled elsewhere. Now, all the supplies in this building belonged to her. Lulu quickly went to the floor she had long coveted. She hurried into a linen closet in the middle of the hotel room, stuffing an imported mineral water, high-quality cotton pillows, bedding, and other items into her space. Zhang Lang stayed close behind her while she was busy gathering items from the linen closet. He didn't rest. Instead, he helped her forcefully kick open all the hotel room doors. Lulu entered inside and began searching thoroughly. At this moment, Zhang Lang was completely convinced by Lulu. Such a terrifying zombie king. Just a thought from her could make it disappear into thin air. Maybe Lulu is the more dangerous creature? If she can make someone vanish with just a thought, then that person is truly at her mercy. Zhang Lang dared not think further. He accompanied Lulu as they emptied the entire building of useful items. Lulu quickly searched around, but she didn't keep many repeated office supplies in her space. Even if there were a few more, it wouldn't raise suspicion on her. So many people came and went, and there were no cameras or anyone who knew she had a space. She was completely unworried. After finishing the search of the building, Lulu pulled Zhang Lang and ran back to the rooftop. Opposite the Victory Building was a slightly lower building. Nangong Yuran looked cold and unhappy. Young master, I can't defeat that zombie. It's out of my control. What about the shelter? Nangong Yuran took out a handkerchief, covered his mouth, and coughed before asking. They've already sent support. They've equipped a new high-level laser weapon there. I don't want anything to happen to her. Do you understand?
Nangong nodded.
The rescue team will arrive in 3 minutes. I'm leading the team to save her now. Maybe there's still time. Young master, you can't keep pushing yourself like this. I'll send someone to take you back to the shelter first. Nangong Yuran looked at the blood on his handkerchief and nodded. Nangong Mei carried him and quickly went downstairs. Lu Lulu stood on the rooftop of the Victory Building. She saw that the official personnel on the opposite rooftop had retreated and left the rooftop. Only then did she slowly extend her hand and summon the high-level zombie king frozen in her space. This was a tall building. If the zombie king fell, it would at least be shattered into pieces with broken bones. The zombie king summoned by Lulu had long been dead beyond death. While it was frozen in her space, she used a power drill to open its brain and removed the crystal core inside. Zhang Ling watched in amazement as Lulu casually threw the zombie king off the rooftop. Lulu clapped her hands easily and said to Zhang Ling, "Don't just stand there. Go downstairs. I have other things to take care of. Miss Lu, about the crystal core inside the zombie's brain. You mean this?" Lulu suddenly produced a sparkling crystal core about the size of a peanut from the zombie king's head and tossed it into the air. Zhang Lang's eyes lit up. "If I eat this crystal core, can I level up?" He nodded quickly. He was so close to reaching the next level, just one step away from becoming a high-level zombie. The crystal core from this zombie king was very powerful. He was confident he could succeed in leveling up in one go and even break through to an intermediate high level. Lulu heard Zhang Lang's confident answer and threw the cleaned crystal core to him. Zhang Lang caught it quickly. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the small crystal core whole. "Let's go," Lulu said and headed down to the Victory Building where the SUV was parked. Zhang Lang followed closely behind. The crystal core in his mind was absorbing the energy from the one he just swallowed. He just needed to wait a little while. He would succeed in breaking through. They hurried down the stairs. As they reached the bottom, they heard the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. The body of the zombie that Lulu had thrown off the rooftop had fallen. About 10 minutes later, Lulu, catching her breath, returned with Zhang Lang to the SUV parked near the Victory Building. About 20 meters away from the car, a group of fully armed officials surrounded the area. Inside their circle was the body of the zombie king that Lulu had thrown off the building. Lulu didn't pay much attention. She signaled to Zhang Lang with a quick look. Zhang Lang skillfully jumped onto the roof of the SUV and sat down. Lulu drove the SUV away quickly. Her destination was the neighborhood where the person with the wristband had sent her the location. Finding Zhang Lang had taken some time, but it was within a manageable range. About 20 minutes later, Lulu arrived at the neighborhood where Baiyu had provided the address. She took out her wristband and took a photo of the building. "I have arrived downstairs at the community. Where is Baijia?" Baiyu saw her bracelet vibrate again and excitedly checked the message. When she saw the photo of the community sent by Lulu, she immediately ran to the balcony. Through the tightly closed curtains, she saw a car parked downstairs. Next to the car, there was a man and a woman standing. She ignored Lulu, the woman, and focused on Zhang Lang beside her. It was obvious to anyone. The person who wanted to buy Baijia's first night was definitely a man. Where would there be a woman so obsessed doing Yuri? But it's now 2060. Anything can happen in this society. Baiyu quietly took Baijia's bracelet and replied to Lulu, "I saw it. You're two people playing together, so you need more points." Lulu's mouth twitched. "Two people playing together. One person my brother is playing. I'm a girl. I have a normal orientation. Not that weird." Lulu sent this message with some anger. She took off her bracelet and handed it to Zhang Lang. "The password is 6 6s. You should know how to use it, right?"
Zhang Lang nodded.
"Don't worry, I promise to complete the task." "Okay, go ahead. I'll wait for you in the car." Lulu sat back in the car, locked the windows and doors. The tinted film on this SUV could block the view from the residents in the community. Zhang Lang confidently walked up to the building. On the way here in the car, Lulu already told him they were coming to rescue Baijia.
He knew Baijia.
But this Baijia was not the same as that Baijia. The Baijia that men knew was not just the famous young stargirl Baijia. The famous Baijia. Married Woman, Teacher by Jia. Teacher by Jia is a mentor to many. As a passionate young man, Zhang Lang knew this well. Compared to the big star by Jia he often saw on TV, Teacher by Jia felt more down-to-earth. For someone like him, an ordinary person, the big star by Jia was too distant. Zhang Lang put aside his messy thoughts and followed the address sent by the person behind the bracelet to the door of a house in this small community. He reached out and gently knocked on the door. Bai Jia is inside. You first transfer 150,000 points to me, then I will open the door for you. I haven't even seen you, and you're asking me to transfer points first? What if you take my points and run away? Bai Yu looked through the peephole and saw Zhang Lang so close, feeling anxious. Her boyfriend, Guanqi, took the bracelet from her and replied, Bai Jia is right next to me. Just transfer the points, and I'll open the door immediately. Zhang Lang chuckled. He glanced at the 4 main doors of this building. With a sinister smile, he kicked one of the doors. A loud bang echoed. The seemingly sturdy security door swung open. Bai Yu and her boyfriend, Guanqi, who lived in this building, looked at each other in shock after hearing the loud noise from next door. Before they could react, Zhang Lang treated these doors like toys, kicking one down after another. As the security door was kicked open, he rushed inside to check quickly. He saw no one in the 3 apartments he looked into. No living person was there, but his zombie companions saw several. These zombies, sensing his smell, played dumb and hid in the corners, afraid to make a sound. This fellow had a strong aura. If this fellow stole the energy core, it would be game over. Zhang Lang had no time to bother with these zombies. He had just eaten a crystal core from a high-level zombie, which was worth 1,000 zombie minions. Raising these zombie minions until they grew fat, and then killing them was the plan. By then, the crystal core's energy would be even stronger. Zhang Lang happily thought, rushing into the last room. As soon as he entered, he saw no one in the living room. Instead, one of the rooms in this 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom house had its door tightly closed. This must be the right place. There was a fresh smell of human blood. Zhang Lang kicked open the door. He saw a girl tied to a chair in the middle of the room. This should be Bai Jia, the person he was here to rescue. He stepped forward, ready to untie Bai Jia. White Yu and Guanqi, hiding behind. Zhang Lang spat out these 2 words, then both hands reached out, grabbing White Yu and Guanqi's necks tightly. Wearing black gloves, he gently squeezed, and a cracking sound of broken bones rang out. The lively White Yu and Guanqi, now wide-eyed, seemed unwilling to accept their fate. Zhang Lang emotionlessly pulled out the fruit knife and kitchen knife from his hat. These kinds of weapons can't even break through his mental defenses. It's a pity about his hat on top of his head. He would need to find a clean new one. Zhang Lang silently thought, then turned to look at Bai Jia behind him. Bai Jia looked at Zhang Lang in front of her, expressionless. Facing her half-sister's death, she showed no trace of sympathy. Are you going to kill me? No, I came to save you. Zhang Lang simply explained his purpose. Bai Jia gave a sad smile. You're saving me just to get my body. I heard Bai Yu say you came to buy my body, but I didn't expect you to betray them and kill everyone. Zhang Lang was a bit confused. Get her body? He is now a zombie. How could he get her body? Is it even necessary? Even if he wanted to, he was powerless. His male function had long been stiff as iron, so whether he could perform was already questionable. While Zhang Lang was lost in thought, Bai Jia ignored the fact that someone had just died in this room. She slowly lowered her shoulder straps. Her pure white dress slipped off instantly. Zhang Lang looked at Bai Jia in her 3-piece outfit, but he felt no emotion. He is now a zombie, and even facing such a stunning beauty, he had no interest at all. Living, wanting but unable to get her. Dead, not wanting her, but easily obtained. Life truly is unpredictable. White Jia felt a bit disappointed because Zhang Lang showed no interest in her. She couldn't believe that any man could truly be like Lu Xiaohui. Facing Zhang Lang, she reached out and tried to pull her clothes back on. Zhang Lang saw her flawless skin but felt powerless to do anything. Miss White, you don't need to do this. I'm not interested in you. Put your clothes on. I will take you to see the master. White Jia hesitated for a moment. She picked up her clothes from the ground and put them back on.
Sir.
Thank you for saving me. Can you wait for me a little while? Zhongling nodded and left the room to wait at the gate. White Jia found a bag in the room, packed some long-sleeved shirts, pants, and a few sets of clean clothes. She also took sanitary pads and other necessary items from the wardrobe. All the edible things in the room were collected by her. The two nasty and disgusting people kept polluted water for her to drink, while she kept bottled water for herself. There was no trace of attachment in White Jia's eyes as she turned to leave. Zhang Leng led her downstairs to the community entrance, where Lu's SUV was parked. Master, Zhang Leng is back, Lu, who was outside the car, reminded her. Lu immediately moved back into the car and sat in the driver's seat. She tidied up her clothes. Just after feeding Xiao Wu, Zhang Leng returned. Her efficiency was quite impressive. Lu told Kong to watch Xiao Wu in the space. She looked at Zhang Leng and White Jia walking quickly from the community gate and pressed the unlock button on the car. Miss White, the person who saved you is our master. Zhang Leng pointed to Lu in the driver's seat. Hearing this, White Jia was a bit surprised. It was already the year 2060, and such a title was still used? She approached the car. White Jia sat in the back seat of the car, feeling confused. Zhang Leng turned around and sat on the roof of the car. Lu didn't say much. She started the car, drove past the corpse of a high-level zombie, and headed toward the central shelter. The car slowly drove away. White Jia looked out the window at the empty, ruined scenery, feeling very emotional. Sometimes, the family members close to you are not as kind as a fan you've never met. Human nature is really hard to understand. I'm White Jia. What should I call you? Miss Bai, I am Lu. Hello, Miss Lu. Thank you very much for saving me. I really don't know how to thank you. Lu smiled and joked. Want to thank me? It's simple. Do you have any points? Just give me some points as a reward for saving you. White Jia had already repaid her in her past life. That down jacket prevented Xiao Wu's cold from getting worse, and she was very grateful. This time, saving her was like repaying a favor from her past life. As for the thanks, it didn't really matter. White Jia took her words seriously and replied sincerely, Miss Lu, when we get back to the base and their signal, I will give you points as a thank you. Lu raised an eyebrow. How much could she give? For her, giving points was just a small gesture. Lu didn't say much. She took a bottle of drink from a drawer beside the car and threw it to White Jia. Drink some water to restore your strength. White Jia held the drink, tears of gratitude welling up in her eyes. If it weren't for this girl named Lu helping her fate. Lu didn't care what White Jia thought. Saving her was just a casual act. She originally went to the forum just to find a hairstylist to fix her hair. She unexpectedly found a post related to White Jia. Even with short hair, she wanted to cut it neatly. Her own hairstyling skills were really not worth mentioning. Just the bangs on her forehead looked like they had been chewed by a dog, unbearable to look at. Over the past month, her bangs kept blocking her eyes from time to time. Lu didn't continue talking and focused on driving. Along the way, there were still some scattered zombies. Zhang Leng was on the roof and would always make these zombies stay farther away when he saw them. But there were too many zombies. His abilities were limited, so some would always slip past and chase the vehicle. It had been over a month since the apocalypse started, which was a key point. Every month, zombies would evolve once. Right now, most of the zombies wandering on the road were mid-level. Lu sped up and drove away. In case she encountered a high-level zombie, she still had Bai Jia with her. She couldn't use that move in front of her. At this moment, it was best to return quickly to the shelter to avoid more trouble. Victory Building was not far from the shelter's center. Lu accelerated and, after 15 minutes, they reached the main gate of the shelter. After stopping the car, Zhang Leng was the first to jump down from the roof. He smelled a lot of fresh human flesh nearby and couldn't help but drool. Delicious, fresh human blood. No, I can't. Zhang Lang took out a 2-liter opaque plastic bottle from his backpack, opened it, bit the straw, and drank the blood inside. Fortunately, he had stored some supplies at the hospital. When the owner was free, he could ask her to help gather some for her space, so he could drink fresh plasma whenever he wanted. While Zhang Lang was drinking human blood from the water bottle, Lulu opened the car door and got out. Bai Jia also slowly stepped out of the car. She was wearing a mask given by Lulu and a fisherman's hat on her head. The homeless survivors gathered at the gate saw them approaching and pretended not to look. They looked away indifferently. There was nothing interesting to see. After getting out of the car, Lulu went straight to the tent beside the RV. Captain Zhang? Are you asleep? It was the afternoon now. Zhang San, who had just finished his night shift and was sleeping soundly, heard someone shouting at the door and frowned as he sat up. He quickly pulled open the tent and glared angrily at the person outside. He had just told everyone yesterday not to come to this area, calling his subordinates useless and not to cause trouble. Captain Zhang, I think I disturbed your rest. Seeing Lulu, Zhang Lang's initial anger quickly faded. She has the Huazi. Zhang Lang's face looked tired, with dark circles under his eyes. He forced a flattering smile and said, Miss Lu, it's you. If you have any instructions, just tell me. Lulu took out half a pack of cigarettes from her bag, which she had left earlier. She took out one and handed it to Zhang Lang. Captain Zhang, I have another car. Please help watch over it. Oh, don't say that. No trouble at all. If you think highly of me, Zhang San, and ask for my help, it's my great fortune. Zhang Lang happily took the Huazi and asked, Miss Lu, which car is yours? Should I bring it over and park it? No need. I have someone drive it over. Lulu threw the keys to Zhang Lang. You drive and wait for me in the car. Okay. Zhang Lang took the keys and went to park. Lulu, with Bai Jia, scanned the code for verification. After passing, they entered the shelter together. Miss Lu, I really thank you so much, Bai Jia said, tapping her wristband to find Lu Yolio's account and transfer some points to her. Lu Yolio's wrist vibrated. When she saw the points Bai Jia transferred, she raised an eyebrow. 660,000 points? That's a huge amount. Bai Jia, as a top star in the entertainment industry, casually gave her 660,000 points. How many supplies could that exchange for? Bai Jia noticed that Lulu didn't look as excited or happy as she expected, and she was a bit confused. This is 660,000 points. Does she think it's too little? She was bound by her sister Bai Yu, facing losing her innocence, but she didn't want her sister to succeed and get the points she worked hard to earn. Now Lulu saved her. She should give her some reward. Most of her savings were given to Lulu. As long as she didn't gamble and stayed peacefully in the shelter, she could live very comfortably. Miss Lu, do you think it's too little? Bai Jia couldn't help asking. Lulu shook her head. No, you gave me too much. I didn't quite realize it. Just accept it. No need to be polite. No, I have other things to do. You go ahead. Bai Jia gave her a kind smile, turned around, and slowly walked away. After she left, Lulu stood under a big tree at the gate. She opened her bracelet's official forum to check messages. After searching for a while, Bai Jia's post still had high popularity, even receiving tips and being pinned to the top of the page. This post probably wouldn't get any more replies. The fans added to Bai Jia's bracelet were also her own doing. In her past life, Bai Jia had already repaid the kindness of giving her a down jacket. From then on, they probably wouldn't have any more contact. Lulu continued browsing the posts. 10 minutes passed quickly, but she mostly looked at unimportant posts. Most of them were about exchanging supplies. Lulu thought about how to find a hairstylist to give her a quick haircut. She noticed a search button at the top of her bracelet page, so she tried searching for hairstylist. All posts related to hairstylists appeared. I am a celebrity hairstylist who has worked with Yang Mi, Dilly Reba, Lu Yifei, Zhao Liang, and others. A chance to get a hairstyle normally costing 29,999 yuan is now only 9.9 points, giving you a unique look. Also, quick cuts cost only 3 points. I usually set up a stall under a big tree across from the shopping base at the shelter. If you need a haircut, come find me. This teacher Tony's surname is Mao. Lulu saw him on a variety show. Indeed, hairstyling starts at 29,999 yuan. If combined with makeup, it costs more. Lulu didn't care much about hairstyles, just wanted a shortcut that wasn't a problem. But now, having such an amazing teacher, Mao, to cut her hair was worth a try. So many points, it's a shame not to use them for something enjoyable. Lulu strode toward the address where Teacher Mao was posted. It took about 6 minutes. She arrived at a different area from the usual stalls, where people exchange supplies and points. Here, all are artisans. There's a nanny with 20 years of experience helping with children, a full-time babysitter, a childcare worker, and a master's degree holder from 985 universities, fluent in 8 languages, a family tutor. They are all here setting up stalls to find work. The shelter still has many wealthy people. Before the end of the world, they were used to having nannies, chefs, and babysitters. These rich people also spend a little bit of points to hire helpers to watch their children. Inside the shelter, these helpers don't dare to cause trouble. If they do, they will be reported to the authorities and blacklisted, forced to fend for themselves outside. By this time, the authorities and survivors scavenging outside have already taken all the edible supplies. Only small rural, wild, or remote areas might still have some green vegetables and fruits. If they want meat, they have to go to the mountains and take a chance, maybe find wild boars, but more likely to encounter zombies or crazy wild animals. People like them, who are powerless, don't have the courage for that. Overall, after the end of the world is more dangerous than before, and laws are less enforced. But inside the shelter, the rules are still similar to those before the disaster. After the first month of screening, the criminals were already caught and left outside to fend for themselves. Those with serious crimes are dealt with by the authorities on the spot. Their bodies, along with zombies, are burned in the outskirts 5 kilometers away. So, many wealthy and powerful people in the shelter are happy to spend a little money to hire helpers. Who knows what will happen in the future? It's better to enjoy life while you can. Lulu looked around at these people and saw notices for blind massage, psychological counseling, cleaning services, bodyguard hiring, and race car driver seeking a driver. The variety of job ads dazzled her. She carefully examined them and finally found Tony, Teacher Mao, among the crowd holding signs. Lulu approached Tony and stood in front of him. "Ma'am, do you want a haircut?" Lulu nodded. "How many points for a haircut?" 3 points. "Please, ma'am," he said, gesturing to a small folding chair. Lulu looked at the chair he pointed to, frowned slightly, then bent down and adjusted her posture before sitting down. She looked up and saw Tony, holding scissors in one hand and a comb in the other, walking toward her. Lulu realized that Tony Mao was not new to this kind of business. As a celebrity hairstylist, he probably had savings or points to exchange, right? Lulu suppressed her doubts and sat quietly. "Ma'am, please take off your hat." Lulu removed her hat, revealing her short, shiny black hair unevenly cut, as if it had been nibbled by a pig, completely exposed to the air. Her current hairstyle, in peaceful times, would surely be mocked. But now, everyone was roughly in the same boat, so it didn't attract much attention. Tony Mao, expressionless, held scissors and asked, "Ma'am, which short hairstyle would you like? Can I choose a short style?" Tony Mao took out a photo album-like booklet and handed it to Lulu to pick a hairstyle. Curiously, she opened the booklet, which showed many short hairstyles. There were about 20 styles. 3 basic short styles looked average. Some slightly better-looking styles, similar to online influencers, required 2 extra points. 10 celebrity styles, each costing 10 points, could be chosen freely. Lulu. What's with this familiar routine? Clearly, the contrast between these 3 levels of hairstyles was very obvious. Anyone with a normal sense of beauty, especially girls who like to look good, would definitely choose the celebrity styles. Lulu had just unexpectedly gained 660,000 points. Plus, her space provided endless supplies. Of course, she would pick the most expensive and best-looking style. Cut it like Song Qian's.
All right, ma'am.
That's 10 points. Just to confirm, you can scan the QR code on the cover of the booklet to pay. Lul Yolio's eyes widened. There was even such an option. This person was really something. More than a month after the apocalypse, where did he get the QR code printed? She hadn't paid much attention to these small daily details before. Lulu took out her wristband, scanned the QR code on the booklet, and paid 10 points. Seeing her quick response, Tony Mao smiled slightly. He had earned another 10 points. A skilled craftsman is never afraid of running out of work wherever he goes. Tony Mao picked up a special haircutting apron and shook it out. Lulu saw that the apron looked quite clean, so she let him tie it around her. Tony Mao took scissors and started cutting her hair quickly and skillfully. Done, ma'am. Take a look. Lulu was still surprised. Tony Mao took off the apron with loose hair and shook it. While she was still stunned, Tony Mao held up a mirror and showed it to her. Lulu looked and silently gave the hairstylist a big thumbs up. He did a really good job. It was just a simple short haircut, but in just a few minutes, he transformed her look completely. Her originally sweet and charming face now looked a bit more confident and spirited. Looking closely, she seemed quite brave and lively. This 10 points was worth it. Ma'am, are you satisfied? Next time you come, if it's convenient, you can add me as a friend on my bracelet. If you need anything, just send me a message. I can come to your place anytime. Of course, there's a small extra point fee for home service. Oh. Lulu thought for a moment and scanned the QR code to add him as a friend on her bracelet. Having a bracelet friend is like having WeChat before the end of the world. If you add someone but don't contact them, it's no problem for her. Actually, when she needs a haircut, she won't have to go around looking for a place. Having someone come to her saves time. Oh, by the way, can you also cut a baby's hair? Lulu suddenly remembered Xiao Wu. Since giving birth, Xiao Wu's hair had grown quite long. Yes, ma'am. Where is the baby? At my place. I need a home service. No problem. For home service within 2 kilometers of the shelter, there's an extra 3 points fee. Lulu nodded gently. No problem.
Come with me.
Tony Mao immediately packed up his folding chair and other tools. He followed Lulu to the left side of the main gate, where the parked van was. Lulu saw Zhang Lang leaning against an SUV nearby. She waved at him. Zhang Lang, come over and get your hair cut. Zhang Lang looked a bit confused. He is now a zombie. Does he still need a haircut? Lulu is now his owner, so she should decide. Tony Mao skillfully sets up the chair. Zhang Na sits on a folding chair, lifts her sports baseball cap from her forehead. As Zhang Lang approaches, Tony Mao smells a strong bad odor and starts to gag. Many survivors have had their hair cut during this time. Most are messy, greasy, and tangled. But he has never met anyone as stinky as Zhang Lang. It's just too foul. This smell is hard to describe. Seeing Tony Mao gag, Zhang Lang feels unhappy. Being a zombie means having a corpse smell. It's unavoidable. Even spraying perfume can't hide the smell. Sorry, I'm sensitive to smells. It's okay, Zhang Lang says, though he feels sad inside. As a zombie, he doesn't care about humans' strange looks. What hairstyle do you want? Tony remains professional and asks patiently. Shave his head short, easy to manage, Lulu says nearby. Listen to her, give me a crew cut. After talking with him, Tony picks up scissors and quickly cuts Zhang Lang's hair. In no time, his head is shaved. Lulu checks her watch, 3 minutes. That's even faster than when she cut her own hair. Ignoring Zhang Lang's unusual bulging eyes and his pale skin, the haircut looks decent enough. Wait here for me. I'll check if the baby is awake. Lulu enters the RV, takes Xiao Wu out of the space, and places him on the bed. She holds Xiao Wu and gets out of the vehicle. Cut my son's hair too, and disinfect the tools. She hands him a small bottle of alcohol disinfectant. Seeing Lulu prepared well, Tony doesn't need to spend his points on disinfectants. He carefully disinfects the hair-cutting tools as she instructed. It only takes 5 minutes to cut Xiao Wu's hair. Little Wu is just falling asleep and not moving around, but children's scalps are very delicate. So Tony was very careful when cutting hair. I have a pet that needs a haircut. Are you interested in this job? Yes, Tony replied immediately. As long as he could earn points and exchange for supplies, he would take any haircut job. Today, he finally met a big client. Business is usually slow, and he has many competitors, so his daily income isn't very good. But today, it seemed like a lucky day. He suddenly had 4 clients. Lu carried Little Wu into the camper and quietly put him back inside. Kong was summoned out. Master, you finally let me out to play. Lu shook his head. I let you out to fix your fur. Come on, let's go trim your fur. No, I swear I won't. My fur is golden. It's unique, just like the Monkey King's son Ryukong. I can't just have it cut. Lu was silent for a few seconds, then took out a peach and placed it on the camper table. Kong shook his head. Lu took out another peach. Kong was confused for a moment, then shook his head again. Lu kept taking out a peach. Are you sure about this? This is the last time. If you refuse, I will take back all the peaches. Kong looked at the 3 peaches, each bigger than his head, and helplessly nodded. Okay, cut it. It will grow back anyway. Lu opened the camper door, carried Kong to the hairdresser, and said, fix its fur and make it easy to manage. Kong jumped onto the chair and sat down. His intelligence amazed the hairdresser and the people passing by. This monkey is really clever. The hairdresser was very interested when he saw Kong. Especially the wise and lively eyes of the monkey made him suddenly inspired. He picked up a large comb and started combing Kong's forehead hard. All the long golden hair on Kong was patiently combed straight. Lu only saw a flash of white light. This hairstylist's scissors danced in the air like fluttering butterflies, skillful and artistic. After 10 minutes, a monkey with perfectly styled hair was born. Lu looked at the monkey, now resembling a small teddy bear, and couldn't help but laugh. A monkey, after a hairstyle makeover, surprisingly looked a bit like a teddy bear. This feeling was truly amazing. Teacher Mao looked at the newly styled monkey and nodded with satisfaction. Miss Liu, can I take a photo with your pet? Teacher Mao picked up Congo, took a selfie with his wristband, and posted the photo online. It seemed he was quite happy with today's pet styling. Lu asked, how many points did they earn in total? 9 points. Lu transferred the points to Teacher Mao. He smiled, packed up his things, and left for the shelter. Zhang Lang, go play nearby. Remember not to go to dangerous places and make me worry. After reminding Zhang Lang, Lu called Congo to rest inside the RV. Today had been exhausting. It was time to give herself a good break. Lu entered the RV, leaving Congo outside to guard, and went into the bathroom. A thought crossed her mind, and her body entered the bamboo courtyard space. She walked smoothly into the bamboo house, saw the small hut on the bed, and leaned down to give it 2 quick kisses on its chubby little face. The little hut, resting with closed eyes, sensed the familiar scent and, in its dreams, curled its lips happily. Lu saw Xiao Wu sleeping soundly and didn't wake her. She quietly went into the bamboo house, used the pump inside to express milk, then went to the bathroom to wash up, changed into comfortable pajamas, and returned to the bamboo house to sleep in late with a soft little Wu. She slept in a daze until midnight before waking up. Today, she had been climbing stairs from morning to afternoon, which was very tiring. After waking, she lay flat on the bed, stared blankly for a few seconds, then stepped out of the bamboo house. The time inside the bamboo house was synchronized with outside. However, the climate was always spring-like, with a constant temperature of 26 degrees Celsius. But the cycle of the sun, moon, and stars continues just like outside. Right now, the sky in the space is full of bright stars and the moon, very beautiful. Lu is sitting on a camping chair outside her bamboo house. She takes out a big plate of barbecue and a bottle of cold craft beer. 1 bite of grilled meat, 1 sip of cold beer. Such treatment is something she never dared to dream of in her past life. Lulu happily eats her late-night snack. She hears Kong Kong calling her. Lulu is forced to stop enjoying her barbecue and beer. She quickly changes into cool, long pants, a black short-sleeve shirt, and a sporty sun protection jacket. This is to hide her increasingly fair and delicate face. She puts on a black mask and casually puts on a black baseball cap. Lulu returns to the RV. Kong Kong points outside the RV. Lulu hears Zhang San talking outside. Miss Lu, your fiancé says he needs to see you. Miss Lu, are you inside? Ma Weizhou stands next to Zhang San. He is 1.8 meters tall, taller than Zhang San, who is 1.75 meters. He just received a message from the girl who registered for the accommodation. Mr. Ma, I have a friend who saw the girl in your photo at the gate today. But she was wearing a mask and had short hair, so I can't be sure if she's the girl you're looking for. Ma Weizhou, upon receiving the message, secretly gets up from Zhang Shui's bed and leaves their shared rental house. He goes to the gate to ask around. Zhang Lang sees it's him and gets angry, but when he hears that he's asking about Lulu, he suddenly becomes interested. Oh, the great god of wealth. A rich lady who can easily give 100 yuan. Zhang Lang secretly listens to their conversation and learns that this man is actually Lu Liu's fiancé. So he approaches Ma Weizhou to talk. That's how Ma Weizhou ends up at the RV. Lulu was interrupted during her enjoyable late-night snack. She opened the window of the camper van and coldly looked at Ma Weizhou, whose eyes shimmered with deep affection. Is there anything else? If not, you can leave. Ma Weizhou was stunned by Lulu's cold and fierce tone. Lulu, it's me. I'm Ma Weizhou. His voice was full of disbelief. Lulu sneered and said, I know it's you. Leave now, do you hear me? Ma Weizhou was completely stunned. That night, Lulu looked heartbroken, seemingly jealous, and left crying. How could she change her attitude so quickly? At this moment, Ma Weizhou couldn't figure out her thoughts at all. Zhang San noticed Lulu looked upset and angry. He hurriedly pushed Ma Weizhou to leave. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Miss Lu tell you to leave? Seeing Zhang San's very different attitude, Ma Weizhou was even more reluctant to give up on Lulu. What kind of magic does she have that makes the security team leader at the gate protect her so much? No matter how hard Ma Weizhou thought, he could only come up with one guess. Lulu must have a lot of points. Otherwise, how could she control those at the gate who would do anything for supplies? Ma Weizhou looked at Zhang San, who was glaring fiercely, and had to leave for now. Lulu saw the fly leave and told Zhang San, from now on, no matter who looks for me, tell them to send me a message directly through the wristband. Anyone without a friend on the wristband is a scammer. Remember that. Zhang San also knew that tonight's events were his fault. He let Ma Weizhou cause trouble and disturb Lulu's rest. He immediately apologized. Miss Lu, don't worry. I understand. Next time, I won't let any troublemakers come to bother you. Yes, thank you, Captain Zhang. After saying that, Lulu reached out and closed the window of the camper van. Although she had driven away Ma Weizhou, she didn't feel completely at ease. She must get rid of this useless man as soon as possible. Lulu rolled her eyes, reached out to open the window again, and said to Zhang San beside the camper, help me call him back. Tell him I need to see him. Zhang San looked a bit confused. Are women always so unpredictable? The previous moment told him to go away, and the next moment asked him to come back? Although Zhang Lang didn't quite understand, he still followed Lu Liu's instructions. He quickly stepped forward and blocked Ma Weizhou's path. Miss Lu has something to talk to you about. Come with me. Ma Weizhou immediately looked thrilled, unable to hide his smile. Lulu still cared about him. For more than 4 years, he had been very considerate to her, creating a good image of a fiancé. She was willing to marry him as her husband. She must love him in her heart. Ma Weizhou couldn't wait and strode toward the caravan where Lulu was staying. At this moment, Lulu had already stepped down from the caravan. She stood beside it, expressionless, watching Ma Weizhou walk toward her. Lulu, I knew it. You love me too. Lu Yolio's small hand under her sleeve clenched into a fist. Before she could say anything, Zhang Ling suddenly appeared in front of Lu Lulu, blocking Ma Weizhou's view. Zhang Ling stretched out his right hand, with his index finger and thumb forming an 8 shape, supporting his chin, and looked at him with interest, one of the people he hated most in his life. Ma Weizhou. Who are you? Ma Weizhou looked at Zhang Ling with suspicion, wary. Zhang Ling was about the same height as him, around 1.8 meters. But compared to him, Zhang Ling was taller and looked more muscular. He is my, Lu Lulu giggled and said. Ma Weizhou's face immediately changed. He saw Lu Lulu walk over and stand beside Zhang Ling. Her words and actions seemed to mean something else to him. She had betrayed him. With this heavily covered man? The joy on Ma Weizhou's face disappeared, replaced by a dark cloud.
How could this be?
Lu Lulu always considered herself noble and avoided men. Even after all these years, he had only managed to hold her hand once. The only most intimate moment was at the engagement banquet, when he put a diamond ring on her finger and gently kissed the back of her hand. The woman he treasured so much was now, for survival, opening her legs and clinging to a man, just like those shameless, lowly trash. Lu Lulu saw the sadness in his eyes and felt very pleased. She pretended to be calm, reached out and linked her arm with Zhang Ling's, trying to ignore the smell of the zombie on him. She apologized softly. In the future, don't come to see me. He will be angry. Ma Weizhou looked at Lu Yolio's slim arm and then at Zhang Ling's left hand, shocked. Did you sleep with him? Ma Weizhou couldn't help but shout angrily. Lu Lulu smiled indifferently. Isn't it obvious? By the way, you should know this person. Ma Weizhou was even more surprised. Lu Lulu pulled her arm back and said to Zhang Ling, Come on, say hello to my ex-fiancé. Zhang Ling, playing along with her, slowly spoke. Ma Weizhou, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Hearing Zhang Ling's slightly stiff and cold voice, Ma Weizhou was struck like by lightning and fell into panic. Isn't that Zhang Ling's voice? Hadn't Zhang Ling already been killed by him and Zhang Feng? You're Zhang Ling. How is that possible? Ma Weizhou didn't believe it at all. He was sure Zhang Ling had died long ago. Ma Weizhou, when will you return the bracelet you took from me? Zhang Ling said coldly, reaching out and grabbing Ma Weizhou's collar. Ma Weizhou, unprepared, was lifted off the ground and kicked into the air. Lu Lulu watched from the side, feeling very excited. She and Zhang Ling both hated him. First, let Zhang Ling vent his anger. Just now, she had already made Ma Weizhou feel sick. Now, she felt very happy inside. Zhang Ling had died much worse than her. Cough, cough. Help. Help me. Ma Weizhou was suddenly terrified. Although he couldn't see Zhang Ling's face because it was covered tightly, his voice was unmistakable. It was definitely Zhang Ling. Ma Weizhou's eyes darted around desperately, begging Zhang San. Captain Zhang, save me. He wants to kill me. Seeing that he could still speak while being held up, Zhang Ling was unhappy. He lifted his foot and kicked him hard. With this kick, Ma Weizhou was kicked so hard he couldn't speak. I'm in so much pain. Ma Weizhou weakly covers his stomach, looking scared and funny at the same time. This isn't my area of responsibility. As long as no one dies, I haven't seen anything. Zhang San speaks to himself. It's getting late. I need to patrol. Zhang San quickly walks to the gate with a small team of security guards. Then they go away. Lu Lulu is very pleased with Zhang San's performance. Good. Later I will give Captain Zhang 2 cigarettes to enjoy. Zhang Ling kicks Ma Weizhou's stomach twice, still not satisfied. He forcefully throws Ma Weizhou, who weighs over 140 jin, onto the cement ground at the gate, then continues to punch and kick his face. Stop. I'm sorry. Captain Zhang, please don't hit me. Ma Weizhou, like a stray dog, is beaten until his nose and face are swollen. Zhang Ling, still not satisfied, hits him with both fists like rain. Lu Lulu watches Ma Weizhou crying and begging, feeling happy inside, but also a strange, sour feeling moistens her eyes. She reminds herself not to fall for love. Don't forget how this scoundrel treated you. All those promises and sweet words were just his pink poison of love. They were all schemes and interests. Did he approach you with any real feelings? When he and Su Pingting caused Xiao Wu's death, his cold, ugly face was so cruel. She must never forget. Lulu tries hard to suppress that sour, emotional feeling inside. From entering university at 18 to graduating at 23, she spent 5 full years dreaming of love. All her hopes were placed on Ma Weizhou. The past, like old photos, flips over with Zhang Lang's fists and Ma Weizhou's cries of pain. Even though he cared for her during those 5 years, deep inside, she gradually buried those feelings, moving on from the 5 years of love from university to graduation. Her gaze becomes more and more determined. Stop hitting him. Lulu, please say something nice for me. Tell him to stop quickly. Ma Weizhou thinks that Lulu is Zhang Lang's woman. She's so beautiful. It would be a waste for Zhang Lang to hurt her. But with her looks, if she just said a few words, Zhang Lang definitely wouldn't keep hitting him. If he keeps hitting him like this, he might not die but will become disabled. Big brother Zhang. Zhang Lang was in the middle of a fierce fight when he suddenly heard a soft female voice. Why is she here so late? While continuing to fight Ma Weizhou, Zhang Lang looked at Bai Jia. Bai Jia was holding a thermos filled with her homemade pork rib and yam soup. She didn't understand why Zhang Lang was hitting someone, but she believed the person he was hitting must be a bad guy. Bai Jia smiled sweetly at Zhang Lang. From her loving eyes, Zhang Lang sensed she was happy. Ma Weizhou was a scoundrel who had human awareness but lost his basic male functions. Bai Jia was a top celebrity with a stunning face. Thinking back to that night when he saved Bai Jia, she had shown her gratitude by offering herself, even when he couldn't react. Zhang Lang was furious. He coldly stared at Ma Weizhou's groin, smirked wickedly, and kicked hard. Ma Weizhou felt a cold sensation in his groin and immediately covered his important parts with his hands. Zhang Lang's kick hit his troublesome legs. Ah! Ma Weizhou's pig-like scream echoed at the door. His finger bones were broken, and his head was bloodied from the... Zhang Lang wanted to keep beating Ma Weizhou to vent his anger. Suddenly, a tall, muscular man about 1.9 meters appeared in front of him. The man blocked Ma Weizhou. You're too cruel, Zhang Feng said, holding a gun, pretending to casually look at Zhang Lang.
Zhang Lang recognized Zhang Feng.
They were related by distant family ties. They grew up together and went to the sports college. After graduation, Zhang Lang successfully joined the police. Zhang Feng went to the gym and became a fitness trainer. They had kept in touch over the years. When the apocalypse came, Zhang Lang thought of Zhang Feng, bringing him along to expand territory and gather supplies. But in the end, it was Zhang Feng who betrayed him, even though he had always considered him more than a brother. Zhang Lang's hatred for Ma Weizhou suddenly shifted to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's sister, Zhang Shui, rushed to Ma Weizhou's side, calling out, Brother Weizhou, please wake up, sob, 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 please wake up. Brother, avenge Weizhou. Zhang Shui painfully hugged Ma Weizhou and shouted loudly. Lulu saw Ma Weizhou being beaten unconscious and lost interest immediately. This was at the gate. If someone was killed, it would be hard to explain. Lulu looked at Zhang Lang, who was confronting Zhang Feng, and was about to call him back. But then he saw Zhang Lang grit his teeth and spit at Zhang Feng. The spit, carrying the smell of zombie virus and fresh corpse odor, landed on Zhang Feng's face. Zhang Feng quickly wiped the disgusting spit off his face, his anger rising. He grabbed his gun and aimed it at Zhang Lang, ready to shoot. Zhang Lang sneered. Do you dare to shoot? Hearing Zhang Lang's voice, Zhang Feng looked terrified. He seemed like he saw a ghost, staring blankly at Zhang Lang. Longzi, you're still alive?
I'm alive.
Remember, when you sleep at night, make sure to lock the door. Zhang Lang said softly, removing a glove to reveal pale, sharp claws. He took advantage of Zhang Feng's daze and slashed his face with the claws. A cut appeared on Zhang Feng's face instantly. Since it was midnight and Zhang Lang moved very quickly, no one noticed his hand's abnormality. By the time Zhang Feng recovered, Zhang Lang had already put his glove back on. The The zombie virus inside me is enough for you to have a real experience. It's so boring to die. But dying and turning into a zombie would be better. Zhang Ling chuckled. If you don't lock the door properly, I might come to find you. By the way, where's my bracelet? Zhang Feng, facing the lively Zhang Lang, felt terrible. He took out the bracelet from his pocket, which Zhang Lang had long emptied of points, and threw it into Zhang Lang's arms. No need to apologize. I don't blame you. Zhang Lang took the bracelet, put it on his wrist, and waved at Zhang Feng. Fengzi, this is the last time I call you that. From now on, remember to be a good person and cherish the chance to live.
Ha ha ha.
I really don't blame you for what happened that night at the villa. It's just that I was blind. After saying this, Zhang Lang seemed truly indifferent about being betrayed by his good brother, dying tragically in the villa, and having his points stolen. Zhang Feng watched him leave, feeling as if the world around him was no longer real. He was certain that the person was dead. He and Ma Weizhou had confirmed it. But now, standing in front of him, was a living, breathing Zhang Lang. It was even more unbelievable than the arrival of the end of the world. He personally used a kitchen knife to cut open half of Zhang Lang's neck. There was no mistake. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Lang's departing back, then turned to look at Ma Weizhou, who was being held in Zhang Shue's arms. First, he needed to get this kid back. Then he would find out what exactly happened today. Zhang Feng walked over to Zhang Shue, picked up Ma Weizhou's faint body. Little sister, let's go back first. Seeing Ma Weizhou barely alive, with tears in her eyes, she glared fiercely at Zhang Lang, then hurriedly followed Zhang Feng into the shelter, heading to the medical station inside to seek help.
Zhang Lang stot besiedelu.
Seeing that he was not overwhelmed by emotion, she asked, I want to rest. Will you drive to the hospital to get supplies? No problem. Miss Liu, can I secretly bring some supplies? When the time comes, help me store them. Lu knew that Zhang Lang wanted to stock up on blood. She was human and would never allow Zhang Lang to kill people without reason. Getting more blood from the hospital's blood bank should be enough to satisfy Zhang Lang's cravings. Go ahead. Be careful, and don't make me worry. Zhang Lang pointed to the bracelet on his wrist. I'll add you as a friend first. As long as there's signal, we can stay in contact. Lu saw the bracelet on Zhang Lang's wrist, which had been lost and then recovered. She opened the QR code, let Zhang Lang scan it, and added her as a friend. After adding him, she quietly sent him a message. Your face looks strange. Don't rush into the shelter for now. It smells too much like people inside. When I smell human scent, I can't help but want to drink blood. Over time, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and might go crazy. Miss Liu, from now on, please allow me to operate within a 2-kilometer radius. After a few words of communication, Zhang Lang walked over to the SUV. The previous Mercedes sports car he had found was left at Victory Building, and it was almost out of fuel. This SUV still had more than half a tank, enough for him to go around. White Jie, holding a thermos box, saw him about to leave. She quickly stepped forward and offered the thermos to him. Big brother Zhang, this is some soup for you. Thank you for saving me.